Alright, let me know when you send up playing with settings until then.
Yeah, I'm sending it in Discord now.
Thank you.
There you go.
Why is it so dumb? Well, is there anyone who'd like to join us? Question mark.
Oh yeah. Who wants to come play Minecraft?
Yeah, who wants to come play Minecraft with us? Minecraft me.
Which
I don't know I don't know what skin I have on this this account. This is my backup account. I forgot what I forgot what my password for my main account is. I just logged in on my alt instead. Ugh. Ugh. Ah. Oh my god.
If anyone wants the IP, at me at either on either Nico's server or mine. Nico's Discord or mine. I'll send it to you.
Not me spamming in chat. I don't know what this skin is. I'll probably keep it for now. What a shitty spawn.
Too used to. Yeah.
Oh my god, I have to change controls because I auto jump, off, sneak, control, sprint, shift, destroy, right click, use items, left click. There we go. Thank you.
Where did you spawn?
I don't know. Here? Where did you spawn? I can hear you.
Here?
Well, I didn't spawn here. Oh my god. Oh my god, the game is lagging so bad.
Auto jump, fuck off.
Wait, is it even lagging?
Can I just?
Is it like?
I think it's probably spawn protection that I forgot to hold on.
Yeah, help me. Ah, ow. Is it in a hard mode? Please tell me.
Try breaking something now.
Oh, okay. Ugh. Well, let me go
try
back.
Try breaking something.
I'm coming. I'm coming.
Yeah, do it now. Do it now.
I have done so. Yes, I have acquired a single dirt.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh god, I miss Minecraft with shaders. It's so pretty. Although I have to set them up properly. It's not done yet.
Did it work? Were you able to
Did what work?
The breaking blocks down?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, it's spawn protection.
Yes, Gap, you can join.
Opt you and it works.
I'll
Oh shit, yeah. Hold on 1 second.
Do you want just me to share the latest thingy? Oh, that's weird. There's like trees are fucked up. Also, why are
trees fucked up?
Yeah, why are they not bushy?
Why are trees fucked up?
I don't know. I think they're all new or something. For some reason. Oh yeah, that's why the vanilla trees are bushy for me because I have it in my thingy, but the non-vanilla trees are not bushy.
Yeah.
Also I gotta change a lot of stuff. Options, the video settings.
Take your time. I'm still.
Materials.
I forgot. I embarrassingly totally forgot where my the thing that I sent to you for the
water
was located on my computer.
Yes, anybody who has Minecraft Java that wants to join can join.
Mm-hmm.
Unbound is the one I want, isn't it? Okay, I'll just send it to you. How do I do
There
that
you go.
again?
What?
Oh, I guess. Can you do that? Do you have Gav, Maddie?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I just sent it to him.
Okay, I'm dumb. So funny. I'm used to being the more technically capable in the room. Not here.
Oh, I forgot this mod pack that I have does this. I have a very cutesy, fancy mod pack.
Ooh. Wait, hold on. The hearts and stuff isn't working. Oh well. It was supposed to be lesbian hearts. What the hell?
Oh, that's so rude.
I
Jump.
I guess something fucked it up.
Yeah. Wow. Oh, hearts like on the. Oh god, it's nighttime already. What the hell?
It's 9 time already. Yep.
Absolutely not. We're still getting started. I'm the sky goddess. That's what I do. I go mad with power.
Growing ores.
But now it's for real. Oh, there's a creeper over there.
Glowing stuff, glowing redstone, glowing armor trim, glowing lapis lazuli, glowing like just crystals. Blocks as well. Why the hell not? Other.
F2 is is in fact not my inventory button and is in fact the screenshot button.
All right, let's see. Camera. Bloom, no motion blur. Lens flare, yeah, sure. Anemone.
Oh yeah, it's so loud.
Color balance, all good. Color grading. Good enough, I guess. Atmosphere. Aurora Borealis. Unbound. Night Nebula on. Night Star Mount High. Rainbows after rain, yes. Or a full moon or snowy
you have
biome.
a thing that does rainbows after rain on your shader pack?
Shader, yeah.
Ooh.
I can go ahead and send that to you if you want. Fog, I want fog.
I would, but unfortunately, one of the things that this mod pack does, or this shader pack does that I have, is that it outlines each block that I look at in rainbow.
Oh, yeah, this one does the same thing.
And oh shit, for real? I want it.
All right, fine. I'll end. Do you want to set it all up yourself or?
Yeah, I'll set it up myself.
Okay, then I'll just go ahead and send you the link. Complementary shaders. There's a lot to set up yourself.
Maybe I'll set that up if we end up doing this in another time as well.
Yeah.
If it's like a long, like not a single Minecraft instance. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just jumping dangerously close to a
Nether fog. Yeah, all good. Clouds.
I found a cave.
Unbound. Sun/moon.
Ow. I'm okay. No, I'm not. Chat, stop.
Other, select outline, rainbow.
No. Alright, well.
This is gonna take a while for this to get applied. Oh yeah, default Minecraft fucking loudness is insane. Nah, I guess I'll...
Flowers.
Just close that particle. Less fog inside lava. Hand sway saddle. Right, I think I'm done with my shader.
I've already fallen off the top of the mountain.
Yeah, of course.
Some of this dirt has rocks in it. And I don't know what the.
It's nothing. It's just variated texture from the texture pack I sent.
Oh, that makes sense. I'm stuck in the icy water. The flood is happening all over again. Hello, friends. Don't kill me.
I guess it might not be working because it's something added to the newer version of Minecraft, the hearts.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah, because it's like obviously the
or at least it's a different texture.
Yeah.
Anyway, like if it was like
like the game itself changed how it handles texture. So since because this mod pack Vanilla 2 didn't used to have this option for you know.
Uh-oh.
Yep.
Oh, my poor dead body.
Wait, we don't have the are you sure everything is added the way it's supposed to be added? Shouldn't we get like a book that helps us how to start on Create?
I don't know. Should we? Is it
I don't know. I'm having a little bit of lag, but that's
Create
okay.
stuff is in the game.
Oh, okay.
Like you can see it on in JEI, but yeah. If the lag gets too much, let me know. I can turn down some of my settings probably.
What do you mean?
Absolutely. If I devote more processing resources to the server.
Oh no! Like it's network lag.
Oh, okay.
Because obviously you're in the States and I don't have a good
that makes
internet,
sense,
so
I'm on the literally opposite side of the world.
Yeah, that doesn't make for the best experience, but it's good enough.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it is rainbow. Yeah, I told you it's a rainbow select. Also, I need to turn this bitch down. Estrogen. Fluid handling, expanding your factory.
What?
Yeah, I'm looking at the estrogen.
Yeah.
Alright, is there something to add
That's so melatonin.
Mod settings? What's the thing that adds the settings to the mod? Because holy shit, it's loud.
Oh, to create stuff?
Oh, it's ambient environment. There we go. No, I just have a. I have an ambient mod that adds.
Oh, I almost didn't make it.
Where are ye?
The ambient sound tweaks.
Also, Gav, do you like wanna hop in a hop on a call? Because I'm pretty sure even as a viewer you can join in if I'm not mistaken. Oh my god, we have so much more air in Minecraft than in GTA.
So
Oh
much
my
more
god,
what?
hi
Air?
Love Pack. Hi Love Pack. Gonna wanna go play Minecraft with us? I would join you to.
edit
I
my
will just
stream.
go and play. I keep clicking middle mouse button to zoom in. I'm used. I'm used to it from.
Yeah, I do that. I've been doing that too.
Oh my god, I found your body. What do you have in you? Nothing.
found my
You're
body.
useless. Yeah, you're useless.
Wow. You're such a mean
Why do you have such
bunny.
an ugly skin? What the fuck? I'm judging you.
How dare you?
What do you mean, how dare I?
It's cute.
I'm behind you.
Hi.
This is... I think this is someone else's. This is...
Uh-huh.
I played with like a few Twitch streamer friends, and this was one of their whatchamacallit skin. I just turned it black and white because I made an alt with the with like the server had proximity chat, so I just made this to like scare people away. Anyway, it's night and I'm scared.
It's okay, I'll protect you.
No, you won't.
What do you mean?
Oh,
I'm a fierce warrior.
Let me see how your stream looks like. I want to see how your game looks like. Oh wow, you have a different shader.
Yeah.
That is pretty. I like those raindrops on the screen, I guess.
Yeah.
But it doesn't have all the other things that I have on mine. And like looking out into the distance.
What does yours look like? I wanna look at yours.
Go ahead. Yours has reflections. Mine does not. I mean, it could have similar reflections if I turn them on, I guess, on surfaces.
I mean, honestly, shouldn't have reflections.
Ah.
Yeah, yours looks pretty good.
Thank you.
What the fuck just happened?
Whoa.
Why has he got a knife?
I'm not entirely sure.
Because the only thing that's reflecting from me are puddles on the ground from the rain, so there we go. Because I was like, I can see your, rainbow outline, but I cannot see mine like that reflecting, but I can now because there's a puddle of rain here. Yours is also a lot.
Oh, that kind of makes sense. Having it be like reflecting everything all the time is like
yeah.
Is maybe
that's
like
a shit
much,
spawn.
especially
That's
like
the
in the
shittiest spawn. A shitty fucking mountain in the middle of There's so many bad guys. Also, Vicious, thank you so much for the. Oh no, I am. Oh wow.
Ooh, owie, spicy.
Yeah, and
it's
now
the
imagine.
Skeleton.
Yeah, I'm gonna die. Imagine now playing with fucking lag. Yeah, I'm having so much fun.
Yeah, get fucked, skeleton.
Don't get fucked, skeleton.
Fucked. Ow.
Fuck me, skeleton.
Yeah, that's right, get boned.
Synedred, is that you?
That's you, isn't it?
Oh, that's me.
That's you.
Oh yeah, because I pushed the skeleton off a fucking... Explode, bitch!
I may not have much, but I do have this single arrow.
Aha!
Ow! And no fear.
Die! Alright, can we get off this fucking island? I hate it.
I hate it here.
How are you sleeping? You cheated in a bed? You're already cheating? What the fuck?
I didn't do it. That's not me. That's Gab.
Goddamn, Gaff, slow down.
I have a feeling he actually did something. Ow! I did a bunch of hopping around, and then I got an arrow from the skeleton. And that's what I've done. Yeah, it's true. We need to get it. There's no trees here. That's why I've been
They're on
so,
the
like, what am I
island
supposed
to
be
the east.
Yeah, but that's a spruce island.
Ah!
Oh no.
No, it's not. There are. First of all, it's not a spruce. It's. Okay, Gab. Okay, we're fucking around with shaders. Okay, give us a break.
Yeah, I'm not good at Minecraft.
Ooh.
I played Minecraft with so many people that are like I'm gonna go like this is the exact process for how you find diamonds, and I'm like I wanna fuck around with
I just love
making a
fucking
little
around.
garden or something.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Ow, this zombie's bullying me as a shovel.
Oh my god, there's so many zombies here.
Ooh, delicious, delicious flesh.
I hate it here. Why
Yeah,
is there so many
exactly.
zombies?
HGTV.
What is HGTV?
It's the like home and gardens TV, I think, or something like that. Fuck you, chicken. Fuck you. Come back here. Fuck off. Fuck you.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Give me your meat.
One player sleep could be nice. Ah!
Ow.
I'm acquiring wood.
Ow. Oh no. You're acquiring wood? Where's the wood?
In my ass. On a tree, where do you think wood is?
Where's the trees? I'm looking all over for trees.
Yeah, I fucking swam to the island.
Certain death.
Oh my god. Oh, C is press C to zoom in.
It's not C for me.
Oh, I guess I rebounded? Question mark? How? When? No, I didn't. I have default controls. Weird. So funny watching Enderman on the minimap just fucking bouncing around because of the rain. Okay. Alright, I have successfully acquired wood. How much would a wood chuck if wood could chuck wood? Oh my god. You know what would be good? Fallen tree plugin that lets you just break all the trees with one axe.
Oh, you're so right. I forgot. I didn't even think of that. Dispatch 19676 is my latest 47, which is me. Ah. Ow! Fuck off.
Die! Oh my god, I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get diamonds real quick. My pro gamer, watch me.
Oh no. No. Ow, 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 ow.
Oh my god, Chloe, why are you so bad at Minecraft? Just get better.
I'm very good at Minecraft, okay? I can make the prettiest gardens. Ooh.
Ah! There's so many skeletons! Ah!
Yeah, there's so many skeletons.
I hate it! And now if the sun comes up, they're not gonna die because it's raining. Oh wait, never mind. If the sun comes up, it's gonna be... Okay, never mind, I'm fine.
Oh,
I wanted to make a post on the Discord. What are you, role-playing?
Huh? I don't think there's ever a moment where I'm truly never role-playing.
There, I posted in the Sounds Discord if anyone wants to join.
Oh, hell yeah. I hit a fish. Fish
Wow.
porper.
Why would you do that?
I don't know.
You
I killed it.
fucking horrible human being. I have so much iron.
The salmon needed to die, okay? It needed to happen. Ooh, the
Speedrunning
bushy
this
trees
bitch.
looks really cool.
Yeah, they do. Speedrunning this bitch. Iron pick, iron sword, and iron chestplate. Hell yeah. Bitch, I'm equipped to murder.
Oh yeah, but do you have flint?
Yeah, I do actually.
Oh.
Actually, I had. I don't have
Damn,
anymore.
you really
I
got
died
me
with
beat
it.
there.
Yeah, I did.
Do you have any dandelions?
No.
I
fuck
bet you don't.
dandelions. Why would I have dandelions?
No.
I also don't have anything to
Pretty.
eat, so I'm not too smart.
Yeah, well, where are you? I'll come cook you some food.
Oh, Maddie, thank you. Housewife, cook me.
Mushrooms. That is absolutely the role that I do in every single survival crafting game. I'm like, yeah, I'll sit at the house and build the perfectest base ever that ever existed.
Never mind, I don't need you. I found potatoes.
Wow. Discarded big for potatoes.
Aw, the
that's a
glint.
skeleton.
The shader, the enchantment glint doesn't work either. That's a shame. 'Cause it's supposed to be rainbow, and I made so many choices. Like, you know, the game was supposed to, half of the game was supposed to be blue, half of it was supposed to be pink. Ow, you bitch.
Oh, that would have been so cute.
Yeah, that's why I'm so upset it doesn't work. Jesus Christ, Maddie. What the fuck? You know you're supposed to survive in a survival game, right?
Yeah, I'm aware. You know I'm bad at a survival game, alright?
Yeah, I mean, I can see that. I can see that very well.
I'm gonna be swimming in food soon. Just you wait.
Oh yeah, that's true. Everyone who ever plays RP makes death noises whenever they're in game and hurt. It's like you just cannot get rid of it. It just stays with you forever.
Mm-hmm. Which direction did you go?
I think I went east. Was the thing for the map? E?
Mine's
U?
Z.
I? Z. Z is to zoom it in.
Oh,
But
yeah.
yeah, you're coming towards me. Yeah, I went east.
Do you see markers on the map?
Yeah. If you press tab, it shows you the what the, because normally you just see the
Oh,
small
that makes
thing is if
sense.
you press tab, it actually shows the face of what you're looking at.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Look at all the turtles.
No, I won't.
Oh, hello, hello, hello. Ow, 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 ow. Oh.
Silly you.
I found
Found something.
one of Gav's corpses.
That's fucked up. Oh yeah, we don't have to make the eating noises finally, because in this game you actually make noises like that.
Sure, we don't have to.
But
have
we
you
can.
considered?
Yay, getting iron before stone. Hug. I'm a great gamer.
Ship.
No, you didn't. I took everything from that ship. Suck it. How do you think I have iron?
Oh, that makes a lot more sense.
Yep.
Yeah, well, do you have trapdoors?
No. You know what I have? I have a desire to look for fucking stone so I can make a Yeah, the mushrooms are cute. The vanilla mushrooms are 4D in this game because of
Yeah.
the pack, but I guess we have a lot that are from the base.
Clear the entire ship.
Yes, there are only two
Nice.
two chests. Yeah. Yeah. The mushroom's so cute.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Starla. Yeah.
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 Starlight. Yeah. We're living rent free. Oh my god. The sound is nice. I'm in a
Hello.
cave and it's like echoing and stuff.
I fucking Gav. No, the. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm a vegetarian now.
What? Why the fuck would you be vegetarian?
I don't know.
Just like make better choices in life.
The
Why would you be
inability to
vegetarian?
stop RPing. I don't know. I think it's the.
Good
Yes,
morning,
thank you. Yes, that's
Atruna.
what I need. That's what I need. Thank you.
Atrune, sorry.
The only reason I kill is for the joy of killing. It does really it's like also I don't know, it's kind of like an interesting little
Challenge?
character trait I think too. Like yeah, it's like a not character trait. Well yeah, kind of character trait. Except for it's not exactly a character. It's Minecraft, but like I don't know. It's like otherwise you end up like eating a
Why do I
whole,
find the most useless
like,
shit?
a
I don't want
stack of
lapis. I don't want
steak.
fucking copper. Give me
I want
something
lapis.
useful.
Where do you find lapis?
Here. Keep going. No, wrong way.
Absolutely decimating the local mushroom population.
Oh no 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 no. We're I could try and let you join right here. I'm pretty sure.
I do also, shameless plug, I do also have a Discord server.
Yes, you do.
It's not set up at all. The only reason anyone's in it is because because people were asking about it on a previous stream, and I was like, well, I started in. I started working on it. Ooh, what is village? I think. No, not a village. Not a village. Not a village. Nope. Fuck off. Leave me alone. No, no.
Alright, I have set up viewer call-ins. Gav, you can go ahead and take a look if you're able to do that through the stream. It should work.
Yep.
You should
Yeah,
be
that's
able
what I'm currently running from. Oh, they're relentless. I think first step would be come save me, preferably.
Why do you need
I'm being
saving?
chased by. Ah! Help!
What is going on?
Help!
Where are you? Go towards me! The wrong way! The other way.
Okay, hold on. Ow! Get ambushed, you crossbow fuck. Yeah, that's right. Come here.
Oh wow,
Ow!
that's so toxic. Alright, good job, I guess.
I'm the best Minecraft player to ever existed. Thank you.
You sure are
I'll be
something.
taking no criticism.
Meanwhile, me in armor, cooking food, actually
That
surviving.
you got from a treasure chest.
All right. Well, I was the only one who had the balls to go for the treasure chest.
You just got there first. I was going for it.
Oh, for the VC, Gav, it's through Twitch. It's on the stream. You should be able to check viewer call-ins. Yeah, your account has to be phone verified, but once it is, you are good to just call in and you'll just join in on the same Twitch side at VC that me and Maddie are on right now. I feel like that's the most convenient way to do that. Hold on. Options, video setting, shader setting. Other, no. Atmosphere, no. Materials, no. Performance setting.
Oh, I forgot I have little Aurora Borealises. Leave me alone. Go away.
Where the fuck are you?
I'm on the beach.
No,
Ooh, lava.
yep. Oh yeah, there we go. Invite. There we go. I sent you an invite. I think you should be able to join now, Gav.
Ooh, sugarcane. Sure. Here, hold on a second, Tiki. I'll get you a what you need to join in just a second. When these fucking spiders go away.
There we go. Hello, Gav.
Hello.
Hello.
There we go. God, it works. Is something on Twitch working? I cannot imagine.
Yeah, it does.
Yes, you do need mods. You
Yep.
need to download and install.
Am I deaf? No, you don't need a mod list. It's Maddie has a full thing that you can just download and have it ready.
Mhm.
I guess you do need to download CurseForge. That's what you need to download for it to make
Oh
it easy.
yes. Yeah.
So it's just CurseForge.
And there's the IP when you are ready to connect. Whoa, that scared me. What?
Nothing. I don't know.
Ooh, experience.
I'm still looking through all of the fucking things, and I cannot find where I found the. Oh my god! Am I blind? Am I blind? Other. World outline. No. Less fog. There we go. Reduce close-up particles. That's the thing that's been fucking up. Good. Yeah, okay, now I have full particles. Thank you. Ooh, fun.
Hmm?
Nothing. I'm just talking to myself and noticing your achievements.
Yeah, I'm very good at achieving things.
Yeah, you are.
I'm They call me the Achiever, actually.
Mm-hmm.
So that's my name as a nickname when I was in high school. It's absolutely not true.
What do you mean? Was there a poll? Who won the? All right, I wanna know who won the best ship poll. Yes.
Oh, I forgot to check the polls, or or do the prediction thing. Hold on. I'm such a good streamer.
Yes, you are. Oh my
Okay, let's see.
God.
Did Lucy blow up again? I don't think that happens. Actually, surprisingly, no, Lucy did blow up again. I'm pretty sure I did that before the ambulance.
Oh yeah, me too.
Yeah, so what happened was on my stream, I put a poll of who's the best ship, who's the best Chloe ship, and my chat all voted Chloe and Maria, but then they said which chat will survive the tsunami, and it was Chloe and the Greater Good, which beat Chloe and Maria is 100% accurate. That's the reason. The only way that the Chloe Maria ship works is because because they're always on duty. Yeah, for the greater good.
God, I love the sound design of this mod. It's amazing.
I finally made a light.
Wow, me too. Congrats. If you just went by my little cave, we would be able to, you know, do progress together.
What little cave, Nico?
What do you mean? Just look where I am on the map. I'm to the south.
I just found a cute little beach.
Ugly place.
Yummy. I've made some food for myself finally.
I'm just getting hungry here, working my ass off. Just working my ass off over here because somebody in this household has to work.
Is it me?
No. I ain't working, a lazy bitch. No, that's not true because I cooked all of my potatoes. I don't have any left to plant.
That's
I'm
true.
an idiot.
No, you didn't leave any to plant?
Nope.
No.
It's fine. We can do pumpkin.
Hey, Gav, you don't have any windows.
It's not done.
You don't have any windows. Where's the windows?
There's no door either.
Oh yeah, that's true. Where's your door gonna go?
Oh my god, Maddie, why are you such a hater? Jesus
Yeah,
Christ.
it's I'm sorry. I'm just not
Yeah, you better
innovative
be
enough
sorry.
to
Oh
see
my god, there's
the
a
whole
baby. I'm gonna
doorless
kill it.
house
Never mind,
design.
it's not a baby. I'm still gonna kill it. Oh, that's a big hole. Hello. Die. LOL. Hello, Chimkin. Can I kill you? Oh my god, there's people in here. Hi.
Hello.
Oh my god, I'm
Ow.
making a house. Hello.
Yeah.
I'm
Ooh,
not
I'm
making a
free to
house. I'm
steal.
just setting up.
I'm stealing
Don't
everything.
steal
I'm
the-
stealing everything.
Don't steal my everything.
You don't have anything. You're broke. Bitch.
I have platinum insurance.
I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill you.
Oh yeah?
Look how badass I look. You wish you were me.
You do look badass.
Yeah, I
It's
do.
true.
You know what's badass? These god rays. Sheesh. So how do we start with the create? I have no idea. Pretty sure there's like a book.
I don't know. Is that like early game stuff? I assume that was like later game. Like mid to
Why
late
is
game
there a...
You can get a lot of the stuff early, the thing to say.
create estrogen?
stuff. Yeah, I don't know actually what that mod does at all.
There's
I don't know
a
if it's
face that's ooh-woo.
That makes sense.
How does this help in Minecraft exactly?
I don't know. Book?
Yes.
Oh my god, Streamlabs just nuked me for posting links? What the fuck?
On
You
your
can create
on your
horse
own
urine.
stream.
Oh wait, because you don't... Do you have Streamlabs?
No, I don't.
Then what the fuck? It never happened.
I haven't. I'm too lazy to have set up that.
It nuked all
Oh,
of
that's
my
me,
posts. What the fuck?
Fair enough. Yeah.
I'm fucking banning Streamlabs.
I started
Oh wait, that's
streaming
from
'cause
that's
YouTube-
from
yeah, I got
YouGav.
accused of I got accused of doing something.
That's
so
from
I started.
YouGav. I'm
Yeah,
banning
I stopped
Streamlabs.
streaming.
I'm banning Streamlabs. There we go. I have banned Streamlabs from my stream. Fuck you. Fuck you, Streamlabs.
This house is gonna look disgusting.
Don't worry, I'll beautify it. I'll make sure it looks really cute and comfy.
Why is there just corpses everywhere? Oh my god, can you guys stop dying?
Sorry, I came across a shipwreck, but a lot of diamond or iron armor had been stolen. Oh. No, there's still somehow more wood. Those are really tall.
Jesus Christ.
No, I feel that, Toomba. I miss purple. Although this is pretty fun. This is a good alternative. Oh, that's so good.
I swear there was like a create book that you can just either make or get.
Maybe there is.
I cannot find it in the too many items thingy.
Dispatch Hack Team 176 of the latest 13. Bravo. I should just start putting in Minecraft chat every single time I go down 13B.
Probably. Blah.
Bleh.
Blah. Hi, Toomba. Hi, how are you
I'm
doing?
being an ecological disaster.
Oh, there's a clipboard. Hot. Oh yeah, I'm sure you're a millionaire by now.
Toomba, I thought that was such a creative way to like kind of. First of all, it's so fitting for Terry. It's such a good Terry bit. But also that's such a like a good RP way to like be like, yeah, no, I don't have anything anymore, but like, you know, it's fun.
Curse of Oofine. Curse of Oofine.
What is that? What is Curse of Ooifying?
I don't know. It's either by create estrogen.
I love the idea that it's like the investment failed because the monkey is unmotivated. The monkey's like, yeah, who gives a shit?
Oh, I know where to. I think.
Yeah, what's your favorite bit, Ben?
My God, where the fuck is Andesite?
The sound check was really good.
How is that funny? That's just you doing a sound check. How's that funny? I don't get it.
Also, where the fuck is
Nico's
Andesite?
just a hater.
I am a hater, yeah. I need some andesite, please. If anyone finds andesite, please mine it. We need it.
I'll get you some andesite.
Really? Thank you, Chloe.
Mhm.
Oh my God, you're so helpful.
Well, it's Maddie, but
It's the
no,
same
like I said, I'll
voice.
respond
Fuck
to
off.
Chloe. Do you want me to just go around in this voice the whole time in my potential cop character?
Yeah, you should sound like that. Such a good voice. Oh my God, such a good voice. Oh my God, such a good voice. Ah.
Nobody responded to Sam's general chat. I'm disappointed. Oh my god, there's a pink sheep on my way to kill it. Oh yeah, Terry's definitely serving cunt. I mean, have you seen him?
Toomba, I hope you know just how like utterly like impressed I am by Terry. He's such a good character. I really didn't like, cause like at the beginning I was like, oh, it's a clown. Like I'm really not sure like if that's really like gonna like work out at like Sam's and stuff like that. But he's so good. I love him. He's one.
Yeah,
of my
I
favorite
fucking love when
attack right now.
Wakatov is like, "What the fuck is wrong with you? You hired a clown?" And like in my
Yeah, and
head,
it's like,
Maria's
actually,
like,
he's really good,
"It's
though."
like, bitch, you hired a motherfucker who shot me in the face. Shut the fuck up. I make better hiring decisions than you."
Who shot you in the face?
Bob.
Oh yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, he was a
Yeah,
Wakatov
God,
hire.
and not
She
only
doesn't
that
get this.
was the, yeah, was also the literal most. Ugh, I hate that guy.
Oh my god, toxic.
It was, I will say, it was some pretty decent RP at first. Like the first time, where like Chloe was like really like learning to be a command, and not be like, oh yeah, I'm really nice to everybody. She was like learning to be like, you know, oh, I have to be mean to people, and then also to like put Bob in his place immediately after that was real good.
Can you run that command so it allows us to sleep like individually and not all at the same time?
Yeah, I don't know what command that is actually.
Gav knows. Gav is
Look it up.
smart.
Yeah. It says
It is. I love switching how I treat people based on what Maria's dressed in.
Yeah, that's pretty funny too. You also, Nico, you do such a good job of matching the Chloe energy on the.
No, I
Chloe
don't.
one.
No, I don't.
I disagree. I think you do a fantastic job.
Well, compared to Walktoff and Lydia, no, I do a shit job.
Yeah, but your Wakatov and Lydia are also really good, to be fair. It's a high bar.
Unlike us. Yeah, Bunny didn't take it too far. You're not canceling Bunny? Good. Don't cancel Bunny.
No, I kind of like Bunny.
Right?
Maddie likes Bunny.
Oh, Maddie likes Bunny.
Chloe hates Bunny, but it's always
Why?
like
Because he just so happened to kidnap an innocent little girl one time. Oh my god.
Yeah, exactly. You get it.
No, I don't. Bullies.
You just hit me. I was all tabbed at the time.
Oh no. Socks is hot. There's no evidence of the assault. Ass. Ult. My ultimate ass.
you run the command.
Yeah, I was working on it.
25%. Oh my god, that means 1 person out of 4 has to sleep. Ow!
Channeling Judy. Ow. Fuck.
I'm taking your stuff, bitch.
No, don't take my
Yeah.
stuff.
I'm leaving out your front door. 13 Alpha. Hey, how to get rid of the fucking corpse? They're just here.
I don't know. I don't know how to get rid of the corpse.
It's supposed to despawn after you collect the items. I don't know
Yeah,
why
they
they're
don't.
not.
They don't.
I bet it's probably a config or a game rule that I have to set.
Oh my god,
Yeah,
I'm being
to enable
I'm
that.
being a nerd. Ah.
Eh.
Well.
Fuck that doll music. Why would you fuck the doll music? Don't fuck the doll music.
That's for Chloe.
Yeah, Chloe's the one that fucks dolls. Cannot say she doesn't. It's a factual fact that she does indeed fuck dolls.
Well, not plural is maybe the only technicality.
Ah! Sorry, I have a fucking thing to wake up. Oh my god, I found cows. Let me kill the cows. Oh my god, imagine being a vegan. Couldn't be me. Oh, hello, pillagers. Fuck me. Ow. Oh, I almost died.
What did you even take from me?
Ow, bitch! Stop killing me! Ow! I'm about to fucking die. That was so scary. I almost died. Oh my god. I found us wool! We're gonna be able to sleep. Oh my god.
Ooh, hell yeah.
We're gonna have white
The
beds.
haphazardly placed torches with a
It's not haphazardly. It's to make a path
It's
from my.
haphazard.
No, it goes from my
It's
cave to your
haphazard.
house. No, that's not haphazard. It's minimalistic. It's the least amount of effort for it to work. Look, I make pretty stuff normally, but today I'm in the create mood. Ow, you bitch. You fucking stream sniper. Fuck off.
I just realized I totally forgot to did you just call a NPC a stream sniper?
Well, yeah. I'm sniping. I'm streaming and he's sniping me. He's a stream sniper. Simple as that. I have so much wool. Oh my god, can we put our beds together in Minecraft?
Oh my god.
Auga?
What if we put our beds together in Minecraft?
What if we don't? What if we are?
Points,
What if we
fingers
find a
together.
job and actually, you know, be a responsible adult in our life? Stop playing video game all the time. Exist socially
Much work.
outside of internet. Oh no.
Help me! Help me!
Yeah, where are you? If I follow the haphazard trail of torches into
I'm-
the woods till I find you?
That's my cave. I'm not there. I'm fighting for my life.
Well, where are you?
Not there. I'm fighting for my life. Also, I can make. So I'm making bread. I have bread now. I'm no longer in mortal danger.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah. Because I can kill things now. Hello, Mr. Thingamajig. Let me go ahead and let you out. You can beat them up. Beat them up for me. Ow. Golem, go kill him. Ah, get fucked. Ah, get fucked. I have a golem now. Motherfucker. Oh my god, and the golem is stuck in water. What a stupid dumb bitch. Kill them, golem! Kill them! Kill them!
Thank you, good golem.
This is where my OCD starts acting up.
Yeah, I feel that.
Okay, so look, if you look at it from the outside, it looks fine, but then when you come inside, it looks weird because the
come
windows are up against the
inside.
wall. I don't like
Yeah, no, I agree.
Oh my god, I found more potatoes. Everything is fine in the world.
it. When I was doing like
Save
like
some
a
potatoes.
like a full on like stream about it, and like a survival map, I think I spent like 2 hours destroying and rebuilding a house because of this window issue, and it never got fixed.
Ew, what's wrong with the window?
I don't know.
Well then,
Everything.
clearly there's nothing wrong.
No, there's something.
No. There was something wrong. You would know what was wrong. Simple as that.
Looks weird.
You look weird. Wow, I'm
That's
so
not
fucking
nice.
toxic. I should report myself. Anyway, I'm coming back.
I'm coming.
Maddie, where are you? I'm gonna give you a facial.
I'm in a hole.
I'm looking for your hole right now.
Yeah, I know.
I'm gonna
Come
splash
find
all
it.
over it.
Come
I
find
will.
my hole.
I
and-
will.
Maddie.
Hello.
Blah.
Ooh, what is that? Wait, hold on. Come here. I have a fish. Yes.
Get to work, woman.
I need to
I
finish
made the
making my
hoe.
kelp snacks.
Why are you making kelp snacks? What is wrong with you?
It's delicious. Hey,
You're
would you like
delicious.
some more food?
What? I
You
have
have no idea.
17. Is that chicken? I'm eating bread.
Can I have the bread? Can
What
I
are
have
you,
some bread?
vegan? Yeah, sure.
Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Delicious bread.
Weirdo. Here, make some more bread.
Oh, do you have wheat?
Yeah.
Yes. You like my flower pots?
No. Ugly.
No, what do you mean ugly?
I wasn't looking, but I'm assuming it's ugly. I'm going to my hole. My hole is cooler than yours.
Can I come to your hole?
Yeah, you can come. I'm gonna let you come this once.
Oh my god.
Damn, girl, are you
I
a
just
microwave?
saw over on the. What?
Nothing, just look at chat.
That's a good one.
Alright,
Got a
who
new
wants
teammate.
beds?
We have a bed.
Who wants beds? We have beds at home.
I would, I would like a bed.
Alright,
Can I have
well,
a bed? Wait, what do you
maybe be a
mean?
maybe be a bit nicer
What is
and I'll
that?
give
Where's
you a
that
bed.
noise? Llamas!
I have acquired a bed.
Maddie.
Hello.
No. Fuck you. Where are you?
Oh, you said. I thought you
I'm
said Bunny was the
so
self-insert. I
sorry.
didn't
Here.
realize it was actually Judy. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
What are you selling? Absolutely nothing fucking use.
Shit.
Wait, rooted dirt. I mean, we could get a mangrove tree and some rooted dirt. Would we have use for rooted dirt?
Oh.
Isn't rooted dirt useful for something? No, it's a decorative block. Never mind. Okay. I do not want you. Fuck off. Maybe, maybe not. I think they're half automated, half manually spawned, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, that's so rude.
What is rude?
I can't tell you. It's just rude.
What do you mean? Why did you just throw out gray fucking dye? Why are you throwing out useful stuff? Also, where the fuck is andesite? How did we spawn in a single place that doesn't have a single block of andesite?
Oh.
I hate this.
I'll find insight.
You
Andesite
said that
is
an
my
hour
favorite.
ago.
Yeah, then I got distracted.
Yeah, well, that's weird. I haven't been in your DMs yet.
Ow.
Meow.
Maybe if you were, I'd get it done. Because you'd be yelling at me about andesite.
It's fine. I found diorite. I'm pretty sure I can use it to make...
Well, you didn't say you needed diorite.
I didn't. I need andesite, but I can make andesite using diorite. And cobblestone. I guess I don't need you after all.
Oh, I can make so much andesite actually. No, I can't. I will be able to make so much andesite.
All right, well,
I
I'm actively
have
making
andesite. Do you want andesite?
No.
Do you want andesite?
Too late.
Nico, come get your fucking andesite. Come here.
Fine, I'm coming.
Where's the bunny? Oop.
Wait, how the fuck do you make andesite? Oh, it's one of each. not
You don't
two.
even know how to make andesite?
No, no, no.
Wow,
I
skill
made.
issue.
Bitch. I got a stack of andesite. How much do you have?
Turtle.
Toy
Hello.
toys.
Hello,
I'm
turtles.
coming, and I'm gonna beat you up.
Hello, give me andesite.
I have andesite.
Yeah, give me. How much do you have?
See, that's what you want, right? You want andesite like that, right? That's what you want, right? Yeah?
Fetch. Here for growing. So I can get more potatoes. Hey, 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 hey.
Thank you.
Get the farming.
I have a very important other step to make before that.
Oh.
Hey Gav, I'm breaking your bed.
Oh my god, are you making it
What?
a wide bed? A lot of beds? So many beds? Now I need iron nuggies. Do any of you have iron? Holy bed.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Jackbox Party Pack game. What is that? I don't know. I
The
don't know.
amount of resources I just wasted on that.
What did you make?
Not resources actually, just like the amount of time and useless shit that I just spent making that.
Oh my god, look
Look
at
at
me.
it though, it's so cute.
I
Look.
gotta... I cannot. I just made andesite.
You just made andesite?
Yeah.
Oh, good. God, I forgot to get an inventory
I made
sort.
andesite alloy, and now the question is, what do I make with it?
I made pink dye.
Oh my god. I can make a hand crank.
Yes.
Are you fucking ready? I'm making a hand crank. Oh my god, you're all living in the
Alright, this
Stone
fucking-
Age, I'm living in the
This fucking
future.
body.
Yeah, sure. We can take a break later on and play that for a bit as well. Oh my god! Fuck off. Spider with speed. We're playing on hard. Good. Hey, Maddie, look at me.
One.
I'm holding on. You're all living in a stone age. Look what I have. I can crank it.
Whoa. Oh, you're really cranking that thing, huh?
Yeah, crank that soja boy.
It spins. It spins.
It do be spinning.
Look what I made. Look what I made. Come here, come here. Look what I made.
What? I'm getting the purple one. Oh my god, respawn point. I forgot that beds do that. I was scared about respawning in that shit of a place again. Okay, I'm gonna say it right now. We're definitely moving out of here. This place sucks. Eventually. These islands fucking suck. There's just a bunch of spruce islands. Yeah, it is a crying Toomba.
What is your favorite type of
biome?
Well, I was gonna say wood.
Oh, wood. I don't have a favorite one.
You don't have a favorite wood?
No, why would I have a favorite wood?
Do you have a least favorite wood?
I mean, if I were to choose, I would probably go for... I have to go with... Oh, it's most versatile, because it's nice and juicy in the plank and on the inside, but it's nice and dark on the outside. Here, take your furnace. I don't want your pleb furnace. I have 20. I have a whole furnace made out of furnaces, bitch. Also, why the hell is glass not connected for me? I don't know. Oh well.
Why is what not connected?
Glass.
The glass?
Yeah, I don't know.
Anyway,
I'm just. Please yell at me.
It's supposed to.
Oh yeah,
be
because it's Optifine, right? It's Optifine that connects it usually, so you have to get a. Can you yell at me for jumping around and wasting food all the time? Because I'm starting to get out of food again.
Like this?
Don't. I'm trying to figure out what to do next.
Listen, we do have a lot of food. I've been very effective at my food management.
Alright, we have crank.
I think I'm much more of a birch fan.
I love birch leaves.
I don't remember what birch leaves look like.
I really remember playing on a server where there was like a create guidebook that just, you know, explained to you which things to make and what order to, you know, get the stuff. Oh wait, no, it's advanced.
Achievements.
Yeah, it's the advanced.
Exactly. Yeah.
Here. All right. Place a water wheel. Yep. I guess I'm just.
They have torches finally.
Oh yeah, you want more? There you go.
Yes.
I guess I'm the genius of this household.
What do you mean?
Well, because I'm the first one who made the crank. I invented the crank. That's a big thing.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Yeah, it is.
Congratulations.
Yeah, go enjoy some coffee, Tomba. Thank you. I deserve it, yes.
You deserve what?
Oh my god, I'm gonna go make a water wheel.
Yes.
Oh my god, look at me, 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 look at me.
Stop drinking invisibility potions, bitch.
Ah,
Okay, why is this place low-key cute?
What?
Why is this place low-key cute?
It's good, right? I'm good at decorating.
Yeah, kinda. You have some wood?
I do have. I've got a lot of wood actually.
Oh, take it. Thank
You want
you.
some wood?
No, I'm good. I'm just making wood.
Oh, there's another chest here.
Look what I made! It's a water wheel! Imagine how much power we can harness from the water. And now look at this. I'm gonna put this here. I'm gonna put this here. And look, this does nothing, but I can do this. I'm powering the power. Infinite power. Are you impressed yet?
I am impressed, yes.
You should be, yes. Now we only need water,
I'm jumping on the bed.
which is difficult because we don't have any iron to make a bucket to make water flow. It's gonna suck, I guess.
Can you not use clay pots or something like that, or is that a mod?
No, of course not.
Alright, it must have been a mod then.
Yeah, it was a mod.
I played a lot of Sky Factory for a while.
Yeah, you did.
Why are you saying it like that?
Because I can.
Lydia Net has joined the chat.
What the
God,
hell?
it's so jarring.
Clear blocks for placement. How much space does this bitch need?
Apparently more than that.
We can suck my... Oh my god. Why are you being such a wussy about it? Just work. Thank you. Oh, that's
Good night,
fucked up.
Sonen. Have a good night. Have a good sleep.
Aww. Wait, if you have to be up in an hour, what the fuck are you still doing here? Get some help. Alright, I'm dumb. I don't know how
I
to
might
do
need
this.
to sleep soon too.
Oh my god, imagine sleeping.
Yeah, I have an actual job. Ow, hey. Ow.
Oh my god, imagine having a job. What the frick? What a nerd.
Ow. Yes, I finally don't have to swim all the way back. Surprise attack, skeleton, get fucked.
No.
Ooh, the echo is really nice.
Yeah, I know, right? What was that? Why did you going so quiet all of a sudden? Hello? Why are you so quiet? I don't like
Where
when
are
you're
you?
this quiet.
Where are you, Nico?
What do you mean, where am I? Wait, why? What are you trying to do? Should I be scared? I'm scared. I'm making inventions!
How are you?
Oh. I got a bow.
Yeah, I got a bow.
Okay. You almost broke my leather pants. What the fuck?
I'm sorry, I'm glad I didn't break your leather pants. Do you still need andesite?
No. I'm way past that level. I have advanced beyond your wildest imagination. I am more powerful than you can imagine.
Yeah, why is that kind of hot though?
What is kind of hot?
Advanced beyond your imagination.
Wait, oh my god. Perfect. Look at this. I have created power.
You've created power?
Yes, I have created so much power and I can transfer it. And I can make stuff. Shaft. I got so much shaft.
Ooh.
Yeah, I know.
You got a shaft?
Yeah, I got a shaft, yeah. I'm trying to find out how I transfer this power. I don't want in case.
Oh.
Fine, I don't want to. What?
Oh.
Just just build up. Yeah, just do that. And then swim out. There's water, just use that. Phoebus. Good drama queen.
Mm-hmm. Get andesite.
You throw it on the
That's actually. Get andesited, bitch. There you go.
Gearbox. Oh my god, why is it so complicated? How do you make andesite?
Wait, did you just call me a furry?
Huh?
Did you just call me a furry?
What? No,
Someone said you
bitch.
just called me a furry.
No. Oh, she just called it. I did. What the fuck? I'm insulting how complicated this thingy is. Oh my god, I need one more. I don't have. Oh, I need iron. I need iron. We gotta go look for iron. But I don't want to look for iron.
I'll look for iron.
Alright, well, I'm hungry.
Oh, good news for you.
Do you have food? You better, bitch.
I got. Oh, actually, I stole some stuff out of a furnace when I was moving.
What the fuck, you thief?
Where are you?
I'm going back to my hole to put away some stuff because I'm going on an adventure.
Alright, I put some meat in your hole, don't worry.
Thank you.
The Minecraft urge to just hop everywhere.
Yeah, I know, right?
Whee. This is your hole.
Look. Oh my god, why is that not... That's not a lot. I'm disappointed in you. You have failed me.
No, don't worry, I have more snacks too. Excuse me.
Yes?
Are you hungry?
I am, yes, very hungry.
Then ask nicely.
I don't know. Last time I got treated without asking, so maybe I'll just not ask and just wait patiently.
You're such a brat.
I am such a brat. You have absolutely no idea. Yeah, I'm going to the mycelium place. Not mycelium. Fucking, what do you call it? The even sprucier spruce forest.
The sprucier spruce forest?
Yeah, like
The dark oak?
the dark oak, yeah. No, not the dark oak. Dark oak is the dark oak. I'm talking about like the super spruce forest. With the fermented leaves for grass. Podzol, there we go. I forgot what the actual biome is called, but the grass variant is Podzol. I guess it's not a grass variant. It's supposed to be just, you know, leaves piled on top of one another, but you get what I mean.
I'm going on an adventure. Good night, Sunan.
Oh my god, I found a
Bye,
village.
Sonnen. You found a village?
I found a village, let's raid it! Hell yeah! Hi, bitches!
not-
Oh my god, the chest is empty. Did you find a village?
There's a
Me.
village.
No, an actual
Me.
village. I found a chest and it's empty, and
Are you
I'm
hungry?
annoyed because I love stealing from
No.
villages. Why is the village empty? Hello? What the hell? That's not legal. I just came here. Where's my stuff? I deserve to steal stuff from you. Oh my god, another empty house? What is wrong with you? Why
Are
don't
you
you
sure
have...
it's a?
What?
Are you sure it's a village and not a village?
Yeah, it is.
Whatever.
What the fuck? Those are two separate things. Yes, it's a village. It's just the only chest I found is empty. So I'm like, what the fuck? Huh?
Ah.
Huh? How dare you be empty and not have stuff for me to steal? What is wrong with you? It has a purple bed. They have good taste.
Ooh, bring it back.
What? We have a purple bed at home.
We could have another.
Oh my god. Okay, I'm
We could
starting to think
collect
someone
them.
already. Gav, did you raid this village?
Yes, I said that like 3 times.
You're quiet. I couldn't hear you.
Oh,
Oh,
my bad.
you're forgiven this time. I guess I will continue on my little quest of you know what? Not. I'll just kill a shitload of pigs.
Piggies, come here.
I need to kill you because I want
Is there
food.
something else we should- Is there more seeds?
Yeah,
Do we have
destroy
seeds?
grass.
Yeah, but do we have them already?
No.
Oh.
Why would we collect seeds? I hate growing wheat.
I'm a hoarder and I will collect literally everything.
Says after throwing away light gray dye. How could you do that? Excuse you. That's like one of the best dyes. You just threw it away like an
The
animal.
light gray dye.
Give me your bacon. Thank you.
Wow, you just expect bacon to be given like that?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, Sticky, you should be in.
Oh my god! Hi, Sticky Monkey Flowers. Do you want to get on the call as well, or do you just want to play in the background and stay quiet? Can you ERP on this Minecraft server? Yes, you can, but you cannot ERP on the stream. So you gotta balance it, I guess. But yes, I'll always let you.
Yeah, you just gotta ERP in private.
Yeah, just gotta make sure I'm not around. Oh my god, the screen fades to black.
Yeah, exactly. We'll be right back.
After this message from our sponsor.
Ow. Fuck off.
I am protecting you, village. Love me.
Ow. Ow. Ow.
Thank you for more food. What do you mean, ow? Just stop getting hurt, idiot. Oh yeah, Sticky, that's fine. How are our... Yeah, mine and Gav skins look similar from the tab menu. or whatever it is for you.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm almost done cooking. Also, yeah, dude, I forgot we can sleep now.
Yeah, there's no reason for us to have beds next to one another because
Of course there
any
is.
of
We
them
can
will-
sleep together. So we can have sex.
Yeah,
What
but
do you mean
we
there's
can't
no
because
reason?
the
Of course we can. Watch me. Oh wow, there's also a dark wood forest. This area is low-key kind of actually. Ow, you bitch! In full gold armor. Okay, you Gucci skeleton, you. Ow, that hurt. What the fuck? Should I go ahead and collect like what I always do, which is just collect a sapling for every single tree there is?
Mm-hmm.
I love
Yeah.
doing that, so I can always farm trees. Ah, but dark oak is such a pain to harvest, though. Fine, I'll do it. I have so much fucking wood. If I'm done with this tree. Yes, yes, I know exactly when it is. It is going up.
Do we have dirt?
The server should be up in 12 hours and 30 minutes. That was the time that was given to me. By I don't remember who from I don't remember where, so take it with a huge grain of salt. I just fucking... The fucking birds are so loud! Shut up, birds! You're not even in the game. I have acquired a single dark oak sapling. Art thou proud of me?
I have wheat.
I have acquired 4 dark oak saplings, which means I have enough. Which means I just have enough. Oh yeah, trust me, we're all gonna miss it. Like, I bought a shitload of them back as Annabelle and just gave them to people after the. That's kind of fucked up. I was really laughing at the fact that fucking it simulates real life so hard that, you know, they technically monetize LGBTQ because they, you know, they sold the rainbow shit for a limited time, and then the prices skyrocketed for people who wanted to wear it. That was scarily accurate, real life.
Just a little price gouging as a treat.
As a treat. Where am I even fucking going? I'm going back into the fucking ocean. I love going through the ocean and just looking for wrecked ships and shit.
Here we go.
I think I found pink trees.
Oh, did you find like the sakura?
Maybe. It looks like it from a distance.
Ooh. Oh, that's a farm.
Oh my god, it's a
planted a
single
farm.
sakura tree on a random on a fucking tiniest island. I'm grabbing it. Is it? Yeah, that's a sakura tree. Sorry, it's a white cherry blossom, so there's actually probably gonna be a pink cherry blossom as well, if I recall.
You gotta get that one too.
I'm trying. It's a single tree, so it's gonna be difficult. But oh my god, the
Break the
redwood is so
leaves.
pretty. Yeah, I'm watching them decay in front of me. I'm gonna help them out with the sword, I guess. I got single
The
sapling.
bodies eventually turn into skeletons, apparently.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
that's cool. Do they wake up?
Nope.
Well, maybe eventually they'll turn from. Okay, good news. I have acquired 2 saplings. This single tree might be enough for us to start a white cherry blossom thingy. Will I get a 3rd sapling? I will not. I have 2 saplings, but better than nothing, I guess. That was really just a random fucking... Oh, okay, there's a huge fucking forest of them right next to me. Alright, yeah, yeah, sure. Okay, yeah, okay. That was, yeah, sure. Do we want white or pink? I'll take both.
Pink.
Pink? Well, white is still pink. They're just brighter pink.
Yeah.
Oh my god, just
Actually,
wait until you
yeah,
see
maybe...
bees on this texture pack. I made them have a silly face.
I love bees. I have an actual Minecraft bee plushie.
Oh, that's a good choice. Like, bees are one of the cutest Minecraft animals.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Her name is Beatrice.
Ugh, you know what? You ruined it. You fucking ruined it. You fucking ruined it. Getting more pink saplings.
You chicken whore. Come here.
What the fuck does that mean? What is a chicken whore? So I'm gonna get you some more flowers. Because I like flowers as well. But, you know.
Good chicken. No. This chicken ruined
I'm surprised
my
there's no
fucking...
like stuff on the ground for the sakura trees. On the other server I was playing at, there was sakura leaves for these trees as well. I don't know why they don't.
This chicken destroyed my gate.
Wow, chicken gate. The fuck, so toxic. Bzz, bzz. Ooh, flowery oak leaves. Those are pretty. Yeah, I guess we don't need that many flowers because you can just use bone meal on them, but I'll take them regardless. Okay, I'm not getting any pink cherry blossom saplings. What the fuck? Like, not a single one. Guess it hates me or something.
Oh, that's cute phobic.
That is so cute phobic. There we go. I got a single one, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that's enough. 7. I got 7 of each. Nice. Ooh, there's foxes here. Adorable.
Oh, I love foxes.
I'll bring you some later, I guess.
I am on an adventure. Again.
What is this? It's a whole pink biome. Oh no, it's a purple biome.
What is that? What is it? What is it?
No, I don't know, but there's
It's
like
a purple biome?
yeah, all of it is covered in. It's a lavender biome. It's literally just all of lavender, and there's also purple trees.
Oh, I know exactly. I know what you're talking about. I've seen that
Yeah.
before.
Right,
Oh,
I
that's
guess
awesome.
Jacaranda block. What the fuck is that? I don't know, but I'm getting it, so I get the purple trees as well. I guess I'm coming back with a tricolor trees. Also, it's funny, I have 2 suns and 2 moons. Because I have one from Shader Pack and one from the sun and moon. Default. Reimagined, I guess. Yeah, there we go. That fixed it. You're gonna love what I'm bringing home.
Honey, I'm home.
You bringing me something special?
Well, you're gonna see what I'm bringing. You're gonna fucking love it. Understood? Yeah, that's right.
I suppose we'll see. Better make it good.
I will.
Oh yeah, a boat. Hell yeah.
Come on, no fucking sapling, seriously? Come on, don't be like that. Oh, I have a hoe. Not a single sapling from you, bitch. Absolutely go fuck yourself. Thankfully there's more trees here, but... I really just went on a quest to find resources and instead just focus on getting colored flowers and trees. I'm so
yeah, that ends up how I play these games too. You're
also,
so
these
valid.
trees don't drop any fucking saplings. What the fuck? Hello? Can I get a single sapling? Oh my god. I destroyed 2 whole trees and not a single sapling. Fine. Fine. This is fine. I'll go get more. I don't care. You think I care? You're wrong. I don't. Why would I care? There's one. There's 2. I will get your fucking saplings. You get me? You hear me, bitch? Yeah, you do. I guess I'm stuck digging without an axe. Oh well, it's gonna take forever only. That's fine.
Someday I'll start remembering which chest I put things in. Not today, though.
Good luck.
Oh, it's Sticky Monkey! I don't know why I stopped at Sticky and Monkey, but... Hello!
Sticky monkey
Flowers, feel free to use a bed
Yeah,
in our
exactly.
house, so you update your spawn. Don't worry.
I'm planting some pumpkins.
I'm sure you're doing something right.
Ow! What? Ah! What the fuck?
What are you doing? Stop
Ow.
it. Get some help.
This one was kind of, I don't think my fault.
I don't believe it. Oh, finally. I'm so surprised whenever
Careful, watch out. There's a couple pillagers near our base.
It's fine.
I got them to shoot each other.
Good.
Ooh.
Okay, so update. You don't break the leaves yourself. You wait for them to decay. Apparently, much better chance to grab saplings. Good.
Oh god, things are bad. Oh.
Alright, I left home for
Help.
1 minute.
Help. This field is just covered in dead Maddies.
Oh yeah, your fucking corpses are gonna be everywhere. Jesus Christ. Oh my god, seriously?
What?
Right, don't go near a fucking village.
Wait, what is? What?
Oh, you killed a raid captain, the guy with the flag on the top.
Oh.
So now if you go near a village, you're gonna start a raid, and 1 billion of those will spawn and kill you.
Oh, gotcha. Well, that's no good.
That's no good. No, you fucked up.
Ah!
You sure
Alright.
fucked up.
I figured he was like the leader of them. So
Yeah, you're not supposed to kill them if you don't want to trigger a raid. But just don't go near a village and you'll be fine.
Hmm.
I guess.
How do you make glass panes? Oh, I got it.
Are you for full screen on F11? Yeah, F11.
I'm coming back.
With gifts. That's a shitload of dead Maddies, yes.
Yeah.
I'm starting to regret my choice.
Which choice?
The fact that I have to stay up for another 12 hours for Purple RP to maybe be up to then, you know, play for however long I could play.
Uh-huh.
You know what? I'll rethink this choice after opening a second energy drink in a second. I'm sure I'll be fine.
Yeah, it is definitely a choice. Obviously, you can do it, but at what cost? The wipe is has already happened, so it is currently just.
The wipe is technically happening as we speak. The server will open up and. Oh god! What the fuck? Don't do that.
Well, I don't have food.
Well, get food.
There's so much
What the
food here.
fuck?
Where are you?
Yeah, where are you, bitch?
I'm doing food delivery services currently.
Oh my god.
Where are you?
Uber Maddie.
Well, I'm over here.
Maddie eats.
Yeah, exactly. Matt eats. Are you also hungry?
Or like Maddie fucks.
I do that too.
Good.
Oh, here's some extra bread as well. Our little house is so cute.
Yeah, it's a little bit cute. Where is it? boating, I'm boating, I'm boating towards you. No yawning. My
I
eyes
didn't
hurt.
think that was gonna pick up in the.
It did, it sure did. Yeah.
I need some cows.
Honey, I'm home. And I brought gifts. Hello, can someone care? Can someone pretend to enjoy me coming back?
I'm looking around. There you are. Hello.
Here, gift.
Yes.
More gifts.
Ooh, cherry wood.
Yeah, cherry wood.
Hello. Why are you ugly?
Alright, the skeletons are kind of cute.
I think I need to tweak something in the settings to make them.
I mean, they turn. Also, who planted this pumpkin? You didn't know they need water, right? They're not gonna just grow in fucking dry land, idiots.
Yeah, I wonder who that could have been.
Yeah, I wonder whom's whomas. Idiot.
Bunch of idiots. Have you seen what I can do?
I can create power out of water.
I planted a tree.
Yeah. I'm about to plant a. Here. Make it grow.
Yes.
Wow, am I eating? You're eating dry water leaves. What do you mean? It's more like the most disgusting crunch imaginable.
I can't make a crunch noise in my mouth as easily though. Also, it doesn't sound as disgusting.
Why is there an hour here? Chilling.
Or provoking also. What?
Nothing. Huh?
What did you say?
Nothing.
Why
I
is
didn't
what?
say anything. Why is what? Oh, look at that! We have the first tree. And that's it.
Yeah, bone meal's gone.
Well, you have more
You have a
bone.
tree. I need these. What if we need more dye?
Oh yeah, dye. We're gonna need more dye.
Stop, that's so cute. Yes.
I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do a smart thingy. Ah, fuck. I didn't think this through. Uggy. Do better.
What? What?
Uggy, do better. I have a hand crank, and I don't know what to do next. Oh yeah, I need iron. Why is life so
Next, you
difficult?
gotta crank that hand.
Yeah, I
Crank.
do.
Go plant some lavender.
Goggles. How do you make goggles? Oh my god, it's so complicated. Golden sheet. I need to make a press for that. How do I make a press? I need andesite casing. What do I get? How do I make andesite casing?
Why is it 2 a.m.?
I need andesite alloy. How do I get andesite alloy? I need more iron nuggets or zinc nuggets. Hello.
Where do you get zinc from?
I don't fucking know. Where do you get zinc nuggets? From crushing down tough or acerine or washing raw zinc, which you get from acerine or zinc ore. Huh. Interesting. Very, very interesting. What about drill? Oh my god, you, if I make a drill, you will not stop me. Okay, I need a lot of andesite. And iron. God damn it, I need so much fucking iron.
Why would we stop you?
Oh, cause I'm gonna make a fucking... I'll just dig up this whole fucking world. Once I make drills, I'm gonna fucking end this world. There's gonna be no more world. There will be only destruction. Okay, how do I get iron nuggets? Crimsite, tough, crimsite, iron stuff, or tough. We don't have tough around here, do we? We can... That's chainmail. No, bulk washing. Raw iron. Or gravel. Ooh! Oh my god, okay. We got gravel. Alright, so now... How do I make a fan? Oh my god. To automate getting what I need to do stuff, I need to get this stuff. I need to get... Ah! Help me! You're all... Iron. I need iron. But I hate mining. So I guess I'll just go fuck myself. You're all having fun, Milan. I'm over here trying to figure out how to make machines.
I'm trying to make cake.
God, you're adorable. Well, I hope you enjoyed the gift.
I got some bone meal. I need cows. I've stalled out on the cake. I'll figure out the cake later.
Yeah, all right, fine. I guess I'm gonna go.
I have acquired egg, sugar.
I just realized the island we spawn at. It's mountains. I can find iron there easily. I think there's so much exposed stone. Maybe.
Sticky urines for the mines.
Also, if I left.
We just gotta let Sticky at the mines.
Well, there's no mines, but there's mountains where it makes sense to mine where you spawn first. If you go west.
I love all my flower pots.
All right, weirdo. God, I'm so toxic. I love it. I wonder how much people hate me by now. It's 11 a.m.
I just noticed Sonnen before she left said a post or pinned the damn girl at your microwave because and I'm at that perfect stage of being tired where that's
oh yeah that yeah damn your microwave goes
funny to me.
Wait, what? There's Ice here? What the fuck? Why is there ice in here?
Yeah, it's
So
cold.
No, it's not. What the fuck?
Burr.
Hello, mine. Oh my god, there's glow like in here. It's so pretty. Hello, zombie. Die.
All right.
Someone's going to
I
sleep.
am very easy. I
go
need to
eat.
go. Okay, actually, what I'm actually gonna do, for a couple of, I'm just gonna disconnect, and stop streaming and stuff. But I might, well,
Are you about
yeah.
to say it?
But I might stay in chat for a little bit longer because I do probably have work to go do.
Probably.
It's comfy cozy. I'm a just hang out type of person sometimes. So
Yeah.
I probably have to go do work before I go to
Just-
bed because
yeah.
I'm irresponsible.
Yeah, you are. Just admit it. You're addicted to me.
Hello.
You know, I'm not saying you're wrong.
Yeah.
That was words. Yes, I found iron, but it's difficult to fucking reach. Fuck it. If I die here, I'm gonna be upset. Okay, thank God.
Is it back at the spawn?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I found a little itty bit of iron. Yes. Oh, no, bitch. Get out the way. Moo, kurwa. Moo. God, all the fucking memes now coming because of corn poop.
I can't see it anymore because I have chat minimized. Let me see.
Let me see what? What do you want to see?
No. Twitch chat.
Oh. Weirdo.
I'm just saying things. Are you
Yeah,
considered
you
that?
are.
Oh, I see what you're saying. You're referencing the. Okay.
Huh?
I'm confused.
What are you? What?
I don't know. Listen, it's 2 a.m. and I am tired.
Yeah, you are.
Uh-huh.
Hi, British Anima. How are you doing? How's Onyx treating you? Okay. Oh my god, there's so much on this side. I'm glad you're having fun.
Streaming, will it kick me out of the chat?
What?
No.
I'm gonna stop streaming.
All right.
I've never done the
Yeah, me neither.
the group chat, so I'm gonna do my standard outro still because I'm a dork.
Yeah, go ahead. I mean, I don't mind. I'm just gonna listen.
Yeah. Thank you all who were watching, specifically me.
Yeah,
and
thank
also,
you. Thank you all. Everyone always watches Maddie. No one ever loves me. Yeah. I'm basically Maddie's.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, 12 viewers, 42 shared viewers.
Look, there's
yeah,
there's a difference.
definitely.
I gotta rate. I'm always a Maddie. I'm always a Maddie stream wait room. People go into my stream waiting for you to start streaming. It's just that recently I started streaming after you or at the same time, so they stopped doing it. But typically, I'm literally a Maddie wait thingy. Like, people go to me and like, I wonder when Maddie will start streaming. I guess I'll sit here instead. Verifiable facts.
I've got that Riz.
You do got that Riz. You got that Riz and all of the Riz.
I've got all kinds of Riz.
Yeah, you do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Facts, no
Well,
cap.
anyway, thank you all for watching. Those of you who were watching my stream earlier, and then also anyone who has stayed around for cozy Minecraft hours. We'll see you tomorrow, and have a great night or day or whatever it is wherever you are.
Ow! Ow!
Oh my god, the echo in the caves is so fucking good. That's my new favorite mod, this dynamic sound thingy.
I'm gonna stay in chat at least until I'm done with my work stuff there, Sticky. But thank you so much. I'm just vibing now.
Barrel to purple. Ooh, and exciting. Is that the character I saw last? Little blonde lady that you complain about not looking wild enough. Yeah, on purple there's even less customization than on Onyx, so.
Yeah.
Yeah. What? Purple is a newer server than Onyx. Purple burger. I mean, you can make her look. I'm just saying there's different customization, and in general, purple has less than Onyx because Onyx had more added by now. Yes, Maddie.
Hmm?
Nothing. You're just breathing heavily. Just saying what's up.
Sorry.
No, don't say sorry, you silly goose. Why would you
I'm
say
just
you're sorry
feeling
for
cozy.
breathing? Good, feel cozy, bitch.
Ah!
Well,
Are you
getting...
mining with a mushroom?
Huh?
Sticky said they were mining. They think they're mining.
Oh my
with a
god, you
mushroom.
left and the skin disappears because it's not saved, so now we have bodies of Steve laying everywhere.
I want to see if I can change the settings.
Yeah, of course. L. Fuck off, Anima. I love you. Fuck off. Oh my god, now I have to get up there. Ugh. No, you wish. Ah, it's gonna take fucking forever. Ugh.
You should have somebody break your bed and then replace it.
Okay, backseat gamer. Why don't you come here and play yourself? Didn't even raid me.
Ah.
I didn't even think of that. I was still thrown off by like, how the fuck does this whole thing work with the
Yeah, you just
double
don't love
stream?
me.
Is that what you think?
Yeah.
Because I didn't raid you.
Yeah, of course. That's how it works. It's a transactional relationship.
I see.
Imagine not getting
I'll
raided
have
by
to keep
Maddie.
that in
My life
mind.
is all fucked now. There's no point in living anymore. I tried, but
No.
No.
That's true. I feel like this would have been one of the few chances that I actually have to raid you. I raid you at literally every chance I get.
Which is never, because
Because
I
most
always
of the
end stream
time,
before you.
yeah, exactly.
It is what it is. I love raiding you as well, but I never get a chance to raid you because I'm doing a subathon now, so I never end stream.
I rated your sleep stream once. That was pretty fun.
That was cute.
You raided a VOD. Good job.
Take over in the middle of the night.
Wow, how could you?
Yeah, get raided, bitch.
Oh my god.
God, reaching this fucking shit is gonna be so painful. I know, Vanima. They're absolutely the worst. I don't know why we even hang out. Don't you dare. My stuff. Thank you. I needed it.
Oh no! Fuck me.
Ow, I'm gonna die. No! Don't! Ah! Ah! Kill me. Fine, I'll kill myself. Ah, well, it's shallow water. Kill me, 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 kill me. Oh my god, you don't have a weapon? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, this is gonna take forever.
Beaten to death. Let's go.
I'm gonna go kill myself.
So the corpse thing, the default time frame from death.
Oh my god,
like,
what the
body
fuck?
being cleared.
Breaking a bed didn't work. I guess I have to walk again.
It didn't work?
No, it didn't. I still respawned at the bed, even after breaking the bed.
That's wild.
Yeah, it's wild.
Fuck. I gotta stop yawning.
Gaff fell. It's fine.
Yeah.
It's
I
fine.
don't have any food.
Apparently the default value for how long it takes for those corpses to respawn once they're empty is 2 hours.
Yeah, that's fine.
Is the default value. So I can change that so it'll be like a minute.
I don't believe that. No, don't make it a minute. Leave it as it is.
What?
It's fine.
No,
If they're gonna
a minute
disappear.
when it's empty. They're
Oh, a
so
minute when
annoying.
it's
The fact that you
empty.
can't
Yeah.
move them.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, once they're empty, fuck them.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, thank you. I was about to sleep.
Scary monster, you will.
I'm surprised that creeper killed me. Cause I had full health. I have some armor on. But then just poof. Like what the fuck?
What the fuck? What the fudge?
Ugh. I don't know why I'm doing this to myself. Yeah, I should absolutely fucking go to sleep instead of staying up. Yeah, well, I'm being followed. The whole army is moving in. Oh, yeah, but the boat. Yeah, that would have been smart, but I'm not smart, so. Nerd. Right now, which one of these 50 deaths is the one I actually want to go to? On this godforsaken fucking island. It is these ones. Okay, 13. I'm coming. Oh, thank God. The bitches are gone. I may resume my thing in peace. My quest for iron. Well, Scott, no matter what, you're not gonna be like me. Because I've already been awake for the last 14 hours, and I have to stay awake for another like 12. So
Scott, be a full fucking degen. Do it. Come join us.
no, Scott, no, no. Be the responsible one. Be the adult one. I don't even know if I'm
That's
gonna
true.
get. Yeah, I don't even know if I'm gonna get hired. Yeah, exactly. Lose
We're
left
keeping
by
our
5
like,
hours.
we're keeping our like rank and stuff, right?
Yes, we are keeping the rank.
Okay.
Why?
I just wanted to make sure.
Oh, we wanted to make sure why you don't start from scratch.
Because I like being a
You
vanguard.
like being in command, huh? You like being the boss.
No,
You
I
like...
do. I do so much. It
I
was.
know you do so much.
I didn't say it. It's just like.
Ironically, you do a lot more than I do these days.
It's like I don't know. It's like that organization type of like vibes of like, oh, I get to organize things. I get to like be in charge of things to make sure things get done. Oh, it's so satisfying. It's also, I used to play a lot of Space Station 13 also, and I was always the chief engineer on Space Station 13.
I don't fucking know what
Because
that
no
is.
one wanted. Oh, it's a RP type of game, just a little bit more mechanically like involved than like GTA type of RP TACMED stuff. But it's like a 2-hour long rounds of RPing with like the space station that is like doing science, like unethical like science and research, and like
Yummy. Hot.
there's like
I love
like
unethical
people trying to sabotage it, and
yes, Anima,
it's
we're
just
all
real fun.
part of Sam's on PURPLERP. We're all basically maining characters in San Andreas Medical Services. I played Marionette. She's part of command, but is secretly high command because she's housekeeping. What is housekeeping? Don't worry about it. Mari over here, the lovely lady in the background, plays Chloe.
That's me.
Another Vanguard, trained up by Maria. And Scott in chat is plays Callum, a Scottish underseer, who's basically the boss of our version of EMS, which is Tactical Medics, TACMED.
For the greater good.
For the greater good.
That's our
For the greater good, yes. I have returned with iron. I will be making progress on my mechanical advances. I will come up with more than just cranking. I will show you how much I can crank. You will be astonished at the amount of cranking I do not have to do because my cranking will be automated.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you'll finally utilize the power of wetness instead of cranking.
Precisely. Precisely. Ding ding doing. How many? I'm stealing your potatoes. Never mind, I don't care for you.
Not my potatoes!
How
Who
do you have
baked the potatoes? I needed to plant those.
You didn't plant potatoes yet?
No,
There
wait,
are
I
some
did.
planted.
I take it back. I did plant potatoes.
Jesus Christ.
Somebody else also is doing the farming. I only did one farm.
Alright, well.
That grass is taking so long to grow.
Oh my god, stop complaining so much.
Make me.
Yeah, alright. I love I put so much fucking coal into the furnaces, but it only takes one to smelt all the iron I had. So. Wow. Why do I have a wooden thingamajig? Fuck off. Throw shit into the ocean. Hell yeah. Hog. Ugh.
Eye twitches.
Oh, I love the reflection. I love the shaders. I love this game so much. I cannot play it without shaders.
It does look awesome. Shaders for Minecraft are like some of the more impressive like shader quality for
Oh yeah,
games.
and they're like really good because it's like I don't know, but I'll never agree with people playing with texture packs. I think texture packs are the worst way to customize your micro experience. Like when it comes to actual texture packs, especially high resolution texture packs, I'm like, ew, that looks fucking ugly.
Yeah, it does. It's like the whole like idea of Minecraft is like it's kind of cutesy and fantasy and like
Yeah, and
it's the
blocky.
same thing as like yeah, exactly. It's like similar to the like there are a lot of people that will make high resolution maps for like kind of realistic style maps for like D&D and stuff like that, and I don't get that either. Like it never looks good. It just looks like a rip from a video game from the 90s.
Oh my god, I'm gonna be making so much stuff. I'm making science. Sticky monkey flowers, you don't understand. I'm literally a god in this world, and you all have no idea. Thou shall be fucking, I don't know. Whatever. Didn't think this far. Fuck off, gravel.
How do you have emeralds already?
Chest.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot those spawn ships.
I have andesite alloys. That means I may create. Oh my god, that's a lot of that shit, and I need. Oh, and I have to use mechanical crafting. Oh my god, and to make mechanical crafting, I need electron tubes. Ah, to make that, I need polished rose quartz, and to make polished rose quartz, I need rose quartz. Where did I get rose quartz? By nether quartz. We haven't gone to the nether yet. I don't even have full iron armor yet. Ah. Speaking of, I will.
I found a ruined portal underwater.
Ooh, that's Pog. There we go. Oh, those are unbreaking pants. No, fuck off. I'm making normal pants. I'm all geared out. Look at me. Also, we have thighs. We have head and thighs slots on here. Hope's favorite. Good night.
Good night. Ugh. Yeah.
All right, what are we making today? All right, we have crank. Fan. I want to make a fan. To make a fan, I need andesite casing. To make andesite casing, I need strip logs. All right. Go ahead and strip some logs, I guess. There's a small tree I can cut down. I hate fucked up trees. Fire hardware. Ooh, someone smelled an iron nugget. Good job. Good job.
Man.
Oh, I didn't put everything I had in the chest. Uh-oh.
How dare you?
I guess I'll just have to work around with it.
Ah, God. I guess we have the casings. What do you do with the casings? Make a fan. How do I make a propeller? Iron sheets. How do I make iron sheets? With a pressing. Mechanical press. How the fuck do I make a mechanical press? I need a block of iron. Ah, I had enough iron. Not anymore. I need to go back to mining iron.
How much
But I
do you need?
don't wanna.
Yeah. What's up?
How much do you need?
I need 6 more iron.
I have 10.
Oh my god, could I borrow 6?
Yes.
Oh my god, what do I have to pay you? In diamonds? I don't have any diamonds. What is the currency of your choice, Gav? Oh my god, thank you. Oh,
Alright.
I appreciate it. I will make the best press imaginable for you, for I am a genius and I am creating magic with mechanisms beyond
Yes.
human comprehension. You will see, for I will create a prosperous kingdom here. A block of iron. It will go a long way. I have created the mechanical press. Gaze upon of the glory of my creation, for I am genius. You will now witness what I have created. I will build a wall over here by the beach with this extremely expensive cobblestone I have gathered in the mines of Valley of the Mines of the Craft.
Whoa. The mines of the Valley of the Mines of the Craft. Can't wait.
Witness, for I have created nothing? Oh yeah, I need to have actually something to press. Okay. Stand by, my genius is not yet done.
Hold shift and then press it down.
Sticky, I came so close to making that joke.
No.
No,
No, it's fine. I need
Gaze
something here and I
upon.
need an actual item to press. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Identify depot. I will ponder the depot. how one creates the depot. I wonder. Please make it easy.
Well, yeah, a lot of andesite.
A single andesite casing and an alloy. I do possess that. I made some screenshots. Whoops. Aha! Witness the power of my creation. I still need to... Alright, what do I need to make a fan? I need 4 more iron ingots. Ah. Hey, do you have 4 more iron ingots?
Yes.
Oh my god. Witness the power of my creation, for I will turn these iron ingots into sheets. Bang.
Yes.
Bang. Bang. Kablamo. And there I have created the iron sheets, which I will use to create a propeller. Where is thy crafting station? I need to use it. Oh my god, these beds. So many beds. I have created the propeller I will take to the skies. And now I create a fan. I have an encased fan, which means I can wash stuff now. Washing stuff is really fun. You do not understand. I will now create iron out of thin air, aka gravel. And I will create gravel from washing what? What is it thy say, sticky monkey flowers? That's right, cobblestone! For I am genius who will create nothing out of everything, everything out of nothing. What is this stream? I do not know. Gaze upon it. That's right, gaze upon it. Gaze well upon it.
Holy lag.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Oh my goodness. Milling. I need to create a mill at this very moment. Mill, how thy create thou. I need a stone andesite casing and a cogwheel. I shall create a cogwheel. Now. I have created the cogwheel. Which means I should be able to make a mill? No. I shall not crush you this time. I will be nice enough.
Dang it.
Radial chassis. Linear chassis. No. Analog lever. I love that. I love that for you. Anyway. Deep slate, polished deep slate, infested deep slate, tough, andesite, diorite, granite, infested stone, stone. Oh my god, it's fine. Go ahead and smelt some stone. You are knocking, I am opening. Hello, Toomba, what's up? I have created. No, apparently you can call in. Yeah, you want to call in? You want to join the chat? Sorry, join the stream. Come in. I will push you now, Tomba. Hello.
Hi.
Hi. Oh my god, I love your voice.
What?
It's
Hi,
nothing. I just
Zumba.
love your voice, okay?
Hi.
Hi.
I know it's very awkward to say, but I do love it.
It's
thank you.
true.
I'm dirty now. I'm cheating on purple.
What are you playing?
With what? What are you cheating on purple with?
No pixel green.
Playing a public server.
Yeah.
Scandalous.
Well, at least they have Christmas.
Are you having
coming.
fun?
I just woke up at the apartment. I have like
Hmm.
22 minutes before I have to go.
Uh,
It's so weird talking to you without, Hi, I'm Terry.
Yeah, I am Terry.
yeah. I imagine it's extra weird because I don't really do voices when I'm playing Chloe, so it's just I'm just
have
Chloe.
Yeah, we just have a bunch of normal people and Chloe in chat.
Yeah.
Sorry, in the call. Or whatever the fucking
Tons
reason.
of normal. At least have a motorcycle.
I think at least somewhat.
Congratulations.
I do a
Oh.
little bit different. It's just like not like
No,
any
you don't.
meaningful difference in like mannerisms or something. It's just like ever so slightly
It's just
different
you.
attitude.
It's just you.
Yeah. Well, at least you don't have.
It's
I
just
love
me.
you.
I love you.
that it's so. You just do that sometimes. Where it's like totally out. And it's like okay, out of fucking nowhere.
What do you mean?
Yeah. And it's also weird to talk to you guys without getting yelled at.
I will yell at
Yeah,
you.
exactly. We're not your bosses anymore.
I'm currently unemployed. Oh, I fucking forgot. I have multiple gears on this motorcycle. I'm just driving on the first gear. Oh, that is fun. I don't even know how to talk to people here.
That's
Okay.
fine. Neither do I.
Mm-hmm.
Let's
Yeah.
learn together.
Yeah.
Vertical gearbox. Yeah.
So are you guys, how do I get my page? Oh, there's my paycheck. Okay. So how are you guys planning on staying alive till the server
I
comes
am.
back up?
I am.
There's not a chance I can. I'm like passing out as we speak. I had to stop playing. The only reason I'm still in chat right now is because it's very fun, and also I have work to do anyway, so I can't go to sleep yet.
Yeah. I'm gonna go to a shrink's appointment in 20 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And after that, we can play some Jackbox if you guys want to. It's very fun.
I believe it.
With any luck, I will be sound asleep, but I do love that for you guys. I hope you have a fantastic time with it.
We will, bitch.
I am sorry. I am over here being genius, little fucking genius. I'm creating magic over here. Oh my god, it's
Genius,
spinning.
little genius.
I have
You're
created
not-
spinning.
You're not as genius as the doctor who kept putting on burn cream with the leaf blower because he didn't want to touch uninsured patients.
Oh my god, look at me. Look at me.
You got
The
multiple
top one.
gears.
It's spinning faster because I'm using logic and physics. Look, the big gear is spinning the small gear, which is spinning the bigger gear faster. Oh my god, I'm so What? What do you mean? It is.
It's not.
Yes, it is. That's how logic works.
Mm-hmm.
Cause look, one rotation of this big gear makes multiple rotations of the small gear, but the small gear is attached on the same axis as the big gear on top, so the top gear is spinning faster than the bottom gear. That's how it works.
You have it attached to nothing though.
No, what do you mean? There are power
so
source.
far.
How's the audio?
It can be attached to something else.
Yeah, like the speed is how fast things work. See, now this mill is twice as fast as if I connected it straight up to this water mill. And I forgot what I use it for.
See?
You forgot what you used it for?
Well,
You
yeah.
just made it?
What do I need a mill for? I think it's turning cobblestone into gravel, and then gravel into iron. Yes, that's it.
Oh my god, Sticky, that's so impressive. How did you like ever get that type of genius, really?
Advanced tactics right there. Can you make a YouTube tutorial?
Yes, look
It's
at
gonna be
this.
like, please, 8 minutes long and no
fuck.
talking, just
Don't-
typing and
don't
no.
watch.
Yeah,
I'm done.
exactly. Just
Look,
typing in
I will now
Notepad, yeah.
throw this cobblestone. Wait, hold on. I will now throw this cobblestone. Fuck. I will now. I will now throw this cobblestone into this machine and turn it into gravel.
Nice.
Look at
By the
this.
way, I posted
It's
a picture
churning.
of Harry's outfit of the day on Discord.
Yes, I saw it. It's great.
How many hashtags do I need to go viral?
Embrace the grind. It is making gravel at an insane speed of 1 gravel per minute.
That's so insanely fast.
I know, right?
How do
I'm
you do
impressed
it?
as well. Do I have any gold?
No, I
That
was
is the
talking about
question.
Sticky's
Oh, fuck off.
wooden pickaxes.
You could have used this chance to compliment me, my genius. I'm over here playing God while you're barely staying awake doing work for a job. Imagine
Are you saying I
working.
don't compliment you enough already?
Yes, compliment me more. Hello, Sticky. What are you doing in my hole? It's a serious question. I just go into my hole and I see Sticky digging in my hole, and it's like, hello, I didn't hear a question.
Did you guys
Hi,
know what's
Nico. Can I go into your
by the way?
hole? Can I spread it even deeper
maple
and
syrup?
wider?
No, a stick.
Go look at this.
I'm looking.
God damn it, Toomba.
You almost said Terry there. I heard it.
God damn it,
quote.
No,
Terry.
I thought about it ahead of time. I was like, I have to say Toomba, not Terry. Is that the right way to pronounce that? By the way, it's Toomba.
Honestly,
Tumba.
I made the
Tumba.
character. I made the name like
Uh-huh.
27 years ago or something. So I just.
Oh my
smashed
God.
it. Yeah. I played a game called Dark Age of Camelot, and I just punched the keyboard, and that was the letters that came out. And then I just
imagine
added
just
an
having
A at the end.
Imagine just
'cause,
having random letters as your nickname. Cringe.
Yeah, cringe. Yeah, well, it was better than Dark Slayer XXX69.
No, that's amazing. I love Darkslayer XXX. Slay me, daddy.
Oh my god. Oh god. I wonder if anyone else in the city has had sex with both a brother and a sister, because apparently Terry's bagged both Bertha and Anais.
Blah.
Maybe I should do some grinding, a little G6 afterwards.
Got a lot of sticky in your hole, man.
Is she still in there?
I can't wait for tonight. It's gonna be fun. Maybe people will stop fucking blowing up the entire mall just because the world is ending.
I think people will stop blowing up the mall, but they will replace that with immediately trying to rob TACMED and PD and anyone else with any valuable equipment.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's gonna be rushed to get class 3s, which the quickest way to get class
Exactly.
3s will be TACMED.
The quickest way to get class 3s is to find Chloe.
Yeah.
And
multiple. You'll rob
Maddie.
You'll rob Chloe multiple times before you find another TACMED and rob them even once.
It'll be the most obvious telegraphed thing too, and I don't know why I can't. I'm so incapable of seeing it.
Chloe, you gave Terry like PTMSD, as he says it. By the way, did you guys know that Terry is on the LGBTQ specter? Well, first call, first day, goes out with Chloe.
I
Such a
know.
strong, independent woman. You don't need
Yeah,
no man.
no.
She don't need no man.
No, she was like, yeah, we got this. We're gonna like show everyone what we can do or whatever. Well, just like this is just like a normal call. We'll go down here, and then literally hospital trauma is what happened.
First thing she does is she's breaking the SOP because she jumps in the water without the rain shirt. And Terry's standing there, and then
it
you
was right by
see-
a ladder. We do that sometimes. In fairness.
Oh yeah, Maria does it all the time, just as an excuse for me to have her parade without a shirt on.
Yeah, that too. Yeah.
She sees a puddle, walks into it,
Yeah.
is dripping wet, and then undresses. Yeah.
Yep.
Uh-huh. Yeah, you got it. You got it down.
The first thing that's gonna happen is Lucy's gonna get into another helicopter and just hit them.
Oh shit, you're so right.
Oh, I love Lucy so fucking much. There's so many.
I know.
people I just adore.
No, TACMED is full of some fantastic characters.
Yeah, and then there's Chloe.
By the way, you should have been.
Uh-huh.
You need to be in a, and this is meta, but still, you need to be in the ambulance with me and Mark Trent, because the first time he introduced himself, he just introduced himself as Mark Trent. So Terry just calls him Mark Trent now. and he hates him. Terry, we hate each other so fucking much.
Good.
So,
Yeah. I love Mark Trent. That player, his characters are so consistently pretty funny.
come on, Terry.
They started out pretty like boring or whatever, but like he's got the bits
Wow.
down now, and it's like,
That's
Yeah.
so
well,
fucked
okay,
up
like
to
to
say
be
that.
fair, not
seen
boring,
Chloe?
but like, yeah, I know.
I miss
Ow! What the
Chloe's
fuck? Who hit
trigger.
me? Oh, I
The
crunched
PTSD
myself.
days where she was like just shivering and blinking her eyes and we're like, are you okay?
Oh yeah, those are
Clutches.
totally done.
Yeah. Dye his hair emo colors.
That was a good time. Then sees Maria have the fucking colored hair, immediately goes back. It's like, wow, really? That's all it took.
I
Fucking
could
jealous
not
over your hair.
resist. Maddie could not resist that. I was like, oh, I so desperately want to be
wanna
double.
twin?
I
Okay.
can't let someone else take my hair. No.
Did you like today's Maria's face, where I actually put a little bit of effort and make her look similar to what
Yeah,
Chloe
it
looks
was
like?
good. You'll get there.
Oh no, I'm not
You'll
getting
get
any closer. This is the closest I'm getting until I want an actual mask of Chloe. Like I always
No
I,
masks in hospital.
I always start.
It's real close.
Yeah, I always start by first is literally just the hair and the makeup. Then I shape the face a tiny bit. Then I actually try to manually make the face look the same, and then the last step is actually getting just the skin from the player. That's how I did it with Walkatov. That's how I did it with Lydia. Well, with Lydia, I don't have the actual skin. I stopped at the my closest attempt of making them look similar, but they don't look similar at all.
They look a tiny, like similar at like a distance.
Yeah.
Which, like, given that the game, like how the game is like played and stuff,
Yeah,
and
but
the
it's
camera
the
angles
same
work out,
clothing,
they're,
it's
like,
the same way of walking. It's similar way of walking. That's the funny part. They don't even walk the same. They walk similar. Their walk style is like very similar. Same with Chloe and Maria whenever they're doing it. Maria's way.
Best
way of
walk
walking is similar.
is me and Rick. Rich.
Fucking alien runs, bitches.
Because we'll look so cool and then we start running and then just go.
I do love that style of run. It's always goofy.
I lost my train of thought. What are we doing? I'm creating gravel to create.
I think you're grinding.
Yeah, I am grinding. I'm literally grinding. Not real. I'm grinding to make grindstone so I can grind more automatically. Oh my god, drill. What do
You're
I
on that grind.
What do I need for a drill? Oh my god, I need more iron! Ah!
Oh!
Pulley, empty spool, no.
You are incapacitated. Please wait for doctors.
Hose, pulley,
Everything
rope,
will be
pulley, elevator, pulley. I need 1 iron sheet.
Help!
Help! Ah!
Or just ignore me.
Wow.
There's gangster right down the road. They don't give a fuck.
What do they mean? They're
Sleep.
grinding. Leave them alone. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, they're selling drugs.
Mhm.
Goddamn drugs.
Classic, yeah. Classic selling some drugs in GTA.
Look at that. Look at that. It's a fucking beauty. Look at this.
Oh my god, you're really speeding up now.
Yeah, look at that. Now I put this here. Look at this. I'm getting pushed by a fan. Oh my god, I made wind. Look at me. I'm a god. I just created wind out of nothing.
Yeah, cool bike, huh?
What?
I got a cool bike.
What happened?
Oh, you know, little bit of column A, little bit of column B, motorcycle, tree. You know.
What happened?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. So basically, you know when you're driving on the motorcycle and your life is like so good, right?
No,
And then
I
you go
don't.
like, and then you go like, oh, life is great, never gonna be greater. And then you do like a thing where you pull out the front wheel and then put it up in the air, and then you go out, you're real fast, And then we're like, oh, cool, I can't really turn right now because I'm kind of busy going real fast. And then,
I don't fucking know what he's saying.
You don't know.
Yappy?
I call ambulance.
Oh, thank you. I really appreciate it. Can you please move me to the side of the road so I don't get run over more because I didn't
I
run?
don't want to hurt your bike, and I don't want to get. I don't
I'm
want to
not
get
gonna- you
sued
don't
if
need-
I hurt
No,
you.
you don't need to worry about my bicycle. That was all.
Yeah,
right.
sure, man. Let me get you to the side of the road real quick. Oh shit, my bad.
That's not.
Oh, shit.
You moved me further into the road
Oh
with
shit,
your
sorry.
foot.
Let me grab you. Oh fuck, sorry.
They're just kicking me now to be cool.
Oh shit, my bad. Oh fuck.
Slippery guy.
My bad. Oh, there we go.
Thank you. Yeah, I could have done without the 3 kicks to the back of my neck, but everything else
Sorry.
pretty cool. Pretty cool. I love being Terry so fucking much.
What a character.
Yeah, the thing is, you just.
I
start
love
talking.
him. I would die for Terry.
You just start talking, and then you talk faster and faster and faster, and then it doesn't really matter what you say.
That's very true. Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Thank you for the raid,
Spooked.
Senpai.
Yeah, because the raid.
Oh, that's a good name. I did. How the fuck did you see that was Senpai?
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah, that's actually kind of
didn't-
impressive.
Did not occur to me.
What? No, I
Yeah, I would have called
didn't.
CNPY or something.
Yeah, that's what I said. CMPI.
You said a senpai.
No, I said CMPI. I did
No, you
not.
didn't.
No. Yes. No. I never thought about saying senpai until you said it. That is CMPI in my head.
Riddle solved by Toomba.
Yeah, it's senpai. Yeah, because I said CMPI.
Teach me,
CMPI.
senpai.
So it's,
Notice me,
okay, so
senpai.
it's CNPI or senpai. Yeah, I'm gonna call you senpai from now on. But how is your stream? Yeah, I'm gonna be saying it until the thingy-majig. CMPI if I'm eating.
What are you eating?
What could you be eating? What couldn't you be eating? What am I doing? I don't know what I'm doing. Help me! Ah! I have created magic.
I gotta run. I'll be back in about 45 to 50 minutes.
You
maybe
are
60. Love you
all
guys.
right. All right.
Yeah. Bye.
What's
I'll
this
just-
call
I'll
sign
just-
again?
I'll just
Then
leave.
bye, Toomba. Love you. See you tomorrow in RP.
Bye, bitch.
That's rude.
Ooh, yes, so rude. Oh my god.
I'll see you soon. Bye. I'll just mute until I'm back.
Oogie. Oogie. Oogie doggy.
I'm driving away. I'm swimming away. We are going. We're not returning anytime soon. No. We're looking for a crashed ship for I need more iron. And I don't feel like... Ugh. I will take a dive and look around. I see only copper. Why would I need copper? I don't want copper. I want iron. Where is iron? Ugh.
Senpai, did you have a good end to the day in Purple RP?
Yeah, were you
Did you play any Purple Day?
were you there for the flood ice age zombie apocalypse? I guess that's one way to say it.
Yeah. The end of the world.
Oh my god.
Everything goes wrong.
Yep, everything went. I'd say everything went right for Maria.
Oh yeah, no, I'd say it went pretty good for Chloe too.
Yeah, pretty good. Yeah, that rooftop was really cozy.
Yeah.
So anyway.
The one with all the tack bag.
Yeah.
That one, right?
No.
Obviously.
Yeah,
Or was it the
yeah,
one where we shot all the locals?
I think the one where they... And... I forget I have this, because I finally turned it off to hear it myself, so it's not double audio on stream anymore. Because whenever I played music or something, it was always double audio, so I finally turned it off, so now I forget that I actually have a bleep button, because when I click it, I can't hear anything. But then, on your side, you can hear that I'm just constantly you. That is a cozy hole that I wish to get into, but I won't.
A cozy wet hole too.
It is extremely wet. It's overflowing, actually. The hole is 100% wetness. That's the only type of wetness I accept in my hole.
Could someone go to sleep, please? Gav. Flowers. Please, there's so many monsters.
Thank you. Love you. I am no
Is
longer
this ever gonna
afraid.
be more than a one-time thing? Or is it
Probably.
just a one-time thing?
Probably. I mean, we're keeping the server. And I feel like you could play it every
Okay.
now and then.
I mean, I can literally host it whenever.
Yeah. Thank you. Oh my god,
I mean, especially now that it's set up too. It's
Chloe,
a
I
piece of
found
cake.
more potatoes.
Did you just call me Chloe again?
Yes. You got a problem with that, bitch?
Fight me.
I will. What do you want? You're a nitwit. Go fuck yourself. You don't deserve my attention.
Meow.
Why are all the houses with food? I don't want food.
Meow.
I'm gonna be able to make so many things with this.
With what?
With the stuff you bring back.
I'm just.
You're
here
bringing it back,
stealing.
right? You're bringing
what
it back, right? You're
No,
bringing it
no,
back,
I'm
right?
cooking and eating it on the way. Oh my god, we got carrots. I'm bringing carrots back, honey. And also this. I don't have to make one. Fuck seeds, though.
I'm gonna get off.
Alright, get off. Enjoy yourself. Yeah, we love that for you. Get up whenever you want
Alright,
to.
you guys
Trust me.
take care.
If you need some help, I'll help you
You
get
too.
off.
It's lovely playing with you.
Oh, that kind of getting up.
Yeah.
Oh my god, look at this
Yes,
colored.
that kind of good.
Yeah, it's understandable. Thank you, Gav, for joining us. We love you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so you guys. Bye-bye.
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 Oh my god, cartography table,
Pog. Unlock. Theft. 3 stars. Oh my god, you're a cartographer. Not anymore. Get fucked. Let me out. Hey, let me out. Do you have any valuables? I'm looking for some valuables. What's so funny, Chloe? Oh my god, I got beetroot seeds. Would you like me to grab the beetroot seed as well?
Yes, I would. I would very much appreciate
I'll
it.
go ahead and grab the beetroot seed. Even though I hate them, fuck beetroot, unless they're in the soup. Beetroot soup is pretty
You can make
goddamn
them into
good.
soup. You can
Oh my
make them
god,
into
I
soup.
love
It's a
how
Virginian
wetland
tradition.
looks. I just love how it looks.
Shiny.
I didn't yet, Sticky. I didn't yet, but I will one day. Don't worry.
Oh, I'm free to go watch that right now.
Oh yeah, you are. You are free to watch anything. You could go ahead and go watch anything. Any video, short or long.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Innocent blink. Smiles.
I'm so innocent.
Yeah, there's at least a
innocent,
couple things I
innocent.
can go look at.
Yeah, or just one thing from a few angles, I guess. Indeed. Indeed. I am on a quest for iron. Oh, ow, motherfucker. Is there iron here? Why is there no iron here? What the fuck? I came all the way here for iron. What do you mean there's no iron here? What's the point of coming here if there's no iron? What is this? Goldenrod? Sounds like a dildo name. Watch out with a goldenrod. I hate this place already.
Sticky, that was such a cute scene. You're so right.
What was a cute scene?
It was the helicopter on Eclipse Roof.
Yeah, what about it?
It was cute.
Maybe. Which one?
The one that was like the
Oh my god, Zing.
Chloe and Maria doing the whole like shooting the zombie things. Yeah.
That wasn't cute.
But it was like there was a scene right before, like right immediately before that, as they were coming in or whatever, where Maria was like, "God, I love you" or something like that.
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
not
something
sure
like
why, but
Look, it's been a while. She deserves to
Mhm.
say it finally. With
It's
the
true.
limited understanding that she has.
Uh-huh. It just seemed like such an interesting time for it.
Yeah. Oh my god, so scary. Look at the
I think
glow.
I think it was like ooh, the ore glow looks pretty cool.
Yeah, thank you. I love it. I always have ore glowing.
Yeah.
Oh my god, the fucking
Yeah, I think
echo.
the
It's so good.
is it oh, your stream is muted for me. That's why I haven't heard anything.
Wow,
Oh, it's
big fan.
um but no, I'm not sure what exactly prompted it, but the I love you that in that particular moment. But I like to think that it was my flying.
No, absolutely fucking not, you idiot. If
Uh-huh.
anything, that made it worse.
Oh yeah?
Oh yeah.
Do you not like my flying?
Maria
That's so
doesn't
rude.
like it. Maria thinks she's a much better pilot than you.
Uh-huh.
Than Maddie. Than
Uh-huh.
Chloe.
Yeah. Maybe
And it was
Maddie
so
and
fucking
Chloe are both good
embarrassing
pilots.
for that fucking helicopter to crash because I was like, how was I supposed to predict that
Yep,
it's gonna be fine
definitely.
until I get out, and then as soon as I get out, the helicopter is gonna be like, oop, actually we're crashing.
I know why that happened. And I can't tell you.
What do you mean?
Can't tell you.
What do you mean?
Can't tell you what I mean.
What do you mean? What the fuck?
Okay. So what happened was that I have this muscle memory for whenever I get out of a helicopter or a vehicle or anything in GTA RP, and it is engine off, get out, like, which is L and N for me on my keyboard, and I just do the little like roll my hand across the keyboard basically.
Yeah.
And so I was getting out of the helicopter.
Oh my god, but the helicopter was off. Or wait, what?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's it?
Yep, but the helicopter was off.
So you turned the engine on.
Uh-huh. I didn't realize what happened until it was like way too late. But I was like, oh shit. And then
the only time I crashed the helicopter is because of you?
Yeah.
And it was when I
correct.
was rescuing Kitty Hilliard? And you made her drop, explode, then no one cared about her except for me. I was the only one who checked up on her, helped her up, and then she was left alone?
I didn't see. I thought somehow the other Valkyrie landed.
It was all your fault!
Because I saw the second Valkyrie down there, and I was like,
I
oh,
thought
surely
you went
there
a
was
little
only...
bit too easy on Maria.
No, it was...
I thought about it. Wait, hold on. Maria is always so fucking proud of the flying. Why is Chloe not absolutely shitting on Maria and teasing the shit out of her right now? Something is wrong. Now I know. You absolute cunt. What the fuck?
I'm sorry.
I cannot tell you. I cannot tell you my ass. You bitch. My perfect score.
Technically, you still have a perfect score. You have not, through your own piloting skills, have not.
I have
crashed
landed
enough.
successfully, and then you turn on the engine and push me off.
I could have just moved.
You could have just moved.
I didn't think
You didn't
about
think.
it.
You didn't think. And then you caused us a Valkyrie. And me, my fucking honor. of a proud pilot. I'm basically fucking dead now.
No, you can't.
A perfect score
There
can
was-
never be restored.
No.
You ruined it all. I'm quitting. I'm perming Maria next time you see her. And I'm keeping Mariah.
Oh my god.
And I'm gonna grief you
No,
with Mariah for the end of the world.
Yeah, just Mariah and Bunny from here on out.
Oh yeah, only them.
The
At the same
fuck
time, I
Maddie
don't care. I'll
characters.
clone myself.
Uh-huh. I felt so bad after it. I was like, oh god.
And I was actually convinced that it was absolutely my fault. That I obviously didn't know it would happen, but it was my fault. That I fucked up.
I know. I was like, I have got to tell you
Like,
later.
it
but
it must have been some sort of mechanic that I was unaware of that changes how the fucking, you know, how it works until the blades fully stop. Because it happened exactly when the blades of the helicopter like fully stopped on my part, right? So I was convinced that it's just a game realizing something and reacting too late. I was not paying attention to your helicopter at all. So
I don't think
it is
anyone
very-
noticed.
Yeah, no
Nobody
one
noticed that
no
it
one
was me,
fucking
but it
noticed.
was me. I felt so bad.
And I fucking fell. Because obviously the first thing I did was try to get back in the helicopter to fucking, you know, rescue it. But it immediately blew up.
Yeah,
No. I
listen,
tried getting
understand.
back in to rescue it, and I got cut up by the fucking blades and thrown off the building. You made this! I died trying to save Kitty! The one who deserved to be on that rooftop with us till the very end. The end screen
It
should have
worked
been
out. We
Kitty
had
treating
really
everyone
good
at Maze Bank Tower. The goddess among us, looking down upon us. But now, Chloe had to ruin it all.
It worked out. Well, except for
It didn't work out.
I don't know why Kitty was like immediately.
What?
Kitty was just immediately like, no, I'm leaving. I've had enough of this group.
What do you mean?
People. After she got field treated, she immediately got up and was like, just left. She didn't like try to get back in a helicopter or anything. She just left.
Oh yeah,
like,
that was very confusing because I had to like convince her to get in the helicopter at Eclipse. I don't know. She just wanted to just stay at. Something I don't know.
We went over there previously before that.
Yeah.
And we could not convince her to leave. I was like, I don't understand, like what. I don't understand Kitty as a character. If I'm being honest, it's a weird, like an interesting character to try to figure out what is going on. I'm so sorry for ruining your stream.
I mean, you didn't. I'm not gonna count it. And if I ever bring it up and someone mentions, "Ooh, I'm gonna grill the shit out of them." I'm using that meta. Maria realized. Maria is smart.
Yeah, she realized something didn't quite add up.
Yeah, she realized she was very focused on her own Valkyrie, and then like, wait, why did it all of a sudden happen? And then realizes, oh yeah, the other Valkyrie blades all of a sudden started moving. I wonder why. Bitch.
So sorry. that is basically I really have been terrible in the past like couple weeks about just like muscle memory doing some or like or misclicking fucking over Valkyries. That's what the other one was about too. The one that ended up costing $1.5 billion. That because it landed in the ocean and stuff like that.
Well, that was
because I
technically
was trying to open the doors.
No.
And
You forgot. Oh yeah.
What?
No. Oh yeah. No, that did happen. Yeah.
Yeah. So like,
I
cause
did.
like,
Oh yeah. Then no one realized because when they asked me last time, I remembered wrong and I said, oh wait, no, it wasn't that. It was when I crashed it with an initiate.
yeah, I know, but I
But
mean,
it
I
wasn't.
was.
When we crashed it with the initiate, we just recovered it fine because apparently it just spawned in the same location and I think Jerry just found it and flew it for a little bit and left it and called us and we picked it up and
Nice.
flew it back. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I think at one point that came up in conversation with Wakatov, and Maria was on comms saying
Yeah.
that, and I was like, no, that wasn't it. This was my crash.
Oh yeah, then maybe I did correct myself.
But like, cause
correctly.
like, yeah, well, I think Chloe was like, cause I mean, Chloe like really owns her mistakes.
Oh no! Like I actually misremembered it. Like I was sure it was the other one, but then I remembered no. From that we
gotcha.
recovered it by just
Yeah.
having it spawn in the same location. Ow, you bitch!
Yeah.
Ah!
But no, that one was literally just trying to open doors and accidentally clicking the button for seats and not realizing.
Dad. I found diamonds. Hog.
Hell yeah.
I found diamonds. Yeah. You wish you found diamonds like me.
I haven't gotten my name.
Oh my god, look how pretty it is. The
Fairly
fucking
good
the
in
blue light from
crafting.
Lapis is so fucking gorgeous.
Ooh.
Then you put normal light and it ruins it. So pretty.
Mm-hmm.
So good. I love this game so much on these traders. Anyway.
Well, thank you for not trying to murder me because of the breaking your record. I'm gonna go to bed now.
What do you mean not trying to murder you? Did you not hear me? You're dead. You're dead. You're just not dead yet, but I'm killing you.
Yeah, exactly. I know, but I mean that's what I mean. Thank you for not killing me, IRL.
Yeah.
Thank you for not
You're
immediately going, fuck you.
You're very lucky you're in Las Vegas, bitch. And I'm in middle fucking
yeah.
Europe. It's a bit
Yeah,
difficult
exactly.
to reach you here with, ground-to-air missiles.
Uh-huh.
But I will get there eventually.
That's true.
What do you want, zombie? Fuck off. I'm in a very bad mood. You don't want to ask why. Why? Oh, let me tell you. Bitch.
All right. Well, I'll try to make it up to you somehow.
You have a good night.
Yeah, you too. Hospital drama.
Hospital drama.
Yeah. I will presumably talk to you tomorrow at some point.
Maybe.
So.
No, maybe not.
Unless you decide you hate
on
me.
everything,
Yeah.
banned from PURPLERP.
Yeah, exactly.
Pulling all my connections.
Yeah, exactly.
going straight.
Absolutely banned.
Yeah, going straight.
No
to
longer
Nicotine,
flying
Ronwald, and
Valkyrie
Katie
ever
because
again.
Snow is the only admin I've never interacted with. Going to all three owners and bitching about you until you're banned.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you could do that.
Yeah, I could do that, or I could run to the bathroom because I need to go to the bathroom.
All right. Good night, everyone. Good night, chat. Bye.
Say good night, bitches. Why are you ignoring mom? Don't ignore mom. I'm gonna kill you.
All right. Good night, everyone. Love you guys.
All right.
How do I leave?
You go into the thingy where you see all of us and you leave. You want me to kick you? Is that what it is?
No. I gotta figure it out at some point. Hold on.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and be right back. Mwah.
different window. Okay. Bye-bye, everyone.
We're having a guest. That's right, we're having a little itty bitty guest here. In a moment, that is. Ooh, well, I guess you'll find out in a little bit. Ugh. Yep, you're about to find out who's joining us. It's gonna be real fun. In the meantime, What the fuck, bitch? Stop shooting me. That's so fucked up. Oh, diamond. We found diamond. Fucking bat scared the shit out of me. Bah. Oh my god!
Violet Derp decided to sacrifice 5 souls. All praise the AI overlords.
Violet! Hi, Violet. Oh my god. Yeah, that's a wake-up call. Thank you, Violet. God damn, that's too fucking generous of you, honestly. I don't know what to say. I guess I have to add 7 hours onto the timer now. So let's take a look. We're at 11 hours, so we're 17 hours plus 32 minutes. We're at 10,052. Wow, we went back to what we had last time I added the timer. Lol. Refresh that real quick. And we're back at... That's right. Actually, that's fucked up. The 18. Now we have the correct time. There we go. 18 hours and 32 minutes. Thank you so much for that, Violet. And good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it is for you. Hoping it's going well. You know what? Fair enough. That's fair enough. I mean, hey, we're staying around until the server opens back up, and it's like in 10 hours, 11 hours. So I think it's like in 10 hours or something like that.
Knock knock.
Jesus Christ! Ah,
Did I
you
scare ya?
bitch! Now if you'll ever
Hi, chat.
ah fuck,
It's
I
me,
had a
Tim.
heart attack. Ah, hi Tomba. We're about to have
Where's
a
your face cam?
hmm?
Where's your face cam?
Away.
Yeah.
I guess I can go ahead.
What do you have about to have?
Let's take a look. See if I can turn it on real quick. Cam, probably not. I'm gonna have to do stuff.
By the way, I saw you in a James Randall YouTube video yesterday.
Oh yeah, like
The one where you were at the airport and you were chasing him.
Oh, you saw the OG Annabelle video.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that
I
started
so.
the whole.
Hello. Oh my god, I'm upside down.
Why? Why are you upside down?
Don't question the genius. Hello.
Hi. What's bunny time?
What's bunny time? I put on bunny ears. Ooh.
Oh.
Yeah. That's right.
Well, okay, you need to explain me something because you're Polish.
Yeah.
Why do you guys keep calling everyone who you think is stupid a cucumber?
No, we don't.
Yes, you do.
Huh?
My best friend who is Polish is like, yeah, but it's the Polish word for it.
No. Huh? You don't call people ogórek.
What? No, we don't. What the fuck? You got like you.
Well,
No, we don't.
what's the word? Okay, so insult for stupid people. Polish insult.
There's like
for...
so many. But we definitely don't call them cucumber. Bauvan is literally snowman.
Yeah.
I guess that's kind of funny.
That's kind of funny.
Aspirin.
So you're... Oh, this today's gonna suck. No purple. I love purple so much. I'm having way too much fun. It's not healthy for my mental health how much fun I have on purple.
Yeah, I can imagine.
And especially, you know, at least now Terrence is gone for now.
For now. I mean, there are excuses to bring him back here and there.
You know, I did the other day because I was making a move in one of the new initiates.
What the fuck is happening?
Wow.
And she was like,
I'm not entirely sure.
It wasn't like it was like felt weird because I was like,
out.
but it was more like, you know, what temperature she liked it, and she went cold, and then I went. Affirmative.
Anyway, guess
always
who
pick
joined us in
Terrence,
chat?
Vic, come on, join the call.
Oh yeah, and Loopy the Webs. Can you guess who that is?
No, is
No,
it
you-
Lucy?
Oh my god, how could you have tell?
I love you.
Now the question is,
Fucking Terry.
I probably will not be able to invite you right off the bat. I need you. Probably you're gonna need to verify your stuff. But go ahead and just call in on the thingamajig. You should be able to. Oh, new followers can call. I can't find. Hold on.
I love you, Lucy, so much. But fuck you.
God
That
damn.
goddamn boomstick. I hate that person. I hate that character so much. It actually gave me like terrors IRL.
The funniest part is you being in chat and then noticing Lucy's alt pop in like the two Marias were hanging out with that character at Humane Labs.
Fuck that character. Yeah. I'm not a meta chatter because I was out of the city when that happened. I only hang out in stream when I'm not logged in. So usually when I wake up or go to sleep.
Where do I change this setting?
No idea.
Ooh,
Nah,
the hentai
Lucy
Kana,
is
and
such
hello.
a great character.
Yeah, oh my god, we love Lucy.
Help me.
I go to my own Twitch and look through the call thing.
Like, where do I set it up that you can... Hi Pocket, where do I set it up so you can go getting stuff? Not here.
You probably have to go into settings somewhere. I'm checking now.
Yeah, I'm in settings, not in settings. Well, go ahead and push you. Hello. God, that fucking profile picture is the most beautiful thing I have ever seen. Yes, it is.
Okay, there we go.
There you go. Hello. You're a little bit quiet, but other than that, hello. How are we doing?
The microphone was a little bit further away.
I can imagine.
Okay, so how does this group get it into group chat?
Yeah, it's just so you can go live on
there
your
you are.
channel as this and have an active chat. Don't need it.
Yeah, it's also a better
it's
voice
working.
call than Discord, ironically. I mean, it sounds good. I'm not complaining.
I think it probably depends on how far people are away, depending where the server's based.
I don't think so. I mean, I think it doesn't
joined-
any more than in any other normal case. Anyway, let me find out how.
Yeah,
the fuck-
probably.
Setting.
I can't even remember what your old character's name was on
Wait,
Blue.
Lucas?
No, the EMT.
Oh, Luca.
Yeah, Luke. Oh, yeah. I'm trying to figure out as well. I can't see it.
Yeah, I've got her fucking applying for PD.
Really?
Yeah, after leaving EMS. Fucking she's now applying for
Oh, on over and
PD. Yeah, it probably won't happen. Like, probably, like, I know that they're not going to do any onboarding at least till next year. So that's why I'm like, fuck it, I'll just do it. If they ask about it, then yeah, I'll go try it for a bit. But I got no commitments to Green County for anything. That's why I'm like, I'm not waking up unless I'm doing PD.
Yeah, I just enjoy myself so much. There's like 80% much like better, but there's some people who go who try a little too hard, and that's the only thing I have to complain about on Purple. There's a couple of the old guy characters that just annoy me.
There's
Everything
plenty
else
of
is
old guy
perfect.
characters. There's
There's so many of them.
I'm not complaining. I find most of them fucking hilarious.
No, there's. I'm not gonna throw shade, but there's one that pisses me off because it's just something with the voice and character and everything.
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just glad you're happy actually doing EMT shit now. So.
Well, if you wanted me happy, you should have seen me in my Terrence face. Terrence was horrible. So hard to roleplay.
Good.
Okay, so who's
Suffer,
Terrence?
bitch. Suffer.
Terrence was the personality that Terry got because he couldn't have his face makeup on. So he just collapsed and got an extra personality and was like,
Lucy, I apologize. I think I'm dumb enough to not know how to fix this 30 minutes, even though I saw it for like a split second when I was setting this thing up. I actually think it might be something that I can only change whenever I start this. I don't know how to stream. So I guess you'll have to wait those 30 minutes. But in the meantime, you can go ahead and join the server regardless. Don't laugh at me. I'm an idiot, okay? I don't know how to do stuff. So here's the.
What about the settings on the pop out?
Nope, that's exactly where I go. There's nothing about that there.
Nah.
This is the Minecraft server IP address if you want to join in. And I'll guess.
I don't play video games. I'm too busy being cool.
So cool.
That is so cringe, bro.
Well, that's what Terry says. It's like, be cool, be cool. I don't play video games. I'm out banging.
Wow, you and me both.
Yeah, so much banging going on.
Oh yeah.
Ironic that I have to call you two the degenerates.
I know I've fucked up my sleeping pattern. If Wick comes on duty, it's like, oh no, it happened again.
Oh god. To be honest, with 1.0 rolling in, I'm trying to decide what to do.
What do you mean?
I guess
I want
I'll
to make
try
a criminal.
I guess I'll try to split myself across all characters. I'm not making a criminal. I've never roleplayed a criminal, and I don't think I ever will. It's not something I do.
Well, Terry was a
that's
criminal.
fair enough.
Terry's backstory is he was a serial killer.
Ooh, fun.
Fucking
No, so he wasn't a serial killer per se. Okay, so So Terry's backstory is that he was caught because he had a porn magazine back in the late 70s, early 80s, and that was illegal. But they caught him on a bed with four prostitutes. Three were still alive. One was
Jesus Christ.
yeah. One was his person. He had just set a personal record for how many toes he could cut off before the victim lost
God damn!
lost consciousness. The bed was made out of 17 kilos of coke because, according to Terry, having sex on coke is not fun, but having sex on coke is fun. So
Huh.
it's like,
Yeah, okay, yeah. Right. Took me a second. I just got home from work, bro. Everything's gonna take me a second to like click.
and he owned. His father is a war general, which is why Portugal is named Portugal. No explanation on why. He owned he bought a football team at a gas station once. He doesn't know which football team he owned, but it was like
You know, I hope you delve into that and you find out it's like a child's league football or something.
I have no idea. No. This is the dead Terry because that Terry was not fun. He had spent 40 years in solitary, and he was a lifer on white. And they found out he had a murder island, which was basically he just invited sexy young people to come to an island to have their vacation of their life, but they didn't really know that it was the last vacation of their life. Because for the first 7 days, they had everything they wanted: drugs, food, sex, everything. Day 8, we sent in the murder team, and then the hunt started. And on day 10, the chefs arrived on the island so we could have a feast on their what's it called?
You got about spin it out. Corpse. Come on. You
No, not corpse. When you go on a hunt and you have like you know you get stuff and then you feast on the
Technically game, I think.
Not game. It's like when you eat the things you've hunted.
Yeah,
it's
eat game meat. Well, that's what they call it, I suppose. You pray.
I don't remember. Well, still, that was Terry's backstory, so you know.
Yeah, Bonnie Bottom was a
criminal.
criminal, but I don't play like criminals. You know, I don't play gangsters. I play people who are just very, very mentally unstable, and end up doing crime.
Yeah, that's the fun stuff.
Yeah, that's the fun stuff.
Being a cool guy in a video game, I can't think of anything worse. That's
totally doesn't have a lot of characters like that. Anyway.
Yeah. I mean, I did the whole MC thing for. I mean, for 3.0, I was Mayhem MC for what, like fucking 2.5 years.
Yeah, well, you're always kind of you. You just bring out a few. The funniest thing with you, Vic, was the one time where we had the tourists, and you sent Sam to kill the guy.
As Luca? Oh
Yeah.
yeah, that was the best shit. Mike, the first because he never had a criminal. So the backstory is this was my fiance in No Pixel at the time, and he was a criminal.
It started at the bottom, but it stayed at the bottom.
Yeah, and I was EMS, and these guys were giving me the shits at the front of the hospital. I'm like, well, I can't do anything because I'm legal. So I returned to him. I'm like, can you take them out for a good time? Show them around at the bottom of the ocean.
And well, he also didn't have a felony at that time.
He didn't have a felony or something, and then I got a call out about 20 minutes later. An EMS call out, and I turn up. It's my fiance in cuffs, and all I can hear is him giggling and laughing, and he's going, "This is the happiest day of my life. This is how I'm gonna get my first felony, is for you." And I'm like, I'm trying not to cry laughing on the scene. I have to take it seriously. There's 2 dead bodies on the side of the ground, and he didn't end up getting the felony because the 2 people were absolute shitters. And Petey are like, "You're free to go. These people are fucked. They're being sent to the loony bin for life." And he's like, "Oh,
It was a good
God,
day.
that was- fucking oath, it was a good day."
It was Terry as
He is
yeah,
shattered.
that's
He didn't get that felony.
yeah, that was a what the hell are you swimming at? 800 meters to the death.
That's my death. That's
Um,
somewhere in that location is our house. Also, ah fuck, I
that's
lost
a
the
nice way
boat.
to
I
figure
guess.
out where you are.
I'll just die.
I almost pissed my pants. I saw you the first day I was on Purple, Vic, and I was like, why?
I don't worry. I literally just, well, because you wouldn't have recognized me, but I just saw you, and I'm like, no. And I was like, no. And the second you open your mouth, I'm like, yeah.
Aw, that's
And I'm like, I know exactly why you're in this hospital.
I came to apply, and the first thing I met was Callum, or Gallon, as Terry calls him. He's done that since day one.
Yeah, I'm sure I gave you a surprise the second I opened my mouth. I'm like,
and he was like, "Yeah, we're not hiring clowns." And then we got rights for like 6 hours, and I went straight to the hospital. Got a job.
To be fair, you would probably have gotten a job if you have run into me first, even before clowns got rights.
Yeah, I know, but it's such a good story thing.
It is. That
Yeah,
was exactly the
it was perfect.
story I
timing.
went to. Oh, clowns have rights. I guess we can have a diversity hire. One of them.
Yeah. And Terry
I think
was so
maybe-
proud. I think he thinks that being a diversity hire is like a badge of honor because
Absolutely.
No.
You're special, aren't you?
I'm a diversity hire.
Yeah, you're the special boy.
When you did come in and you walked off, Maria did go, "I like him." I'm like, I like him. I'm like, okay, I think you're gonna be right, Terry.
I mean, Walkatov absolutely hates Terry and is upset that he got hired. But on the other hand, Maria in the back of her head is, "Bitch, you fired an insane furry EMS who shot me in the head. You don't get to say I make bad hiring choices."
And Lucy was the accidental diversity hire. I love Lucy so much.
Oh, yeah. We gotta keep Lucy because she's a furry, and obviously Walkatov is not a furry because Nicotine is not a furry. So we're definitely gotta keep this furry hired for absolutely zero reason because
Yeah.
nobody is a furry.
Yeah, you need at least one fairy in there.
Except
Got the clown,
Let's
got
hope
the
those-
fairy.
yeah, furry and a terrible helicopter pilot.
Did you know what I just learned?
What?
That the reason I crashed today was Chloe.
How?
She just fucking spilled the guts to me that it was her fault because after I landed safely on Eclipse, her muscle
Yeah.
memory locked in because she was inside of Valkyrie just in case. So her muscle memory is when you're getting out of Valkyrie, you know, to turn the engine off. But the issue is the Valkyrie was already off. So she went ahead and turned her helicopter on and pushed mine off. And she didn't say anything until now. This whole time, I was upset about crashing a Valkyrie for the first time ever since I first started playing this fucking game. And I just now found out that bitch is the fucking cause.
Well, technically, you have crashed once before.
No.
Yes, because
No.
Danny was in the helicopter and he popped, so you were the only person in the helicopter.
I did.
So-
I was not in a driver's seat. I did not have an. We were so close to the ground. Like I literally told Danny 3 times, fly higher for safety, fly higher. He just stopped climbing, so I decided to ignore it. That was my fault. Turns out I should have kept yelling at him because if we were higher, I would have enough time to fucking go into the driver's seat and actually recover that. But we were literally like 10 meters above the ground, and as soon as his fucking head popped, we went straight into the fucking road and exploded. I was like, motherfucker. And then we went back for training, and I fucking kept yelling at him to climb and climb for like 10 minutes until we reached like the limit of how high you can fly. And I was like, now you get to train how to fly. Just in case, bitch. Don't you dare crash with me again.
I fucking love the Tackman. It's so fun.
I love acting differently depending on what Maria is dressed as.
Yeah, it's good. You got the same character, but you can just.
Oh yeah, that's kind of my thing,
Switch
because
with
I'm
her.
always addicted to making too many characters. I finally just cracked the code and decided, you know what, I'm just gonna make one character that's 5 characters, or like unlimited characters. And now I never have to
Yeah.
complain about having to switch characters all the time, because my character can play different characters.
Yeah, and everyone expects it. It's like, but yeah, it's just Maria.
Yeah, it's just Maria.
It's just
What do you mean
Maria,
she
don't
looks
worry
like that
about
all the time? It's just Maria.
Are there 2 of you? No.
No!
That's weird.
Why would there be 2 of us?
Lucy,
Don't
stop
worry.
lying.
Don't worry about the wind-up music and chainsaw. It's just Maria. It's fine.
Stop lying, Lucy. That you didn't do that on purpose. That was you didn't actually see them out.
Yeah, sure, Lucy, you did it on purpose.
Yeah.
A wink,
Yeah.
a wink,
Wink.
a wink.
Lucy, was it you when? I think it was me and Lucy that was flying out, and she jumped out of the fucking helicopter without a parachute.
By the way, I'm so sad you didn't ask me about that yesterday because I actually jumped out of that police car in 140 miles per hour and survived. When we
I
were
know, because I told you to jump out. I expect my TACMAD to jump out when I tell them to jump out.
I jump out.
Good. You think you're getting
Says
ride and
jump.
call police car? No.
When your command says jump, you say how far.
Exactly.
Funny as fuck. Yeah, it's so easy to, take a scenario and just up it up a little bit sometimes. And
Yeah, it's a lot easier to do it in purple compared to what it was in fucking No Pixel. I'm not gonna lie, it's just so much shit that you can do. It's just
yeah, and the fact that
Yeah.
you can ragdoll your body at any point. That
I know, right?
that
It's-
is just beautiful.
In multiple ways too.
So
Yeah,
it's dumb. In fucking No Pixel, you just fall over. That's it. Like you can't stay ragdoll, and it's so fucking dumb.
yeah. The only thing I miss with no pixel, like character animation wise, is on purple the fall asleep emote ends after like 2 seconds.
Oh yeah,
like-
that's right, and it's also not just, and it's also full body, so you cannot move while doing it. There's a
yeah,
lot of
true.
emotes like that who are like
And
weirdly
that's
configured.
one emote I used to use all the time.
Oh yeah,
because
fall asleep
Terry
it's so fucking good because it's like you're sad, you're
Yeah.
sleeping, it's so
Yeah.
good for so many things. Hi
And it
Lucy,
is like-
welcome on the server. Hopefully you'll be able to get in the voice call soon as well.
she
You might be able to
because
do it
Terry is
now.
not the most stable person in the world sometimes. Even though he is right now living on my desktop as here lies Terry.txt. Like he's frozen in a cryo chamber. But the fall asleep emote I miss.
Yeah, me too.
And And it would be nice to have a search for emotes.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, on the F5 button. That's like the main two things I miss. But other than that, I fucking love Purple.
My sit down emote still fucking works for some. You know how you sit down, cross legs, and then with crossed arms? That is still binded to my fucking F10 muscle and works.
Yeah.
I'm like,
Meditate and
okay,
wait 13. The good old
Yeah, that's the
meditate
one.
and wait
Yep.
13. Yep.
Yeah,
The good old
that
classic.
still works. But my fucking F11 bind, which is cross arms and fall over, that doesn't work though.
Oh.
Oh yeah, cross
that's a
arms
good one as
just
well.
doesn't work at all, I think. Oh wait, no, it does.
Well,
Mm,
We have cross arms
I-
and cross
whatever it
hands and
is.
also cop, which some of it is also cross arms.
Yeah,
whatever
I
it
use-
is,
I-
it doesn't work.
I hold a coffee cup or I cross my arms and then I do a silly dance because the cross arm thing is over upper body and the silly dance is full body. So then I stand still with my hands crossed and then do a jig with my legs. Beautiful.
Mm.
It's so stupid. Yeah, I kind of remember that falling over bit. What you making over here?
I'm trying to make magic.
Nice.
Yeah, this is a water wheel that makes magic. That I has my little milestone and a fan, but that doesn't really do a lot. What I need to do is I need to go get a drill and get automatic drilling because I hate going to the mines and looking for resources. So, therefore, what is next that I need? Bro.
Such a
Drill.
modest house. The first thing I do in like Minecraft is just spend hours and hours building a fucking house.
Oh, I just like digging a square, like straight down. That's my thing. If I were to play Minecraft, I'm like, okay, I'm going down.
Well, straight to bedrock.
Oh, also, Lucy, if you're wondering, the island we're on is like straight east from the spawn. We have beds in this
That's
little
meta.
house. So,
Find out in role playing, Lucy.
I fucking went crazy as a crazy scientist here like a few hours ago. I was RPing being a fucking god amongst men. For I make everything out of nothing. I take stone, I turn it into cobblestone, I crush it, I mill it, I fucking wash it. I create everything out of a single piece of stone, for I am God. I have created power out of nothingness. I am the one who cranked the first crank.
I am
Look at
the
my
mad
crank.
scientist. So cool. Son of a bitch.
Son of a bitch. Is that from How I Met Your Mother?
No, it's
Yeah,
from
what-
fucking Steins Gate. Fucking old anime.
Oh yeah,
I
it's
am
that.
mad scientist. So cool. Son of a bitch.
Yeah, because they in How I Met Your Mother they used quite a bit of "you son of a bitch."
It's so weird having a Japanese person say it quickly though. It's just the full Japanese accent. Son of a bitch.
Son of a bitch.
Yeah, I've never gotten into anime.
Wow, that's
I got into
That's cringe.
hentai.
You stole my joke because
Ninja.
I was gonna go with if there's no tentacles, I'm gonna just say no, thank you, ma'am.
There's always tentacles in an anime. No.
Yeah, I watched. This might get me like fired or something, but I watched the One Piece movie series on Netflix. I kind of enjoyed it.
I heard very
Oh, the
good
live
reviews
action
about
one.
the live action
yeah.
One
Apparently,
Piece. Yeah, it's
apparently
pretty
really
good.
Yeah.
Like it was quite nice, and it was it was they sped the backstory up so it wasn't.
They have to.
Yeah, of course.
Like, but I mean, they have more seasons come. But I heard it was really good. I still need to watch myself, but just don't watch Death Note if on Netflix. Just don't.
What's that lawyer name? Sean Cutter.
Yeah.
He wanted me to watch Bebop something.
Cowboy Bebop.
Yeah.
Oh, the show? Oh,
Yeah.
the live action? No,
No, the anime.
Oh, the anime? Oh, fuck yeah. shame. The live action was like, it was kind of okay, and then it just turned to shit, and I'm like, oh. Yeah, the original show, no, it's really good. It's if you're not used to it, it's probably going to be hard to get into because it's very old animation.
Yeah.
Speaking of old anime, I've only now watched Akira in a cinema like a few months ago.
Oh my god, hi! Oh my god, did you call her for skin?
I wish I had my skin, but I'm playing on an alt, so I don't have my.
My
own
god,
skin.
that's so furry.
What do you mean that's so furry? It's a gay skin. It's so beautiful.
I know it's gay skin. It's very cute, but
let me go ahead.
It's very, very furry adjacent.
Me, you.
Very adjacent.
Because it's a, she has a bear hat on her.
Fuck! Did I slash me? You did. They just slash meat in Minecraft.
I love the
Wow,
name.
that's
Uwutism. That's amazing.
We have estrogen on this Minecraft server. It adds
milk.
It adds.
By the way, my daughter.
Curse of oofying.
She has autism, and she was like, when I asked her what she wanted for Christmas, now she was like, yeah, I want toy cars and dinosaurs. I'm like, when did you start to want that? And I'm like, well, I have autism, and people with autism like cars and dinosaurs.
All right, good on her.
Yeah, my daughters are actually geniuses. Like, we IQ tested one of them, and she was 8 years old, solved quizzes that were for 18-year-olds, or like easily top 5 in percent in Norway.
Yeah, I've
I
got
feel like I would fail. I would fail at those.
It's weird how that works. My mate's 2 kids. They're very.
Yeah, it's scary as fuck because she understands that she's this smart.
Yeah.
But the other one, we were sitting here, and she has, a little bit more problems. She's also extremely smart, and she's like the sharpest kid I know. That's the one with autism. But she also has like an eating disorder, so she had to have like a thing in her stomach that we feed food through.
I'm trying to change my skin. There we go.
And we were sitting here, and she was having a bad day, and she was like hating herself for being afraid and for being this and for being small and having autism and having the eating disorder. And sometimes you have kids, Vic, or don't you have kids? Nah. Okay. Well, basically, sometimes when you have kids, you think to yourself, okay, this is the one. Now I really, at this moment, I'm a good dad. And she was talking to me about that, and I was like sitting there, and something like snapped in my brain, and I went, oh, I know the correct thing to say now. So I looked at her and I told her, like, have you ever made a chocolate cake? She was like, yeah. How do you think a chocolate cake would taste without sugar? I don't think that would taste any good, I said. I was like, no, that would probably not be good. Yeah, well, your people are like that. If we don't have everything that's supposed to be in the recipe, it wouldn't be the same. And she looked at me and was like, yeah. And then she started to eat on her arm. I was like, what the hell are you doing? Oh, you told me I was a chocolate cake.
Oh, God. Yeah, well, she is still a kid, so that's if that's the takeaway from it, then.
She's amazing. She's so clever. Oh, your Windows crashed again.
Nope. I was changing skins. I got one of my OG actual skins, and I chose the Christmas one since this season. So I'm logging back in.
I need to see what that error message is.
An error just occurred. To continue, press enter to return to Windows 4.
It's there to hide all the nude models.
Yep.
Okay, that error message is for graphics cards.
Well, there you go.
Don't mean a thing. It ain't got this way. Do I 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 do I
Sorry for being yappy.
How could you? It's not like it's the reason why I got invited here. It's the chat.
Yeah, I mean, you're literally. I mean, we know you're a Yapateri. It's like it's no fucking secret. But
I speak Japanese.
Oh my god, I'm back. Look at me. On my cute face.
I don't know how to make estrogen, okay? I just got here. Look at me, my little self-insert character. Oh, look at this little pinky bitch. Bunny bottom, that's me. In my Christmas sweater.
Nice.
Cute. Made by
I never got to see Bunny. I only saw a little bit that you streamed, and
Yeah, most people never met Bunny bottom, to be honest.
oh, well, I kind of did, kind of didn't. She was sedated when I put her into the prison ICU.
Oh yeah, that. Boris, hello.
Honey.
Oh my god. Yeah, don't... Lucy, don't crank it until you're hungry. Here, take some potatoes, take some coal, go in the house and cook it yourself, bitch. Don't eat potatoes raw! Cook... No! Don't eat potatoes raw! Don't eat potatoes raw!
It's Lucy. What do you expect?
Don't! Go in the house and cook them, now! Good.
You need to pet her.
Jesus, how many
scratch her back.
women do I have to put in the kitchen today?
Oh my god!
Oh my god,
Oh,
did
you
you
gotta
just
bring-
put
you
them
gotta-
all in one? Did you just put all of potatoes in one oven? I'm judging you so hard right now, Lucy.
They're gonna be so uneven.
Why do you
Oh,
think
so-
there's... I am at home in here, don't worry. Good. So am I. I love cooking. Cooking is poggers. Oh my god! You broke the window in the house! Now I have to come in and be... No. Oh my god.
Is this domestic violence?
A little bit, yeah. It's fine, we'll cover it up. Oop. Oh, no, that's not. Here. Put that here.
Yeah, I'm
There
trying
we
to
go,
decide.
as if
Since
nothing
they're
ever
bringing,
happened.
Street racing in, I might make a criminal character for the street racing.
Oh, I cannot decide who I want to do the racing on. I cannot choose. Because all of my current decisions are legal characters, so that's gonna be tricky. I'm gonna
Don't
have
tell
to
me
wait
you're
for
gonna
the
try
time.
racist.
You were making a DA character, or you moving Maria to DA?
No. Annabelle, my goth mom.
Okay.
She's
Right.
gonna try joining the DA's office because she probably wants to be a judge eventually. But I don't have the experience to, like, go ahead and show off and get hired on the spot. I wanna stay in the DOJ for a while until I get promoted.
Yeah, I mean, because I used to be DOJ. Actually, fucking me and Terry were both DOJ in No Pixel for a while.
Oh yeah, we were. I accidentally got hired. That was fun.
You did accidentally. To be honest, how the fuck you actually got hired is honestly still baffling. But yeah,
It was the only time in history that 5 judges had sat in a meeting, just said, we're gonna hire him. And they forgot to tell me, so they sent me a text message a few hours later.
yeah, I mean, you did well. You did the cats program and everything. man.
Oh, I
That's
love the
pretty
CATS
cool.
program.
Yeah, that was
Citizen
perfect.
Arrival Training Service. That was a good one. I'm so sad that Not a Criminal took up the dogs program, because we even made the name for it. Deviant Alternative Work Group Service Dogs.
Okay. Yeah. That,
I'm
as
just
I
gonna
said, took me a second.
Callum, get in the call. Come on.
Hi, Callum.
Gallon, come on, get in the call.
What the fuck, Scott? What the fuck do you mean? First of all, you didn't agree. You were chosen. It's not like you could have said no, bitch. I said no. This guy is becoming Underseer, and that was it. When I said that, you are becoming Underseer. You do not say no to me.
Simple.
It's totally not Maria making a private army for herself.
He's telling me he likes to shoot. Not as much as Kanye, though. Oh no! I'm not gonna shoot you. You heard about that one, Vic?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
There you go, Lucy. You are allowed to talk. Hello.
Welcome.
Furry.
Took you long enough.
Imagine being a furry, not me wearing bunny ears right now.
Yeah, that really is the pot calling the kettle black.
Mm-mm.
I love
How
you,
are you
Lucy.
doing, Lucy? We all love you. Do we just call you Lucy, or what do we call you?
Just Lucy.
Alright, just Lucy. What a weird name.
Huh?
Weirdo.
What?
Why would we call you
nice
just
to meet
Lucy?
you, just Lucy.
Yeah,
Just
just
Lucy.
Lucy. What a name.
God
Wow.
damn, no,
Just Lucy.
and Lucy,
Just Lucy.
I've
know what I meant.
Don't crank it. Stop cranking.
Why?
Because you're wasting food.
What you mean? It's just a crank.
Yeah. Are you getting hungry?
Oh shit, I am.
Yeah. It's almost like cranking takes a lot out of you. Jesus, don't crank all day long.
What if I just want to crank that soldier boy?
Yeah, I know you want to crank.
Yeah. Should have. Yeah.
That's a
I'm
good
surprised you. I'm surprised you didn't get to that first, Terry. To be real.
Out of my mind. Hello. Are you having fun in my hole? I'm gonna take that as a yes.
Lucy, that character, the chase you had on Terry in the hospital when I was just gonna go to the hospital, lay in the bed for 2 seconds, and then run out and collect some kids.
Wait, did I make you late?
I pulled out when I pulled. That sounds horribly wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, it's too easy. Too easy.
As soon as you went down and I had done the whole trying to contact PD, I was like, yeah, now I need to go. But I was 20 minutes late, but it was okay. But yeah, I had to. It's so difficult because of the fact that you can't talk out of character at all on purple. So you can't be like. So I had to be like, I'm just gonna have to explain in 2 seconds and then bolt.
I got used to like trying to explain certain things in roleplay to a way that it's OOC, but it's not.
Yeah.
So people just get what you mean.
Yeah, I usually just go, I have an infection. I have demons in my mind. It's like, that's kind of, but
yeah.
It's
No, I
kind
think
of
Demons is an old classic staple. It's
I'm trying to stay away from that. Just flex your X muscle.
Meanwhile, I'm here and fucking RP Pure is judging all of you for saying any of that.
Yeah, I don't do that. When I say something, just take a minute and think about your ex, and then it's like I'm talking about your boyfriend or girlfriend or they them friends, And when I tell people to on the bicycle, it's like just get some space and go.
Oh my god, I need glue.
Uh-oh.
Don't drink glue. It's bad.
I need glue. I need super glue. I need slime balls.
Oh, oh.
I need slime balls so bad.
Mentioning glue around me.
Right, yeah, I forgot about that.
Are you a blue addict, Lucy? But that character, that if you had managed to, have like god powers and flick the hospital lights, it would have just been the perfect goddamn horror movie. Because that was actually terrifying. You outside the operating room while I was hiding inside it, and you just humming for yourself.
God, I miss early Maria.
I've like I say my crim character, but Lucy is my crim character as well. Like, fucking my batshit insane character.
Yes.
It's the best way to word it. I kind of took some inspiration from Nico with that one, but I've tried to keep it different.
Really? Psychos? Creepy characters? Inspiration from me? How? Where? Where would that came from? I don't play anyone like that,
I don't know what you're
idiot.
talking about. I don't see it.
Yeah.
No.
What inspired you? Huh? What could possibly inspire you?
Huh?
But if you had managed to get the hospital lights to flicker there, that would have, that's the only thing that I was like, I wish the hospital lights would turn off and on right now, because I'm sneaking through with a pink gun, hiding in every room, trying to get to the promised land, which was the locker room. Almost made it, and then I met you in that hallway, and I just instantly shot you twice. I didn't even think about it. I was like, oh god, she's here.
Wow. Fuck, I do need glue. Ah, fuck. I do need glue to do what I want to do.
What is the worst thing you did with Lucy?
Terrorism.
Nah.
Lucy's backstory, although she doesn't really get into it, is because I used to play a server called RPUK. I took what I did on Lucy from RPUK and it's just like, oh yeah, that's Lucy back in the UK.
Yeah.
So what I did was made a group called Bingle, which was basically a bunch of furries that were terrorists. And that group, there was so much shit that they did. Like, fucking, I'm trying to get Bingle on Purple, but it's hard with Lucy being in Sam's.
Yeah.
I'm trying to keep it under the wraps, so I end up just doing dumb shit on Lucy for the fun of it, because it's goofy. Instead of doing crime, I just, say for instance, crash a helicopter, cause some hospital drama.
That is pretty funny. That is pretty funny though. You do get a few of them become a ringleader, but you're in Sam's. That would be...
The funniest thing about a helicopter crash was the fact that we were struggling so much to get it out of that goddamn impound lot.
That's always the case.
Oh, I knew how to do it. Oh, see, but I was just like, it'd be funny if Lucy forgot.
Same here. I'm like, I'm not gonna listen to what Callum says at all. I'm just gonna ignore everything.
Oh, that motherfucker almost died. His blood was boiling.
Oh, I felt so bad.
I just saw the video of it on fucking metal. From Callum's, but on metal. I saw it from Callum's perspective.
Oh, I need to see that.
Oh yeah, Callum Scott post metal. His perspective. Good, because I want to see shit from his perspective all the time.
Yep,
Especially the fucking crashes he does.
Yeah, he got fucking slapped.
What was it that Lucy had the other day? Lucy has a I love Lucy, but Chloe has a clip or a highlight of me.
Uh-oh.
To be honest, I don't even think I have any. I don't think
What's
I
your
have any
what's your
recorded
name
with
on Twitch again?
Whom's Bobby?
Yeah.
Maddie. Maddie, the sky goddess.
Okay, estrogen pills. Crystal estrogen. What the fuck's that? Like crystal meth, but for titty skittles?
I don't.
Oh fuck.
Titty skittle, that's funny.
Some titty skittles?
Right. I need cookies and liquid estrogen. How do I make liquid estrogen?
I don't know.
Filtered horse urine.
What?
I shit you not, that is the fucking recipe. What?
I don't know.
Bucket of filtrated horse urine. What the fuck? Okay.
I don't know.
I need to milk a horse.
Don't milk a horse.
Where's the horse? I need to milk it.
If you're gonna do it, at least do it for content and make some money out of it.
That's one of my favorite things. When we were going, me, Maddie, Chloe, and Miss Neth, going
Miss
to
Neth.
pick up that mile. Yeah.
Yo, what the fuck is the missing net?
How old is Terry again?
8 years old.
That bitch is barely 18 years old.
No, he's 68, but it's not his first skin. He has a skin
Yeah,
guy
but
in Brazil.
yeah, but
yeah,
Maria.
But his brain is fucked.
But Maria is 18 years old.
Yeah, and still, you know,
Miss
his
Neth.
brain isn't. He's not all there. So that's kind of the thing. But the fact when we went to pick up that mime, and Terry decided to follow all the traffic. Stopping at red lights, you know, looking to the left, looking to the right. And I would have kept doing that all the way to the hospital if it hasn't been for Miss Net.
That is probably the best way to troll a mime as a clown.
Yeah, well, Terry says that he hates mimes because clowns are known for thinking outside the box, and mimes always get stuck in the box.
That's one way to put it.
So that's. But yeah, we went very slowly to the hospital.
Oh my god! I can actually make slime balls. Oh my god! I love this mod so much. I'm making glue. I'm about to make some glue, Lucy. Watch me make glue.
I need to eat it. I need to taste test it.
That
It's
game where you can
green.
write everything.
Let me eat it.
No.
Stop eating glue.
Why not?
No, I'm making
Let me eat it.
flour. Calm down.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm making
Why'd you have a
flour.
bad
Then
omen on you.
Huh? Oh yeah,
Bad
because
omen on you.
yeah, because I killed a pillager thingy magic.
Oh.
Don't.
Oh.
Give me back my flour. Give me back
Oh.
my flour. It's my flour.
Sorry. Ah!
Actually, you know who I need to convince to come over to purple?
Sam?
Steve.
Oh, I miss Steve. You're good. You're good.
I'm just going through some old metal clips, and I remember I've got the old clip here of getting Steve arrested for copstitution.
Oh, I miss Steve so much.
Yeah, to be honest, he would fit in so well in purple. He would actually really enjoy it.
Yeah. And he's just such a good fucking character.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, I
I'm
can
going
make
to
so
look
much
for some
bread.
horses.
Okay. There were a few around here, but not anymore.
There's
Are
few
you- are
lines
you-
that are funnier than Sam going started at the bottom, still at the bottom.
power bottoms of the city, and we're still at the bottom. I'm trying to convince Sam to come on over, but it's the whole paid
The yeah, I paid for goddamn slushy bear to apply.
To be honest, I think I'm gonna pay for Sam to do his, because it'd be really good.
But he's either so stoned that he can't remember to ask, because his application has been waited since before Halloween.
Good.
And I love Slushy, and I love Sam, I love Steve.
Yeah, I do miss everyone.
Well, what's her name again? Rainbow Sprinkles. She quit RP. She's currently
the original Sam. Yeah.
She's currently just doing VTuber stuff.
Doing gardening. Look at me. Baby, we are
My god, the nearest island is like 1,000 blocks away.
Yeah, I hate this place. We're moving very soon. Absolutely fucking hate this spawn. Sucks so bad.
Oh, that's why it's so fucking huge. Just biomes are plenty.
Yep.
Question, is that ship functional?
Which ship?
The one in the water.
Nope.
Oh, the sunken
Nope.
one, though.
That sucks.
Yeah, and you cannot.
A
Yeah,
fox.
that's a vanilla crashed ship, and even with Create, you cannot make actual functioning ships. That's a different mod that you make actual moving ships. But you can make any ship you want in any shape you want, glue it together, and make that structure move like a minecart or something. And you could like physically stand on it while it's moving. So. Because Create is for like
that would be
mechanical stuff, so you can make like trains that actually drive on tracks, but you can also make moving structures. You can literally just glue together a house, put it on rails, and make that go around. So that's how I wanted to make a pirate ship in the old time I played on Create servers. Just make a ship like this and just put rails underground, because minecarts can drive underwater, and just have that slowly go around the water.
Surely someone's made a mod like a
Like a
squeak when you hit
ship
them.
mod. Surely.
Yeah, there is an actual pirate ship mod that you can like actually make working ships. It's much older than Create. It's pretty damn good. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
I'm
I'm
trying
making
to kill a
slime
fox for
balls.
his foxies.
Oh my god. I made glue.
God.
Yep.
I was trying to kill a fox for their fox ears.
Degenerate.
I know, mate.
No furries in the hospital.
Maybe a little bit of furries in the hospital.
I wonder who owns the Wikifur account.
I don't know.
It's like quite literally the meme of I have two sides. I hate furries. I am a furry.
I have created glue. Only there was someone here to taste it.
I'm on an adventure to try and make estrogen. I just need to find out how the fuck I make a fucking Minecraft horse piss in a bucket.
Fucking
if you look up the fucking recipe for estrogen. I shit you not, it's horse urine.
Yeah, Maddie
Oh,
saw
that's-
that. Maddie saw that mod. I was like, oh yeah, I'm adding that. I don't even know what that is. Valid. Alrighty. Alright, I think I'm
Why
gonna
is there an item called :3?
Huh?
There is an item that's just :3. Ooh, woo.
Well, there's probably a
You need a
Google.
netherite ingot, never stars. So you need to kill 3 with it. What the fuck?
What's the item called again?
It's literally a :3. So if,
Oh.
if
Oh
you
yeah,
go
that.
onto-
Oh yeah. I'm trying to figure out what it does.
fuck? That's my end goal.
Yeah, and
Wait,
what
repeat
does it?
sequence 10 times, so you need 30 nether stars.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
30
look at it.
netherite.
No,
What
you
the
need 10
fuck?
netherite and 30.
Oh yeah, wait,
stars.
no. My brain. I can't count. Oh my
And
god,
what
you
does
can make
it do?
testosterone as well.
But what does Uwu do?
I don't know. Oh, you can make balls. A part of the estrogen, What the fuck?
I had some slime balls. We don't have a blaze
Oh yeah,
burner.
slime balls. Yeah, blaze burner.
Alright, and you
slime balls
press
and a blaze
in.
burner, you get
Alright,
balls.
and you sandpaper balls into testosterone chunks. And then you crush testosterone into testosterone powder. And then you melt it down with coal into testosterone mixture. then you pour it into a bucket, so you have a bucket of testosterone mixture. I guess that's all.
Okay, quick question before I head off to bed. Does anyone know when the servers are coming back online today?
It should be in like 9-10 hours, pretty sure. Hold on.
Cool. That's
It's
when
in
I
9
wake
hours
up.
and 5 minutes, apparently. It's probably not gonna be up because nothing's ever on time.
Probably
but
not.
How do you see that?
I was just told it's gonna be at 5 p.m. EST, and that's in 9 hours. And technically, Snow did say, see you, you know, tomorrow evening, and 5 p.m. EST is very much an evening for Snow.
Yeah.
Little German.
Okay.
That
I am
is-
going to sleep. It's 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and
Yeah,
I am
it is 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I know, the same time zone, and I've been awake for the past 18 hours.
Jesus.
Yeah, and I'm staying awake until the server comes alive, and obviously once the server
Nah.
goes live, I have to play on it.
Nah,
Yeah,
no,
that's
for
what
the
I
love of
decided.
God,
The
go.
dedication.
No, I'm not
Right.
going anywhere. I'm staying here. If anything, the funny thing is, I feel like I just woke up. My eyes are feeling a little bit burned and tired. Like I feel like I woke up an hour ago.
So what do we have to do to get hired back onto TechMed? Because we need to be there first thing so we can get some guns. I mean, keep the city safe.
Yeah, no, you'll just show up. High command for all government agencies is just getting hired on instantly, and then we'll get you situated. I'm saying we because technically I am high command, but technically I'm not high command, so I'm not sure if I'm gonna be hired on, if it's just gonna be Callum and Rich. I'm hoping that I'm gonna be hired on because, bitch, I am high
shit.
command.
I just realized fucking Callum could just go, yeah, no, we're not hiring you.
Yeah, technically he
Like,
could, but the funny thing is, all it would take is for Overseer to swing by, and then Callum would lose his job, and Maria would take over.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing that
Well,
annoys
RP
Maria a
wise,
little
we-
bit
we-
because
we-
Overseers all the
we're
time.
not getting.
You're above Callum. You're above Callum. And it's like, well, the rank doesn't say so. So I kind of, Overseer, with you not being around, I can't do anything. I know I can run to you to have things done, but you're not around, so what am I supposed to do?
The RP-wise, we are supposedly already hired. It's just that the computer system went down. And
Yeah. All the memories stay, so it's literally just a blip, right? You were hired yesterday. Why would you be fired?
And we survived yesterday.
Absolutely, everyone survived.
Best way to put it, we moved to Pillbox and we updated the computer system. Boom.
Yeah, are we moving to Pillbox?
Yeah.
Yeah,
we're starting
Please
in
no more.
Pillbox right off the bat.
Yeah.
What
Okay.
what MLO is it?
I don't
there's
know.
a
It looks
fuck
like
ton.
to me. It looks like the fucking NoPixel
I've been
4.0
looking-
hospital. If I'm being honest.
How do we see? Because where did you see that we got Pillbox? Because I looked at the trailer so
Yeah,
many times.
I think there was like a special video on that Snow and Penta watched together on his stream, something like that. Then more in depth. Because I did see it for a little bit, and I was really unimpressed with the trailer for the hospital. Because I was like, man, there's not a TACMED or anything related inside. It's just a generic video, you know?
The hospital.
Yeah, because like I saw the actual trailer now, and that's cool. You know, it's got all the players from the actual server and stuff, so that's all cool. Although I could not care less because I don't do crim stuff, so I don't care about all those boosting mini games and all of that.
They may have just shown off like the MLO preview that people make.
Yeah,
Like, showing off
that would make sense if that was an MLO strictly for that. But I think there was more in that video. I think that video was made by the same people who made the trailer. That's the thing confusing me.
Oh, right.
Which is because I think there was more in that video, or maybe there wasn't. Maybe it was just Snow explaining things. But I heard them talking about all the houses being available and all of that.
Two-way windows is gonna be a fucking pain in the ass for my brain, though.
Why?
I'm gonna see how long it takes before Lucy gets raided by the cops. I'm calling. A week minimum.
I'm gonna see how long it takes until they're disabled, because there were a lot of features on Purple Day 1 that were disabled. Like train got disabled, the phone being live updated, like the actual phone you're holding in game used to actually show what you were looking at. Not like physically, but it had screen for every app you had on, so people would be able to see if you were on text messages or playing Flappy Bird, as it was at the start before it became Perry Flap, and that got disabled.
I just want Terry to be able to have that app he does when he's gonna do a lot of jobs, so like he can go out and grind. So he needs that grinder app.
Yep. I just went through.
I downloaded
did not
Grindr looking for
see that
guys
whole thing,
interested in
etc., so I
money.
just don't know. I just assumed that it was part of the trailer, and I was like, that doesn't make sense to be in a trailer. It doesn't show off anything like server specific, right? Like we have lore about the hospital and stuff. It doesn't make sense to show off
stopped so I could see if you could see it on the map. On the map, the hospital is still back at the same place. I looked.
Yeah, no, we're definitely moving to Pillbox. I think the thing is they're considering keeping both hospitals and maybe splitting them or something. But like the main hospital is being moved to Pillbox, and I think that video is just being an MLO showcase, not a full-on trailer. Makes a lot more sense because that was like just generic EMS vehicles, generic doctors, etc. I was like, this doesn't make sense to be in our city where we have TACMED, all of that. But if that was just an MLO showcase, because there were no players, it was just all NPCs.
Well, I hope that
makes
the naming of the vehicles that he showed in that shared vehicle pool on Discord, that stays. Because if that's visible in the list, so instead of remembering 7923, and you can just look for Terry's car.
Yep. That's definitely staying. Basically, we're keeping the list as a backup for now, but we're moving all of the vehicles into that new system, so it will be like that.
Yeah. Okay, going to bed.
All right, have a good
Why
night.
Fuck her
That's
horses.
it.
195, 1042.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye.
195. What a fucking call sign.
It's such a good call sign, though.
Yeah.
Well, it's because
Dispatch,
because he can't have
195.
his
76 back
369
eclipse, 195. If you ever go out on solo call, there you go.
Yeah, that's why I have it. But back on No Pixel, I had 369 because I just wanted people to think, damn, she fine. Hoping she would suck it to me one more time. Get low. Love you, bye.
Love you too. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Have a good night.
Oh,
Alrighty.
fuck, I think I should go to bed as well.
Alright, a wrench. How do you make a wrench? Ah. I need...
I can't believe you're gonna stay up the entire time.
I
It's
will.
insane.
Yes.
Hello, that's me. I'm
Horses!
insane.
What? Oh yeah, horses.
Horses! I found horses!
Oh my god, I feel so sorry for those horses.
Yeah, with the, or yeah, no.
Give me your
Everything's
piss.
very lost. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Now I'm mine for those horses.
Dun, 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 dun. There we go.
Cogwheel. How do you make a cogwheel? I need one plank and one shaft.
They will now live in a hole.
If I need the plank. Do you have
I'm gonna
plank?
leave you to it. I
Alright,
assume
thank
I'm
you.
probably gonna see you tomorrow.
You will.
At some
or
point.
else.
Yeah. Sounds like I wake up just when the server wakes up, so this is gonna be interesting.
Nice. Good.
I'll see you later. Have a good
Wait,
night.
wait, wait.
Fucking try and
Oh
get
my
some
god,
sleep.
Sunan.
Good morning. Morning, Sunan. How are you doing?
Boy. I got a wrench. Guess what I'm about to start doing? I'm about to start motherfucking digging. Hell yeah.
What are you digging for?
I'm just digging a hole.
Oh.
I'm a dwarf and I'm digging a hole. Dig a hole. I'm digging a hole. Hole. Diggy hole. Diggy hole.
God fucking damn it, get in the hole.
Digging a hole. Hole. Diggy hole. Diggy hole.
This poor horse.
Poor horse indeed.
Get in the hacking hole. Yeah, that's the right way. No.
I need a chest. Need a chest. Please give me a chest. Bum 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 bum. Bum bum bum. Dream. Ah, sleep. It's night. Help.
Huh? Oh.
I'm getting far. No, I'm not getting far. I'm mostly just running in circles. But we're doing somewhere. We got a fan, and I got a wrench, and I got glue. I got super glue, and I got a few drills, and we're gonna start drilling because I am not going. I love how unhinged I am, OC. I'm not unhinged, OC. What are you talking about?
Yes! I got 2 of them in the hole.
How dare you? Bucket of water, and you go walk the water.
Oh, fuck's sake.
What?
Just because I can't say bucket of water. Fuck.
Bucket of water.
Fuck.
Fuck.
I can't say it.
Yeah, velocity. What are you talking about? Mr. Salmon, Salmon, bring me a dream, 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 dream.
Found a village. Oh wait, oh, fuck. Oops. God damn it.
I have created it, my contraption. Hola.
Oh,
No,
wow.
all. Oh wow, that lasts for a while. Dum 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 dum. Dum 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 dum. The Sandman, bring me a dream.
Time to steal all the villages' resources.
Oop, nope. Wait, hold on, I can just do this. Huh?
Oh.
Excuse me? Stop it. Thank you.
I'm making an estrogen factory here. There's so many horses.
Crunk! Where are you, my crunk? No. Come here, crunk. My crank. Or I am the crank. Oh, someone got shot. L. 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 Imagine getting shot. L. We are digging! Ah! What the fuck? You scared the shit out of me! Anyway.
Oh no.
What?
I just hit a villager.
Oh, that's fine.
There's an iron golem here.
Yeah, well, that happened. Oh my god, my digging machine works! I am a genius! Now I just need wind. I'm not fine. That scared the shit out of me. You have no idea how easy I'm scared. Alright, windmill bearing.
I will be right back.
Alright. We had a horror game day. I launched Outlast and the TV made me cry and I quit the game. A TV. There was not even jump scare. I mean, there was a jump scare, but it was a fucking TV and I cried and left. And I'm not going back and you can't force me to. Anyway. Yeah, fair enough. Windmill. So I need... I need... Alright, so how many alloys do we have? Oh, zinc works as well. That's good.
Remember, this is the 20th century.
Ah, Jesus Christ, scared the shit out of me. Am I tired? Yes, I'm a little bit tired, but only a little bit, you know, it is what it is. I'll live. Ooh, that sounded nice.
I feel like my mic is way too sensitive on Twitch.
I don't know. I'll be honest, it doesn't sound too sensitive. It sounds
It's like
sensitive, but in a good way.
It's like lighting up with every single different clip I make.
Well, maybe. I don't think it's too sensitive, if I'm being honest, but no, I don't know. Like, if you ask me, I would say no, it's not too sensitive. Like, the fact that it's picking it up doesn't mean it's noticeable.
Yeah.
Diorite, there we go. That is what I need. Yes. No. Did I leave all my... No, there we go. There we go. Bless you. Bless you.
Thank you.
For coughing in my stream, bish. I'm totally not starting to get loopy. Nuh-uh. No, you. Me getting sleepy? No. Don't be me. I'll be cringe.
That fucking villager just scared the crap out of me. Just open
No,
the
if
door.
you're allowed, yeah, I'm about to open my second energy drink, don't worry. I'll have a fucking heart attack today, oh well.
I wonder if I can make Monster. Estrogen and Monster. That'd be a...
Monster
amazing.
estrogen flavor.
Yes.
I hope so, if I'm being honest. That should be a drink
No, I can't.
that we could sell in PURPLERP. Just make a stand selling Monster estrogen. Fucking tree is gonna piss me off, but oh well. I just wanna let everybody hear me say. You motherfucker. Don't spam click it. Don't you know that spam clicking does 0 damage, silly? Hi, Lily. Oh, my eyes are starting to hurt now. It's fine, we'll make it. I made a pillar. I just wanna let everybody hear me say. What? No.
Right, let's hope I don't get killed by the fucking...
Yeah, let's hope.
Oh, he looked friendly. Oh, he's friendly. Okay. Crisis averted.
Windmill there.
Down to steal all.
Oh my god, look at this! I have created power! With the power of wind. I am genius. Also, I just realized that this is not needed, so...
Can I make a saddle? No. Oh. Oh no, that's making the saddle back into the crap. God damn it.
Remember, this is the 20th century. We're not in the Dark Ages.
Are we not in the Dark Ages? I guess not. Make some room in my pocket. There we go. We need... Oh yeah, I'm destroying this whole place, by the way.
Fuck. I need to find a saddle or a piece of string. Oh no, fucking lead.
Good morning, Jess. Hello. Currently doing a little itty bitty bit of Minecrafting. Yeah. Kogu. What does it take? Wood. Woodchuck. How much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? How are you feeling? No sleep, right? Yep, no sleep yet. And we're not going to sleep anytime soon. Hey, the timer got bumped a little bit. We were about to, you know, get below 10 hours and now we're back to 17. You got it. You got it. You got it. You got it, Swing. You got it. You got it. You got it. You got it, Swing. You got it, Swing. You got it, Swing.
What the fuck? Oh, I have to filter the horse urine. What the fuck? I'm trying to learn this fucking... I'm trying to find out what the fuck
I can see that. I can hear that.
So confused.
It's quite a journey for you. I guess you'll not give up until you get estrogen, huh?
Yup.
Good.
I need a mixer.
Yeah, and you know who's gonna be making a mixer eventually? Me?
Hell yeah.
But we're not there yet. I don't need a mixer just yet. What we're starting is automating resource gathering.
Oh, here we go. See.
Ah, someone sleep.
What? There is a bed near me. Get the fuck out of the bed. There we go. I kicked the villager out of his bed.
My digging machine has been created. Yeah, that's
I am
more than sure. More than sure. It's more than fine, Sticky. Go ahead and do that.
I'm on the way back. I've marked where I left the horses, and I'm just gonna come back and let it.
Look at my little machine go. It's so beautiful. It's digging a hole straight to bedrock. Because it can. Hehe. What do I need for more drills? Actually, not that a lot. Could probably spare a little bit more. Ah, beautiful. Just keeps on going. Just gonna fill up on resources and get come straight back up. Oh, I love this mod. Create is my favorite mod because this just feels, you know, it just feels like real, you know, like it's not it doesn't feel like one of those just futuristic dumb just straight into numbers doing crazy stuff mods. It just feels real, like you're making something that's part of the world. Everything is very clearly outlined. There's stress units and all of that I will be able to see one day. Picking off. Oh, I can make those. Alright, let me go ahead and make those while this is digging. Still digging. Still digging. Actually. Come up, my child.
Okay, let's go.
Hello, beautiful. Look at this. Look at this. Who needs to go mining when I can just send you down, huh? You good boy. Nice, you're a good boy. Oh yeah, I love like making things bounce and like make a wall that you just you know you just stare at and see everything working and doing its own thing. I love it. This is very much, you know, this is very much ugly first day stuff. Not something I'm gonna be making, but it's a start. It's a 3x3 mining machine, you know, of my little lovely baby. Look at my baby go. Oh yeah, I forgot. Bucket, 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 bucket. Can do this before we have the crusher. I'm surprised so many people not only play Minecraft but also know Create mod. I'll be honest, I was not expecting so many of you to know Create. I love Create. Bucket. Because we can. Let's ignore the fact that I'm gonna use a wooden pressure plate for a second. Hot stuff, that's me. There we go. So now we can go ahead and smelt all of you in one go, right? Pretty sure it's gonna be faster. If I put your ass in here instead. Smell, 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 smell. No, not smell, smell. Not smell, smelled. There we go. Oh yeah, that was fucking instantaneous. Hell yeah. Beautiful. How are we doing, honey? Going deeper, aren't you? Probably through deep slate, huh? Yep, you're probably going through deep slate. So it's taking a lot longer. That's fine. I have the time. Does it have to be stained glass? Can it not just be glass? Okay, it can be glass. So I just need string, which I should have. Yeah, I already. Yeah, I smelled you. I smelled you before. What am I missing? Oh yeah, the thingamajig and the thingamabobber. Oh, that's adorable. Ah, you motherfucker. Die. Yeah, I don't have the best connection, sadly, because obviously this place is in... Oh yeah, my hand crank. Where is it? Okay. Straight into bed. Oh yeah, I need more glass. Oh my god, I'm gonna be able to see stress units. So cool. Whee! Good. Look at me being so cool. I wish I could do the same here, sadly. Make it disappear, but oh well. Look at me. Here with my little goggles. I don't really see them. Oh my god. Boop. That's cute. Still digging. Hi Smurf, how are you doing? Oh my god, this thing can go 4 times faster? Beautiful. Is the string done? I think it might have reached the end. Maybe things want to... Nope. Pretty sure it's done. Alright. Go back up. Yeah, it's adorable. It's expensive to make, but it's beautiful. You know? Hello, baby. Come back up with resources. I'm really tempted to just jump in. Yeah, let's do it. Whee! Hi, baby. Whee! Yeah. Whee! Yay! How are you looking? Ooh, beautiful. Not too many resources, but you know, it is what it is. Okay, so now the question is... What kind of voices? Wait, am I making voices without realizing? I think I might be. Oops. Yeah, I don't pay attention to it because I am just used to doing voices all the time, so I just don't even realize when I'm doing a voice. Sorry about that. Whoopsie. I'm being a silly little goofer. The question is, can I do it like this? Or will it not work? We'll see, I guess. Oh, it does work. Okay. It's like a single entity, so I can do it like this. Good. Bye! Go ahead and fill up for me, honey. Oh, look at my beautiful little machine go. Alright, let's see. Where's the remote land? Yeah. Eventually, yeah, it'll come back up and I'll dump some useless shit out. Next up. Grind. Nope. Crush. That's rushing wheel.
Just realized I was still fucking muted.
Wow. Oh, that was a while.
God damn.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
Fuck.
9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 16 on the side alloy, 21 of these. Alright.
What I was saying when I was speaking to myself was I somehow missed the entire island by about 3,000 blocks.
How?
No idea.
I need to go get more diorite. There's diorite here, right? Aw, that's cute. My little diorite pocket is running out. I have to make the most of it. It is what it is, you know? Things happen in life. Sometimes you just end up, you know, watching a GTA RP drama in your free time.
I never heard that before.
Come on, honey, come up. Thank you. Woo! Surprisingly, not a lot of andesite, but that's fine. I just need this. Ain't you sweet? Oh, wait, no. Here's andesite.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Angry bear.
Uh-oh.
Angry polar bear.
Angry
polar bear.
Angry polar bear. Oh no.
It's got a cub near him.
Yeah, it's got a cub near him. Yep.
What the fuck?
Oh my god, that's going to be
Got
a lot.
fucking jump scared by the new Discord call sound. Oh my god, I hate it. So loud. What the fuck?
Good,
My
fuck
ears.
you.
Did that come from my fucking mic?
I didn't hear it.
Oh god.
Oh my god, why is the crusher so complicated? Ugh. I gotta go to the nether for the crusher, really? That's fucked up. I guess we're not doing crushers. So what we will be doing? I don't know. I know that I'm going to sleep. You sell anything good? No. I guess you're selling moss. Moss is useful. What the fuck is wrong with you? Sounds like fucking Brittany Hilton over here. Llamas.
I always wondered, why does Brittany do that sound?
I don't know. No fucking idea.
It's just random, just all of a sudden, just over the radio.
Oh yeah. And all of that.
Yeah.
Alright, I guess what should we look into next? I guess making some sort of a cobblestone machine.
Can't wait for me to find a panda. I used to have like an obsession with pandas.
Really? That's adorable.
It used to be my favorite animal.
Aww.
Like now.
That's so adorable. Oh my god.
What?
It is adorable.
Hospital llama. Alright, I'm in the open ocean, so I'm gathering I'm in the right track. I'm looking at your coordinates on your stream. Oh no, SMH. I'm metagaming.
It happens.
Alright, I'm going straight towards it now.
Basically, I need to go get brass. So I need to go to I'm gonna need to go to all right, so yeah. Wussy? I think Sunan is asking a question.
Oh.
Bitch. Sorry, llamas are hop-tooing at me. Yeah, hop-to back to assert dominance.
That's that helicopter crash was intentional.
Yeah, sure.
I know you'll be thinking, yeah, sure. No.
Yeah, sure.
No, I genuinely
yeah,
because
sure.
No. At the start of the helicopter ride,
sure.
I was riding very
Yeah,
low in the trees, hoping we'd hit the trees. And I just slammed into the mountain and be like, yeah, fuck it, this will be funny. Just all you hear is just boom, we're going down. Right, no, that's decreasing. That's
okay, that's useless. So cobblestone, what can we do with cobblestone? It's being crushed into gravel, but I can't really do that, can I? I can mill it. What can we do with this shit?
Remember, this is the 20th century. We're not in the Dark Ages.
Yeah, Chloe's driving is a bit, yeah. Well said. Very well said.
I don't know why, but like the last 2 helicopter crashes I had, it didn't blow up.
Good job. Good job. As expected.
The second to last one, I did land it on its side somehow.
So I do need the fucking crusher. Make the crusher, I need those motherfucking things. Make those motherfucking things. I need brass. And to make brass, I need
Okay, there we go. I found the island.
Oh, I gotta go to the nether. I'm not looking forward to that. But I gotta. I'm gonna have to go to the nether. Oh, motherfucker.
Wait a minute.
But I don't want to go to the nether. Good.
That's a villager outpost.
I love you too, baby, baby.
Oh no, I'm stuck.
Yeah, I want to sleep. Yeah, sure. My egg.
What?
No, I'm not going to nether to mine. I need to go to the nether to find a fortress to catch a blaze because I need a blaze burner. Yep, because we need a blaze burner to make brass apparently. That's a big iffy thing. Oh well. Can I stop running in place and instead decide what to do? Probably. Okay, we're going to the nether, I guess. We'll see.
I see you.
Yeah, I know you see me. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. I'm sad. I have to go to the nether. They locked away.
What the fuck?
Oh yeah, I'm digging a small hole straight to the bedrock.
Is it wind powered?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
You want to ride down?
Okay.
You can use it like an elevator.
Spawn here.
Yeah, you can literally just jump in until it's still underwater. It'll survive the fall.
Alright.
Yeah, you're not gonna survive going down to the bottom because there's water, obviously, and you cannot, you know, jump, 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 jump. Good.
Oh.
Yeah. It's my little mining machine.
Nice. This is literally an elevator. Holy shit, you were
Yeah,
not
it
lying.
is. I mean, it's an elevator and a mining machine, but yeah.
Oh.
And it can go faster, 4 times faster than this. But I need stuff that I cannot get right now to do that. And you can take a look.
Sick.
All the shit it has dug up. So yeah, why go digging yourself? You can just now imagine me having more materials and just making like 100 by 100 of these fucking things, and I instantly mine out a chunk.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's how you do it in Create. Also, since you got those drills, you can literally just set up a cobblestone generator that is just forever running, automatically, constantly. And you can crush cobblestone into gravel, and you can wash gravel into getting iron, so you can get infinite iron machine that way.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
probably something we should do.
Yeah, but the thing is, for that we need brass, and to get brass we need to heat it up, and to heat it up we need a blaze burner, and to get a blaze burner we need to go to the nether and catch a blaze.
I need blaze rods for estrogen.
Oh, well, Why don't
need a
we
blaze
gear you
burner.
up?
This llama just hucked hood at me.
Yeah, they do that. There you go. That's for you. There you go. Let's get you a little situated. Also,
Super glue.
yep. You can't have it. You can't eat it. It's only for gluing.
Oh. I glued the floor.
Yeah, you did. Are you proud of yourself? You furry. Give me the glue. Give me the glue.
How do I unglue?
I was about
we
to
go.
say flex your. Yeah, you just opposite click of what you used to glue.
Oh god.
Also torches, you could probably use those.
Oh yeah.
Bum-ba-dum. Ah. All right. Let's go ahead and get some obsidian, I guess. Rip lava source.
Oh, there's still 2.
Yeah, well, there's more underneath, so be careful.
Ah.
Yeah, see? God, fucking obsidian is so reflective. I love it so much. We blazing. We do be blazing.
I'm gonna have a look at any other weird things I can make.
You can make trains in this mod pack, and you can send them to the nether. You just have a train casually driving through the overworld, through the portal into the nether and out back. Six obsidian.
So, what the fuck does estrogen even do to you?
I don't know. Is it even something you can... What is it? Like, what kind of item is it? Starting
You
to
can
think
put
it...
estrogen pills in cookies, and you can make estrogen cookies. You can also make
Oh.
estrogen patches. Bucket of molten slime.
Yeah.
Part of the... Apparently avoiding the estrogen.
Alright, 3 more.
Ooh, we can make chocolate. Fuck's sake, blaze burner again.
Fucking blaze burner everywhere! Where should we make a portal? It's just right here, fuck it.
Yeah.
Oh wait. Idiot. Shut up. I don't have the thingy. I can do this. There's gravel. Oh, well, not gravel, the Clinton.
I got some food for you. Ah!
Thank you.
What the fuck?
what do you mean, what the fuck?
I was giving you food and you just
Oh my god, it
lit
looks
me on
so
fire.
pretty. It looks so fucking pretty with my shaders. Mm.
Oh yeah, those shaders got instantly installed.
Oh yeah,
on mine.
yeah, because
Actually,
they were in.
Yeah,
I accidentally uploaded them with the pack itself. So might look a little bit different probably than yours. I think you have the default ones, but are your clowns like chibi and rounded and stuff?
Oh no.
Oh, okay, then I guess you might
Okay,
have.
so it's mine then.
Alright. God, it's so fucking pretty. It's so pretty.
And press K and just remove the shaders immediately.
Oh
And
yeah.
it's so weird.
Yeah. Ugh. I hate
Yeah.
Minecraft without shaders. I cannot play this game without shaders. Never.
There we go.
It's almost as bad as playing GTA without shaders.
Hmm.
Not there yet, but
Shader packs.
gives you
What
GUR
was your
power.
shader?
Alright, estrogen gives you GUR power. Well, Sunan, thank you so much for spoiling things for us. Metagaming much, huh?
I've seen a mod that... Wait, actually, this might be the same mod. Where it adds estrogen, and when you eat estrogen, you get tits.
I hope so. What am I here for? I already forgot. What am I here for? Lucy, help me. I don't fucking remember.
This is the mod.
Good, good.
You get tits.
I didn't need to know that. I would have checked anyway.
Look.
This is how Minecraft physics work, right? This is fine. Boy, you wanna come?
Huh? Oh. He gave me 2.
Yeah, I got 2.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, but the question is, do
do
you get physics like Myrna's character model? Have you ever met Myrna? What?
Oh.
I'm gonna assume no. Alright.
Let's go!
God, it's taking me a while. What the fuck?
Yeah, same.
Ebus.
Oh, there we go.
Alright. Nether Fortress.
Welcome to hell.
Alright. First up, let's make a waypoint. Portal. Home. Confirm. Done.
Oh
Beautiful.
my god, the minimap is just all orange.
Well, yeah, because there's a lot of thingamajigs.
Yeah.
I don't see a fortress anywhere nearby. I'm trying to figure which way to go. Should go this way probably. Towards that. I guess we can get some quartz. So many levels. Oh my god, I'm gonna be able to automate getting levels. Okay, I think if we go up here, we should be able to go above the ground level. Well, above the lava level. This is fine. This is maybe not as fine as I thought. You know, you'd think I'd make some fire breathing potions. Just to stay safe. But no. Okay, we're just gonna go just straight. Everything is fine.
Okay.
Oh, well.
Oh.
Yep, there's how much we're going just straight. Ah. Fun.
Quartz.
Ah, this is cozy.
Oh. Perfect.
I don't recall fortresses being so fucking hard to find. Scoria.
Find them all the fucking time. What the fuck is this?
I don't know. It's create, I guess.
From create.
Let me see what we can do with it. Use it to make Scorchia. And you make, and you use Scorchia to, okay, it's just block. It's nothing. It's just a block. Shut up. Good. Good. No, I'm not wearing anything gold. I have no intentions of coming across piglins. Or if I will, I'll just kill them. They're here looking for a fortress. Oh, what if... Nah, it wouldn't be funny. I would just run. Like a little bitch I am. Speaking of piglins, I can fucking hear them. Shut up, piglins. Oh, well.
Uh-oh. Oh, fuck.
Fuck off. Are you afraid of fucking fire?
Come on, me bitch. Ah! Ah, fuck. Oh shit, there's two. Ah!
Yeah. I don't like this. I'm just gonna go away. Fuck it. Where the fuck could the fortress be? They're scary. Their eyes are glistening. Or shining on my shader. Alright, don't follow me if you want to survive. You will not. I have no idea what I'm doing and where I'm going. Yeah, fair enough. What is that biome? What the fuck?
The fuck is that?
I don't know.
Is that Neverwort?
It's it's something else. It's something, alright.
Oh, there's one of them lava walker things.
Striders.
Yeah.
Saddest. Well, I'd say useless mode in Minecraft. There's a lot of those. Alrighty. Oh, I have a good feeling about this.
Oh?
I see nether skeletons on the map. At least I did. So this place is all fucking Enderman. There's the warp forest, but wait. Yeah, this is the way I saw the. No, this is the way.
What?
This is both ways. Oh well, Enderman saw me and is very upset. So wow. Yep.
Ah!
I mean, that's one way to kill it. Did you get scared?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, head pats.
Scared the crap out of me. Just turn around the corner, just boom.
Yes, it did. Okay, I think they're acting normal, so they shouldn't attack us. I just so happened to look at that one motherfucker.
It's like an Enderman biome.
I guess. What the fuck even are those? Blackstone bulb.
What the fuck?
I don't know. Apparently it's breakable with thingy, but it doesn't do anything. Oh, 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 oh! Watch out! Watch out! That's why I saw the skeletons on the map. That hurt as fuck.
That hurt like a bitch.
That hurt like a bitch indeed. And good news, still nothing on the fucking map. I do want a crying obsidian though, because it's fucking pretty with shaders.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, cutting onions. It do be raining. I hate this. Why couldn't we just spawn near a fortress? And a fucking... What?
I almost fell in lava.
Jesus Christ. Don't scare me like that. There's fucking nothing here. I'm half tempted to just go into the fucking end, get an elytrite, come back here with an elytra, cause holy shit, it's just fucking. Hi, motherfucker. Hey, come here. Yeah, sure, come on. Come here. Idiot. Oh, well, yeah, you can do that, I guess. There we go. And keep eyes open for blazes, I guess. Shut up. There's more fucking wither skeletons. There's not a trace of a nether fortress. Holy shit. And also when Maddie was installing plugins, she installed minimap, but she forgot the whole world map, so can't really look it up. I mean, yeah, sure, I guess. Wish me luck. If you see a scream, run straight back. Hi. Hello, Jenzing. How are you doing? I don't know. I don't think there's a mod pack that does that. You can make a an anchor that explodes if you overload it with glowstone. That's about it. But that's in vanilla. Glad you're doing good, Jansen. I'm just here attempting to stay awake, waiting for the 1.0 purple patch drop. And so far, we've been awake for 19 hours straight. Shut up. Yeah, it was an anchor. Respawn anchor. Like you load it up with up to 4 glowstone, and I'm pretty sure if you try to put in the 5th, it explodes.
Is that up behind us?
From what I'm seeing, that's a ruined bastion, not another fortress. Oh yeah, that's a bastion. Oh fuck me. I mean, you can try it. Try going for it. It's better than nothing. We could find some fucking netherite.
Yeah.
That'd be poggers. Hello. Oh, yep. There's gonna be Yep. Don't walk into that. Alright, cover me. I guess you don't really have a way to cover me, but. Hello. Those were the days indeed.
Oh, there we go.
Are you gonna shoot me, idiot? With what? Idiot. Ooh, thank you. I almost. Nope, you're gonna get fucked up. And so am
Killed
I.
me in 2 hits.
Yeah, that's a brute. That's what they do.
God damn.
Did you have anything important other than the iron stuff I gave you?
Not really.
Okay, good. I guess I'm fucked. Oh yeah, brutes are fucking insane. It's kind of their thing.
Holy shit.
Yeah. Now I kind of wish I brought something gold with me. The funny thing is, all of this is for nothing because we need a fucking blaze and we can't find a single fucking blaze. That's a nice corpse there. Ew, thank you for the level. Yummy. I guess you had emeralds. I'll save the pickaxe, the sword, I'll take the bread. Why did you have so much fucking weed on you? Yeah, I don't really need anything else. Like the shovel, I guess, because I don't have a shovel. Thank you. The axe as well. Okay, I guess I'm coming back. Fuck this. Right in the arse. But I could sneak up a bot. Nah. I'm not sneaking. I'm not doing shit. I'm just going straight back home and rethinking my life choices, I guess.
I need andesite and iron nuggets.
To make what?
A mixing bowl, a basin.
Why do you need to mix it? You can just craft it together.
No, it's to do with shit for estrogen.
Yeah, what kind of shit? I'm maining the same mod pack that the estrogen is from, so.
Fuck. Why is this going? Trying to go back. Oh yeah, because I need to make copper casing so I can make a spout. That I then put the liquid estrogen in, and then the spout goes onto a table that the estrogen gets poured into.
Oh yeah, you can make a spout, a printer, poly item drain.
Also need a deployer.
Yeah, deployer. I think I should be able to make a deployer real easy.
Alright.
Electron 2, polish rose parts. Yeah, we can make them deployers. Oh wait, never mind. Deployers take brass. Guess what we need to make brass? Blaze burners.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Exactly. Precisely. And yep, my thoughts exactly. So how the fuck did I get back? There's no way we got here from there. What the fuck? How did we come? Hello?
Oops.
Oh my god, I'm about to die. Jesus Christ, the wither effects stopped at half a heart. I don't feel safe here. I want to leave. I'm gonna leave.
Huh. Oh, I can find my way back up. No biggie. I accidentally turned on the elevator. I was like, whoa, what does this do? Turned on the elevator. I was like, ah, fuck.
Guess you're going down to bedrock. I'll go ahead and rescue.
Oh wait, fuck! I don't have anything on me. I'm just.
Nah, it's.
You know, yeah.
It's fine.
I'll dive all the way down. I'll see. It's still going.
Yeah, it is. It's quite a ride. It's like, but it's a lot of blocks to go down. Sounds like someone's calling you constantly. Whoa. Oop. Happens.
Trying to just keep it going.
No, it's done. It will not do any deeper. So.
Oh no, well, I went all the way down there. It was still going down.
Well, yeah, but it's like, I'm pretty sure it dogged most that it could.
All right.
No, I guess if you want, you can keep it going down.
Okay. Oh shit! What did I do? Oh, I broke it. What the fuck did I do?
What did you click? What happened?
I don't know.
You know what happened? Did the windmill stop moving?
Yeah.
Alright, just click on the like the block below the andesite block.
Oh.
Yeah, you just stopped it. That's all.
Oh. Then this side you change direction.
Yeah, if you click in the middle and hold it, you get to change direction. If you click the block itself, you get to stop it.
Okay.
Very, very intuitive.
Here comes a platform. Oh. The platform has managed to capture some glowing squid.
Good.
Oh, and my dead body. What the fuck?
Yeah, it does that. Oh.
What the fuck?
I love this fucking mod.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's gonna despawn in 2 hours.
Okay, I'm just sleeping there.
Yep. If you want, you can. There you go. Here's some iron. If you want to make yourself some gear.
Okay.
Ooh. I think we got a leash. Put you on it.
I wonder.
Yeah, the fucking idiot went into the portal, so he got. Yeah, you tried. I tried it as well. Same brain. Ah! Sleep!
Huh?
Sleep! It's the middle of the night, I'm getting shot! Lucy, save me! Ah!
I'm sleeping, I'm sleeping!
Ah! Oh, well, you didn't save me from a creeper.
Oh.
Yeah.
Whoops.
Well, yeah, whoops indeed. Mm-hmm. I do want moss blocks. Because we can...
I just stole the fucking XP from that.
No, you didn't. I got it.
Oh my god, there's so many turtles.
Yeah, that kind of happens.
I kind of want to kill them so I can get a turtle head. Good.
I'm gonna do a little gamer trick, and I'm gonna...
Time to do some poaching.
Ah!
Huh?
Ah!
Oh. Oh.
What? What the fuck? You bitch! I'm gonna take you on a walk again.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Oh, what the fuck? Aha!
Oh god. What have you done?
I made the door spawn. You have to wait to exit now.
What the fuck?
What? Yeah. Just get in the house.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, try to get out. It's so annoying.
What the fuck? I'm getting my...
I'm sure they'll love it. Just
God
just
damn.
a small little Nico touch to the house.
Hey, finally. God damn. You know what? Wait, 1 minute. Oh.
What are you doing?
I'm trying to use the crafting table without going inside. Oh, mother. God damn it.
I love that I just have your corpse now stuck on my fucking machine. Yeah, I'm so annoyed that I have to take the fucking blaze burner to do anything.
At least we know when we get it, it'll be like, we'll be getting so much.
What the fuck do you want? Fuck off. They'll never know, baby, we are what we are. Ugh. Where the fuck is my thingy? I think it's in my machine chest.
Oh.
I'm getting hungry. I have disgusting food that I paid money for, but I'm not going to eat because it's so not good. I have some other stuff. We have moss now. I gotta tell people not to eat. Just spread it. Oh my god, to make magma cream, we need blaze powder. Why do we need... Oh yeah, to use the fucking thing, we need blaze powder. Jesus Christ. Why blazes are the answer to everything? Why the fuck? I hate this, Lucy. Why, Lucy? Why? Why? Tell me why.
When we find one blaze spawner.
Yeah, literally.
Fucking...
But like the fucking... like the fortress is nowhere to be fucking found, so what are we gonna do? You know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna throw a lot of stuff away. Or just make... No. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna make a lot of... We're getting diamond gear, like within the next few minutes or so. I've decided.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and dig it up. Make a shitload more drills.
Holy shit, it is high up here. I mined out this entire tree.
Please tell me you at least have an axe.
Yeah.
Alright, good. I don't know why I assume you're a noob. I'm sorry. Hey, at least I'm
Don't
being
worry,
honest.
Don't worry, I'm stupid.
Yeah, I can. I mean, what? Ow.
Whoa! God damn.
I believe it's supposed to be done within like the next 8 hours or so. The maintenance.
There we go.
Yeah, there we
There's a
go.
few bits missing, but I'll do. There we go. Oh.
Yeah, huh? Iron! Where's my iron? Did I use all my iron? I think. Do you have any iron left?
31.
These fucking doors, I'm gonna shoot myself in the face for making them.
There you go. There's some iron on the floor.
Thank you. I think I fucked up. I think I don't have any iron left. Ooh, that's a shitload. Never mind.
Wood.
I mean, don't do that if you're not gonna turn it into casings, you know?
Oh yeah, no, all this was... Like, I did this just for casings.
Alright.
The tree.
Look at you doing stuff. I'm so proud.
I got so many drills. This shit about to be cray cray. I'm just gonna make a giant hole in the middle of this place. I hope nobody minds, right? Why would someone mind? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I wonder if I change my skin, will my dead body change?
I think so, because when people log out, the bodies turn into Steve's. So it's, I'm pretty sure it's like...
Alright.
Yeah, there we go.
New skin.
Glue. I've got.
Oh my god.
Could you make a few chests? Like 6 chests or something?
Okay.
Thank you.
Got 3 already.
Yeah, just put them down on that platform. Doesn't matter where.
Alright. Can they be on top of each other, or do they have to be on the platform?
Oh my god, Lucy. You have
Well,
an
I gave you all
axe.
my life. Had.
Oh my god, Lucy.
My
Ow!
fat ass is in the way.
Ow! Motherfucker. Die, bitch, die. There we go. What are you doing? There we go.
Putting them around the body.
Alrighty. Alrighty. You wanna take a ride down?
Okay. Oh fuck!
Bye.
This thing is fast. This is
This is
fast.
slow. This can go 4 times as fast if I wanted to, but it's a pain to set it up with just normal cockside, leaving it as it is.
Oh my god.
Yeah, you can take a look at the chests if you want.
Oh shit. There's so much stuff.
Yeah. You just keep an eye out for diamonds.
Okay.
Yeah, like I said, we're gonna have full diamond gear. Oh my god. Is it echoing for you as well? It's so fucking cool.
Yeah.
I love this. I love this. We need a few more mods here, with, like plugins that we forgot, but it's such a fucking cool mod pack. Now, do you want to get up? But because once it gets to deep slate, it's gonna slow down a lot.
I'll tell you when it hits deep slate.
Alright, and I'll pull you up, I guess.
Yeah.
You enjoy yourself down there, I guess.
Will do. Oh, we've hit the water.
Yeah, oh yeah, I guess you might.
My dead body is washed away. My
Good.
dead body's washed away.
I'm
freaking out.
Thank you so much for the follow, Jensing. We're just here having fun until the purple update. But I unironically love playing this game, and especially this mod pack, so.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
It was just so funny seeing my fucking lifeless corpse
Oh my god, blind
just
spot.
drifting away.
Hi, how are you? It's been so long. Nah, it's quicker to literally just turn it around. How are you doing, Phil?
Oh, we've hit deep slate.
Oh yeah, we're taking a while.
Yup.
Alright, come up. Come up. Come here.
Yay.
Upsy daisy. No, it's not a game show. You don't get to win anything. So, how much fun are we having?
A lot. At least my dead body's not. What the fuck?
I guess it happens sometimes. Don't worry,
okay.
I'm sending the drills down for you.
On top of me!
Yeah, that's gonna be fun. Enjoy that.
Oh god, wait, I'm gonna hide. There we go. Okay, bring it up.
Alright, just stand on a chest. Stand on a chest. 2
All
blocks.
right, I'm on the chest.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna crouch as well. I feel like that may
Oh
have
yeah, don't
contributed.
crouch. You're fine. Alright, some iron. Yeah, fuck off. I'm gonna go sleep. Why aren't you wearing armor?
I didn't make armor.
I would think I gave you.
Me. Full 10. Oh my god! Pervert.
Ah! You just took off my heart!
Well, you know, it happens. They were yummy. Look, I'm unhinged. You thought my characters were bad? Oh boy. Hi, zombie. Fuck off. Ow, what the fuck? What the fuck? Fucking... I hate lag. I hate the lag I get on the server. Pervert.
What? What do you mean?
Pervert.
What? I was just looking. Okay, no, that don't suck.
Now there's gonna be another body on the machine.
Oh fuck! Oh, I got kicked by the anti-cheat for flying. Oh shit! What the fuck? What the fuck?
Don't fly, I guess.
I'm blind.
You got it here for you heard it here, folks. Lucy's a filthy cheater. Fine, I'm picking up the phone.
Check this code.
Flying's not enabled on the server. Bitch, stop cheating.
Fuck's sake. God damn. I swear to fuck these doors.
Oh my god, there's a 1-year time skip.
Huh?
There's a 1-year time skip. Check out Purple Discord. There's an announcement. Please note the 1-year time skip. So I guess we're not just surviving and going back to work. It's been a year. Guess who's not aging up their character? Me. Fuck it. Maria's still 18 years old. Fuck it.
I'm tempted to like I'm tempted to make Lucy like 19 and just say, oh yeah, no, there was just a miscalculation. I've actually just been 19 this whole time.
How old was she before?
Like 22.
Oh. I want her to not be able to drink.
It's just be funny. It's just be like, oh, why were you arrested? Underage drinking.
After
Sneaking
countless
Lucy into
drone
bars
signing
and shit.
over San Andreas in the past months, mass hysteria broke out after Life Invader posts alleged that these drones were of alien origin. Unfortunately, the mass hysteria coincided with the dangerous /blood event was charged at the time of the blood negligently supposed to join him for welcome to the rescue gathering. English literature for warnings and institutions in the public. But the server room flooded, all the garages of vehicles destroyed, and crazy drifted away into the ocean. No financial systems, the whole economy of the state collapses. Town hall around RPD went completely underwater, and any and all records of property ownership, crimes, or debt were permanently destroyed. As a result of this chaos, martial law was instituted, and Congress signed into a lawful amnesty that organized as well as police of all rights to lost property, claims for damages, and more. It all happened 1 year ago. State institutions are still reeling from the fallout of losing all their equipment and state relief grants. They were able to build new headquarters and renovate their old facilities, but unfortunately that left them with no money for replacement vehicles and provided the money to cobble together a fleet of second-hand cars, bikes, and helicopters imported from Canada. What the fuck? Why are we getting made-up cars?
Getting Canadian cars.
Why are we getting cars from a place that doesn't exist? How does that work? Oh.
So wait.
Yeah.
This, like... Technically, this could give people a reason to turn around and say, oh yeah, no, we're not hiring you.
Oh yeah, it's been a year.
Yeah, it's been a year. Where the fuck have you been?
Year. Where the fuck have you been?
Yeah.
Okay, I guess we're not hiring you.
Whoa! No, you
got fucking lucky. That was a lag. You should have went in. Here. I'm letting you in.
Look for a new skin.
Stop screaming. Stop screaming.
No, I'm here to scream.
No, keep screaming.
Issues.
Keep screaming.
Hello.
Keep screaming. Hello.
I'm here to scream.
Scream at the furries. Scream at the furries. Go on. Scream at the furries.
Yes, yeah. I was gonna come here say a joke, but then it took way too long for me to switch over to Chrome.
Oh,
When
yeah,
you guys went to bed, I was just gonna say, and you were roommates, and then leave.
Oh, that was okay. How are
I'm
we
100% making it.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm feeling amazing.
Good. I'm sleepy.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah, I've been live streaming for the past 20 hours, and I have 8 hours left until the
You have
server opens.
problems.
Look, my first shift at Stroke Masters, when I opened the first mechanic shop ever on PURPLERP, I was on shift working there for 29 hours straight. I'm okay.
I am 100% gonna grind out as much time as I can on Kane to get as much of that good old Sam's money so I can become a slumlord. I'm buying like 4 apartments.
Oh, hell yeah.
Wait. The Sam's people all have to like group money so we can buy an apartment block and become like a Sam's slumlord.
Totally.
Oh my god.
I mean, Maria is definitely planning on, having an idea to like purchase at least a whole floor of apartments, because like apartments have like
yeah, that's
floors,
what I want to do.
and they have like what is it, like 6 to 8 apartments per floor. So Maria was like, we need to have at least one floor dedicated just to Sam's personnel.
If we can get each employee of Sam's to get 1 floor of an apartment block and then just become slumlords. Because
Yeah.
I can't wait until I just go around putting scenes up everywhere saying black mold in corner. And when I get called to eviction, I'm just being like,
all Sam's employees live in a commie block.
exactly.
Yeah.
I modeled Kane to be the
Post-Soviet
single
era
most,
commie block.
I modeled Kane to be the single most capitalist person.
Good.
But in
good.
reality, he's just being like, hey, this is a capitalist fucking like hospital. We only care about money, and secretly it's run by a former like Russian KGB agent.
What are you
and it's
talking
just-
about?
And it's just
The
a bunch of
overseer is
secret,
clearly
like,
American.
communism.
Yeah.
Yeah, from Virginia.
Yes, from the
Virginia.
Oh,
Commonwealth.
Is it Virginia
Virginia.
or Virginia?
It's very. I cannot say it because I'm actually fucking Slav. It's. How do you say it? I'm dumb. I don't know how to say it.
The actual state is Virginia. I thought
Virginia,
she was
there you go.
mispronouncing it and saying Virginia for
No,
the meme.
it's the accent, right? Virginia. From the Commonwealth of Virginia. You gotta remember. the
Literally
dramatic pause.
all you gotta say is virgin and then just say yeah at the end.
Virginia. Virginia.
Virginia.
Virginia.
Oh. do I do a time skip and age like Kane up, because I was not planning on doing like a grizzled military guy when I first made it. That's why
Well,
he's only
technically
24.
there is a 1-year time skip, right? So at least that.
Yeah.
I also have just been saying constantly, just like, oh yeah, Kate's not my real name. and then I'm just like, wait, what?
Huh?
Like, what are you talking about? I didn't say
Kate?
that.
What?
Oh.
Oh.
I think eventually I just ended up planning on making him being like, oh yeah, he was in witness protection.
Michael Townley looking ass. I know he wasn't in witness protection, don't yell at me.
He got outed as a special ops member.
Chloe, fucking Chloe. Lucy, how big are we making this hall?
As big as we possibly can.
Okay, they're just gonna wake up and there's just gonna be a fucking 100 by
Lucy
100
loves
chunk
giant
mess.
holes, confirmed.
Oh god.
I think I'm gonna make it so Spoon King never actually left San Andreas. He just started living in the sewers.
Good.
It gives me a reason to instantly beeline for the sewers.
Yeah, huh? Like I was
But I
already
don't know
here.
if that's like metagaming.
Wait, the sewers are gonna be in there?
I think so.
Somebody didn't see the teaser.
Yeah, Oh
I
yeah,
watched
oh yeah.
the teaser. I didn't
James
see the
Randall,
sewers.
James Randall at the very end. He's walking through the sewers. Where am I?
Oh, right. I know
If
that
it's-
fucking... If it's the ones from No Pixel, I know that place like the back of my fucking hand.
Yeah, so do I. There should be a throne in the middle. And Spoon
Yeah.
King, the Hobo King, is 100% taking that immediately.
Oh, yeah.
I need my round table of Spoon Knights.
Stop punching me! Don't bury
I'm
me! What
burying
the
your-
fuck?
I'm burying your dead
no,
body.
but it's so pretty.
You know what? Shallow grave for you.
Ah.
Yo, I can't wait to mass farm lockpicks and then start breaking into people's houses and squatting.
Oh my god.
If you're a hobo, your two options for a
That is
hobo is
best
either breaking
hobo
into
hobby.
people's houses and squatting, or living in the sewers. Those should be people's only two options for hobos.
Oh yeah.
So Lucy, when are you making a hobo?
I might just make Lucy a hobo.
Jesus Christ, Lucy.
Lucy got shit real rough after the flood.
Addiction hurt
Also,
hard, huh?
yeah, that whole incident with me forcing that mall cop to do meth yesterday.
I shot that fucking mall cop. Oh my god.
He actually did kidnap me and actually did try and fly off the roof of that thing into the gas station. He jumped out to try and avoid the explosion, and then the car landed on his chest and crushed him.
You wanna know the funniest? The same day, like before that happened, I was playing on Mariah Net, and I ended up kidnapping
Mariah Carey,
Dale. Yeah, Mariah Carey Net. I end up kidnapping Dale in his fucking Lamborghini, or caddy, his fucking golf cart, and I ended up sending him off the fucking, like, the actual giant drop over there, and police were chasing us. And I did it perfect. I stopped, and then the fucking vehicle was so slow that it didn't even break the glass and fall off. So I got back in the car. I decided to just drive off inside of it, and then police tased me out. So he ended up falling inside the car and surviving, and I fell off on my face and died.
Dude, that's fucking nuts. People were fucking crazy last night. Random people were just giving me things. Like, I had, like, 5 tear gas grenades just given to me randomly.
I got given so much questionable shit by the Saints.
Fucking
And I was just
Ronaldinator
like,
had like
Winter
every
Frosty
single
said in
weapon
chat you wouldn't be
under the sun.
Oh my god.
Yeah, you wouldn't be a hobo, Lucy. You'd just be a stray cat.
Yeah, wait, no, that's the best way to word it. A stray cat that lives in the
Lucy,
sewers.
after the year in the
Humble.
flood,
Fuck off,
Lucy
I'm not
never
going to bed.
escaped. Instead, she became a wild person, and now Maria has to tame her back into being a person.
It was so funny, me remembering that Annabelle actually fucking hates cats.
Oh yeah.
She fucking hates cats. She's a bad person. If she sees a cat and there's nobody around, she will actually stomp it to death. She's a monster. And you want to know
So
why she
funny,
hates
it's
cats?
like-
I'm not gonna tell you.
Oh. It was just so funny of just like at the bed, it was like, it's like, wait, are you a cat? It's just, yeah. It's like, oh, no.
Ugh. Leaves instantly.
Yeah, it's like,
That's what
"Ugh."
hate-
Not a
that's
single
what
more
hate
word.
is like with clowns. I'm gonna piss off so many fucking clowns. Because none of their friends can run into the fucking wards anymore with this new like pillbox, I am 100% like putting my cigar out on them.
Oh, the one.
So much malpractice is gonna happen, and there's gonna be 0 witnesses willing to testify.
I feel like the first thing I'm gonna do when I get a house is pack that bitch full of weed and just see how long it takes for the cops to realize.
Considering you're gonna have open fucking windows, I feel like day 1.
Oh, fucking board up the windows.
What the fuck are you gonna be arrested for? What do you plan on doing in your fucking house, Lucy?
A lot.
Oh my god.
Sex
Are you gonna
dungeon.
You think you're gonna get arrested for wearing your fucking fursuit?
Never know.
Tell the cops it's catnip. Winter Frosty's on it today.
Oh my god, yes! Yes! No, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that. And if I get fired from Sam's for that, I do not give
If
a
you get
fuck.
fired from
That'd
Sam's,
be
you have
funny.
to join my second character, Hobo King, and just be one of his spoon knights.
Yep.
I'm considering playing with a new idea for Spoon King. He can only eat food that you can eat with a spoon. No more gas station hot dogs. It is Jello. He is purely on a liquid/soft food diet. Yeah, well, if I see a boarded up fucking house, I'm immediately just gonna break into it.
It's like back in the UK, they were like, if a house is not being used, they literally board it up from the outside, so you can't
Yeah.
get in. Just make it look like that. Make it look like a crack shack.
I might buy a house on Kane.
Wait, even better.
I
You
doubt
make
I'd
it
ever
look
really
like-
use it that much, so I'm probably not going to.
You make it look like a crack shack and just put a bunch of rubbish in the front lawn.
Make it look like a crack shack on the outside, but inside it's like a mansion.
Oh yeah. Like marble flooring and everything.
Maria's apartment/house is literally just gonna be wall-to-wall dolls. And like one table in the middle that she just lays on.
A padded room.
It would probably look like a something out
Toy
of
Store?
Alice
Oh, like a
Alice in the Wonderland set, like
Yeah.
a like a tea time party.
I fucking wonder about Maria's fucking lore so much because you constantly say shit. It's just like, oh, I'm like a Ken doll. Just like, okay, realistically, what is the explanation for that? How?
Well, I guess you gotta find out somehow. Apparently, people who can find out aren't interested in finding out, so someone else gotta dig.
/me looks up out-of-state medical records.
There's none. Bitch. They already tried that
Slash-
shit with fucking
slash
humane
me-
labs. They literally fucking at the bedside were like hacking humane labs fucking data. I was like, there's nothing. Stop looking at humane labs.
/me looks at sealed juvenile records.
Jesus.
There's gotta be something in there.
Look, if you want, there's a lot of people who look exactly like Maria and have the very similar first name and the exact same last name running around Los Santos,
Are you just mass-produced clone people?
I mean, if you take a look at the birth date, you might get an idea of what's going on.
I'm really bad with dates, man. I forget my
No,
own birthday.
no. I'm just saying Maria is 18 years old, but there are all of the other girls who look and sound exactly the same. All have different ages.
Furry's getting a phone call. I dropped my phone down my fursuit. Please, stepbrother, help me fish it out.
Oh my god.
Yes.
Fuck up.
I will do so.
You know what? /me forced lore because of one-lifer characters are honestly sometimes really funny.
Come back up, baby. We're digging a hole. Digging a
Yeah,
hole.
it's honestly crazy how you do it, because you do it in a way that makes Maria, who, like, she doesn't know what anything is, but she doesn't sound dumb.
Yeah, because she's not dumb. I'm very experienced in playing very innocent characters. That's kind of my thing. My main on Onyx was very similar in a way. She was a daughter of a hitman, but didn't understand that her father was a hitman, and she was just like the sweetest girl ever that just so happened to be deadly with a gun.
It's just like, my dad used to take me hunting and to the shooting range all the time.
Yeah, it's like, she's like the sweetest person ever. Like, she was a virgin and all that, and she got a girlfriend that was kind of manipulative, and the girlfriend took her out hunting one day, and the fucking Penelope shot a deer like right like fucking inch away from the new girlfriend's face, and the fucking girlfriend went into shock, and Penelope just in the most innocent voice just smiled and,
My nanny taught me not to miss.
Oh my god.
Yeah. So when is
Yeah,
Maria becoming a serial killer?
What do you mean? Maria was a serial killer and still is. Maria killed so many fucking people on Purple. I put 7 people in a grave in fucking Los Santos 12 hours before getting hired at Sam's.
Did they actually perma?
I don't think any of them permit, no. But most of them got a police response. It's just police never did anything about it. I was literally...
I thought about bringing one of my serial killers. It's literally just a guy who works at Burger Shot who turns homeless people into burgers.
Nice.
And then after like 4 months of me working there daily, I then start announcing it on Burger Shot on my Twitter. And I'm just like, yeah, if you've eaten Burger Shot in the last 4 months, you've eaten people.
Amazing.
And if I'm around people, or if people are actually see it, it's just like, you know what, that's actually kind of cool. Then like the existential crises start happening. It gives people kind of a reason to say, you know what, that one Burger Shop burger I ate like 2 months ago, that was like the best burger I've ever ate. Maybe I should start eating more people.
Good.
I did that on Twitch RP like 4 or 5 years ago, and it sprouted a cult of cannibals.
Good.
Oh my god.
Good. Like it should.
Exactly. Like I've 100% been doing corrupt shit on fucking K, but it doesn't really matter anymore. So I'll just say, whenever Stanley came in, I'd take him into the surgery room and just steal things from him. I knew nobody would believe it.
Funnily enough, I don't think he noticed. He never told me.
No, he did. He did. He
Yeah.
was telling the cops that I stole things from him.
I love
that guy stole something from me.
The cops,
I
the
love
cops were just like, Stanley, stop lying about the doctors, and then they left.
Yeah, I fucking love Stanley. I met him on Onyx while I started working at the DOC, so basically Stanley's whole thing is, getting arrested and getting hurt, so he basically just kept going between hospital and prison, but on Onyx he actually did a lot more crimes and was banned from the hospital, so he spent less time at the hospital, more time in prison. So he just basically became friends, and I keep fucking dropping those fucking hints, and he's so confused. because obviously I play such a different character and we never knew each other like OC. So I just randomly started asking him, you know, if he ever, you know, if he ever worshipped cactus, and he's like, "What the? How do you know?" Down you go.
I think I've slash me that I've started smothering people in beds before when I was alone.
I fucking Maria fucked up so many people in those beds.
Yeah, like one time I dragged a clown to surgery and started cutting off his nose. Just because he was really mouthy. He was really
Good.
mouthy, and I was just
Good.
like, I'm not gonna deal with you. We're gonna do some Black Ops shit to your face. We're gonna surgically fucking affix that stupid fucking clown nose to your actual face, and then when the cops rip it off, it's gonna take your whole nose with it.
You best.
Where the fuck do I change my
Am I
skin?
evil?
Oh, there we go.
Yes, good.
Why is Stanley's gonna be sad his medical debt zero?
Because Stanley and I think Stanley and James Randall are like gunning for like having the most medical debt imaginable.
It's gonna be fucking hell for Tagman when people get injured in the sewers.
Oh yeah,
Oh
absolutely.
god.
Okay, so I have a map from when I mapped it out on NoPixel. I'm hoping it's the same layout because I could just use that, and then I'll be able to know where everything is.
I'll be honest, I
Because
think we'll just
realistically-
ignore. Well, I think we'll just ignore sewer calls because it makes sense. Because it would be fucking impossible to go down. I think we'll just do it
Yeah.
the same way it is right now, where we're not gonna think about the sewers. We're gonna arrive on the surface, and if we cannot see a 47, we're just gonna be self-transport or UTL or wherever. You know, we're not gonna go into the sewers.
Or I'm thinking money-making opportunity. Going
right.
down into the sewers, you could do a hazard fee.
Nah, that doesn't really
True.
make sense. Why would going into
Yeah.
sewers be a hazard fee? That's like giving a hazard fee for rescuing
I don't
someone
know.
off
You
a
can,
cliff.
I don't
That's even-
know. After the recent lore, you could say it's filled with people who never left, who are now crack junkies and drug addicts.
Yeah, but you know, I'm just saying that's even more on the line of than you know charging someone hazard fee for rescuing them from a cliff. I've done that. Like if there was a difficult mountain rescue, I've charged people a hazard fee, right? Because it's just
Lego, I'm gonna make a group of sewer dwellers. That's what my.
You could say like,
I'm not doing this. The tunnel snakes. No.
am I? Should I make Bonnie Bottom my hobo from the sewers?
Oh my
Honestly, you need to make
Terrifying.
a hobo Deco and become an actual like spoon knight, and then just like work with the spoon king.
What voice would I have?
I have no idea.
I don't know. How does a hobo sound like?
I don't know, drunk.
Alright, I
Drunk
sound.
and or on drugs.
Yeah, I sound drunk all of the time, so that's easy.
I like to make, I try to slur my words slightly when I'm playing Spoon King. Like, I'm just like, I don't know, man, they just came upon me, so I stabbed him in the stomach with a bottle that I had. It's not my fault their, like, guts are on the outside now. They shouldn't have tried taking my spoon.
What if I just make a very young, very fucking whatchamacallit? What if I make a very young, very nerdish hobo? You just
my
see this
God.
you just see this old fucking dirty old man, and he just open his mouth and all that's coming out.
Hello, sis. How are you doing today? Can I help you with
I think
something?
I'd stab you after listening to that for too long. I think I'd want to stab you.
Yeah, that was my voice from a
Because
fucking
you're
annoying
barely
tow
unintelligible.
Yeah, that was my voice for my fucking nerdy tow truck driver on Onyx.
You were literally gonna... It's a permanent retainer that was meant to come out when you were 12. You just never took it out.
Oh my god.
That's all I'm hearing.
That sounds really hurtful, sis. Why would you say something like that to me? That's not really nice. You know? I have to breathe like this. I'm waiting brace on my teeth. You know, it's difficult to say some words, letters, difficult. Hello, welcome to the sewers. How can we help you today?
Because honestly, I feel like there's gonna be like some special encounters down there, or like vendors for crim shit. That's what I think. Like vendors for crim shit does make sense because it's the fucking sewers. It's literally the underworld. But if I remember correctly, there's a bunch of different spots. Like, if it's the same one from No Pixel, it should be a basketball court. That's where I'm gonna make Hobo Court on the basketball.
Good.
Hobo Court's gonna be on the basketball
Just
area.
sit on the fucking hoop.
You know what? Yeah, literally.
Yeah, just sit up there.
And then the was it the big throne in the middle? I'm gonna put like a bunch of like hobo shit down there. I'm gonna make like little hobo huts for people to inhabit.
Yeah.
I wonder if anybody else has the same idea.
Probably a lot of people.
What, to make like a fucking hobo empire?
Yeah.
I will stab them all.
Yeah, they will probably stab you as well. It's gonna be a lot of stabbing and a lot of unintelligible noises. But however you pronounce that.
Yeah, the fucking chaos. Like the first couple hours, people are just gonna be like, "Fuck! I need money to buy food now."
I'm gonna be Ooh, Loopy the Webs, formerly known as.
I'm gonna try and.
Oh yeah, thank you, Lego, for reminding me. There was like a big hobo thing early on the server, the Hobo Embassy. That was the whole thing.
Yeah, I came across that.
Good old times. I was fucking at war with Hobo Embassy. Like, Stroke Masters and Hobo Embassy were fucking going at it. I mean, not really, because Stroke Masters was run by me, and I didn't let Stroke Masters go after anybody, but a lot of mechanic shops went after Stroke Masters, so we had a lot of enemies on the street, and it was really funny.
What I'm probably gonna do is I'm probably gonna beeline for the sewers on Hobo King, get like a couple knives, maybe a gun, beeline for there, a shitload of food so I can survive down there, and then just map it out and see if the layout's the same. And then after I've done that, I'll hop on Kane and get him set up and start grinding for the Slumlord.
Yeah, I'm guessing my start will be mostly just 75% Maria and then 25% Annabelle. I'm gonna have to stop myself so hard from grinding on Annabelle and getting just getting a mechanic shop again, because I missed it so much. I loved running a mechanic shop, but sadly I got fucked by people who decided.
I can't wait for a group of 20 people to grind
Yeah,
money.
I was about to say, I got so fucking lucky that I got to own the first mechanic shop on the purple, and sadly the people I used to
grinders, man,
own it with decided to just leave the server and give it away. I was like, oh yeah, great. So much for all the conflict RP we did. You blew me up once and left the server. Wow, good RP.
I think one of my main funny missions as Kane is once I've got the
money,
like a couple apartments or as many as I can really get reasonably, I'm just gonna stop collecting my paycheck, and then after like 2 months, I'm gonna collect it, and the budget is gonna go from like 500k to like 200.
Yeah.
I want Command to just be looking at the bank account, just wait, why are we missing $300,000?
Yeah, a lot of
one guy collected his paycheck.
Yeah, a lot of people like Lego had the same idea to do on Tugboat Billy, but then he ended up not playing, so you know that never came to fruition. I would love to do that on Maria, but I'm guessing with the server starting back up, I might actually have use for money on Maria. So.
Alright, well, I'm gonna dip for a bit.
Okay, dip. What happened?
Bye.
Oh, Hentai was talking about. Yes, I'm just gonna call you Hentai.
What?
Huh?
Oh.
Nah. Sorry.
Who's Hentai?
The fucking the guy who plays Vic. I get nicknames messed up. Kane's
right,
plan was same as Tugboat Billy to not pick up a paycheck until until it's an insane amount. Spinner Benny and Vato will be the prime location with the bulk of houses starting on the south side. I just want Los Santos Customs, man. Or Auto Exotics, to be honest. I think I'd make Auto Exotics work as well. Honestly, give me fucking Stroke Masters again. Fuck it. Worst location. I'll still make it fucking work. Alright, come up, machine. I just like Auto Exotics because it's pretty and it's also... Like, it's European and Japanese import. Annabelle doesn't really care for Japanese imports, but she does love Europeans. European cars, like, she mains a Rolls-Royce and a Porsche, right? So... She does drive a little bit of muscle as well, but it's also... Muscle is always on this side. Annabelle's kid loves muscle, American muscle. It's just, yeah, it's sad because we know that business will probably work the exact same way, which means, you know, crime groups will get all of them and that'll be it. Literally nothing more to do. Hello. Ooh. Lego is calling as well.
Good morning.
Good morning. Hello. How are you doing?
I'm afraid.
Why are you afraid? Don't be afraid, friend.
Because it's a broomstick. I get a big boomstick.
Oh my! I love boomsticks.
I got the shivers. I got the shakes. I got the withdrawals.
Okay.
I will
Hello?
allow you to talk. I will allow you to talk, Lego. You have been allowed to
Hello?
talk. Hello.
Hello?
Speak.
Hello?
We can hear you, bitch.
Okay, good.
Hello, everyone. This is Lego.
Hello, it's me.
Person
I'm Lego.
playing one of the TACMID that got fired. Not really. He left, but
I
he would
played
have
the
been
tag
fired.
bat for all of like 3 days over the course
wow.
of like 3 weeks.
Not even Terry managed to get fired. So how the fuck
No,
did
he
manage to
left.
get fired?
He left.
Nah, I left.
Why?
Fucking Lego? Yes, Scott. Fucking Lego.
Look, I came in because I got a delivery for someone. Did someone order a bunch of lightly magnetized nuts and bolts, also known as Ligma nuts?
That's how you know. That's how a robot has a one-night stand in nuts and bolts.
Yeah, that's fair.
I did not need a clown and a fucking delivery driver in the same room. Oh, well. Lucy, stop getting fucked up by something.
I'm getting fucked.
Yeah,
Wait,
you're
come
getting...
in, Mr. Zombie.
No.
Wait, come on in. Oh my god.
Why, you want to
Oh my
sleep
god,
with
I'm
him,
getting
you
fucked in
pervert?
here. Oh my god.
Does Lego know about room 40? I don't know. I don't know about room 40.
What the fuck is a room 40?
I don't know if that's supposed to be a reference in purple or out of purple.
I don't know. Velocity, please explain. Help. Oh my god, it's...
Yeah,
it's
please
been
explain
20
what
hours.
is
I
room
am not
40 in this
sleepy at all.
context.
Okay, Nico, can
Yeah.
I just say I would
No.
love it if Terry gets his own tack med.
Oh, got it.
I want a bicycle.
I got a bicycle. I bought a bicycle for $10,000.
No, apparently we've lost all ambulances and everything. We have second-hand cars, bikes.
We
and
already had
helicopters.
second-hand cars. Those were second-hand cars.
Oh, let's hope they're worse now. I mean, better, better. I loved my ambulance. I was so good at drifting that bad boy.
Yeah, I love drifting ambulances was the best. I kind of whatchamacallit, I got into a like an old rover like for mountain rescue. I used to main on Maria before we got the new ambulances. I was like, holy shit, this is so insanely responsive, but I kind of don't like it. I kind of prefer our ambulances. The same way I felt about early Valkyrie and how janky. You fucking idiot.
That just instantly killed me.
Medical bicycle. Tac med bike. Thank you. That would be so funny if Perry had a bicycle with tac.
Come on, get in the basket.
I answered calls. I answered calls on Maria on a bicycle before one day. It was funny. Just fucking driving with a TACMED helmet on.
Yeah, haven't you seen those Danish bikes with for beer crate where they have like room for a couple of beer crates in the bike?
No.
I think we should have that. Just
Maybe.
with the.
Your suggestion will be considered and then promptly ignored.
Honestly, I think it'd be funny if people could use any vehicle for their police or ambulance, where it's just like you just slap a fucking like you can take any of the model vehicles and then just slap like whatever attachments onto it.
Yeah.
Not even a livery, just the lights, the lights, the horn, and the
crooked.
Just the most janky police force.
I put a picture of what it could be in the. Just like this. I put it in Jenna
Jesus.
OC.
I see that. That would be fun.
or for the uninsured people, we have this version. That's for.
Could you
people
imagine Tugboat doing like the brawler as an ambulance?
Yeah, I could. Like fucking mountain
Come on, guys,
rescue.
get in. I'm gonna go over Mount Chiliad to get back to the hospital. Get in. Come on. We're off from this bitch.
I wish you could somehow
So-
combine the carry and box emote to where you can just stuff patients into a box and load that into a fucking ambulance so you can just deliver them as Billy.
Well, that was God. I that was like the saddest thing. I tried to get I tried to get something to work as far as delivery services in the city in like Purple, but it's so fucking bad. It's so bad.
It's so bad.
I tried to own a mechanic shop. Well,
Well, I tried to help you out of that too.
you didn't. What?
That is
To
well.
be fair, you didn't help much.
I did. Oh, okay. Well, I'm sorry that it takes fucking 300 grand, and I'm like, I can't fucking make 100 grand.
Yeah, it's
on
fine.
any of my
It's fine. I
characters.
just, it was just adorable because the only reason Bob Ryan was getting a position was because Annabelle liked having sex with her. That was it.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. Yeah, you want to be partners? You're good in bed. Annabelle's a simple woman. I love her.
Look, I slept my way to the top, and I'm not gonna. I don't care.
Just left his way as the top. so he's-
Motherfucker.
he's-
Die. 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 Die.
Oh my god. Why?
Why not? I just made a giant.
Because I don't want to.
I just made a giant fuck hole in the middle of our fucking island. Hi, Gav. Welcome back.
I just know what we've lost now forever and ever, and I'm so sad. The lesbian medical report from Chloe.
Hi, Gav.
Seem to have suffered a light cause of the gay panic. That's one of the ones I wrote.
No, but she has.
Hello.
It was a very erotic.
What?
I never read that medical report. I never got to
it's
see it.
Oh, it was so good.
I believe it,
ended
but I
up-
just never. It's just I
they
never had
write
an in-character reason to see it.
Did they write a fan fiction in the fuck?
Basically, I think.
Yes.
Oh my god.
And and it was about Anais facing her deepest, darkest fear of building Legos, and they ended up all naked.
What? Who wrote that?
Anais.
Oh
And
my god.
it's so fucking good. It was so fucking good. Oh.
How am I finding 0 fucking diamonds? What the fuck is this shit? Lucy, you might need to help me. I'm going down in my own machine. Check where are the fucking diamonds.
Oh, there's a dead me.
You're a dead meat.
Oh.
HOTTOGO.
Oh no.
Oh no, what? What did you do?
He's singing Hard to Go. Oh my god, my dead body is now a skeleton.
Yeah, that's what happens.
I decomposed. What the
Yeah,
fuck?
you did.
Does the skeleton have cat ears? If not, it's not.
Ah, what the fuck?
Okay, right. Changing my skin.
Ow!
Nico about to just drown.
No, it's a skeleton. It's fine.
I can't decide
Boing,
what I should have
boing,
today.
God, I love how this game sounds now.
There we are.
Oh, and the glow from Reds. Oh my god, it's all so fucking good.
Not me changing my skin to a fairy skin.
Oh my god, you fucking pervert. I love you.
Oh no, I'm in the hole.
Good. Just don't.
I'm just looking forward to playing more like James Randall than I did on like because Tugboat was so I tried to play like pure Civ on Tugboat and I'm like it's okay. It's an okay experience, but it's not as much fun as if you like allow yourself to commit crimes.
I somehow had fun with James Randall a lot without technically ever. Well, I say committing crimes, being charged for crimes. Annabelle, like, caused a lot of hens to be eaten and blended up. Annabelle caused a lot of harm indirectly. Well, directly, because she did order it, but that was fun.
I broke the elevator.
Wow, what? My elevator? How could you? Oh my god, it's so pretty.
No, not the elevator.
I accidentally hit the rope.
What the fuck? Alright, just send it back down, I guess. What did you do?
I hit the rope!
What happened?
I hit the rope!
And what happened after you hit the rope?
The rope disappeared, all of it.
Ah! What about the thing that go? Why are you here? Why the fuck are you here? Why are you not up there? I need you up there to put the rope back in.
I'm stuck down here.
Do you have anything on you?
No, I'll drown myself.
Go drown right now, bitch.
Why are the police outside? They should be inside a police station.
Close. Not fucking Lucy. Where are you? I'm gonna kill you myself.
Too late.
Good. You get up there and you pull that rope back down.
Alright.
Thank
I'm on
you,
my way.
motherfucker.
I'm on my way.
Now I have to wait all the way
Let's
for
go
this to
down.
go all the. Yeah, now I have to wait all the way for it to go all the way down. I'll let you know when to pull it up. Wait, did you hit the rope again?
You said pull it up.
No, I didn't. I said I'll tell you when to pull it up, you idiot. It's gonna take an hour for it to go fully down. Oh my god, did you pull it back up?
No, it's down.
I don't.
It's
oh,
going
okay.
down.
Okay, it just disappeared on me.
Probably
Mother-
just because it's so fucking long.
Yeah,
in water.
I don't care how long it is.
Oh, I just realized on this skin I have a collar.
You have what? A good. I'm gonna fucking yank it so hard I'm gonna rip your neck off your fucking spine.
God damn.
God
Oh my
damn.
god.
Oh my god, so hot. Ooh. Ah! I changed my mind! I changed my mind!
What?
I don't want to be in the mines. I'm leaving. Bye. There's so many. Ah. Hold
Okay.
on.
Oh, there's your buddy. Hello. Why did you leave?
I'm reconnecting. I had a cape, but it was covering up my tail. There we go. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna pull up.
No!
What?
I'm
all
down
the
here.
way
I'm
down.
doing stuff down here, bitch. Don't pull me up.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Okay, now pull up.
Okay.
Oh my god, Mom, get out of my room.
You're not pulling
There
up.
we go.
There we go.
There we go.
I'm coming and I'm angry. I'm gonna kill you.
I'm coming.
I'm coming.
Never mind. Never mind. Pull it back down. Pull it back down. Pull it back down.
1 minute.
Let you.
Whee! I'm gonna look for diamonds.
Diamonds, diamonds.
It's going down.
I don't care. I just cannot wait until I can make it faster. I'm gonna go so fucking fast.
I cannot wait till I get my ambulance bike.
You're not getting it.
I'm living in the hope that that will happen.
It will not.
Oh, come on, just get in the basket. We'll get there. Dring, dring.
Just, yeah, it gets the little bell. Bling, bling.
Ah!
And then, or just have to be like, okay, guy, are you okay? Yeah, I just have to make this food delivery here. You know, I'm. I don't get
Yeah,
paid
we're
enough.
struggling a little bit.
Yeah, we just have to pick up some shift at Foodero or.
Oh, I found a
something.
music disc. That's fun. And a name tag. It's kind of useless. Gold horse
as
armor?
soon
No,
as-
thank you.
Well, no, you can put it on his collar so that everyone can know what his name is.
Shut up.
What the fuck? Oh god,
Yeah, what
zombie
the
villager.
Zombie villager. Oh no, not zombie villager.
That's idiot.
Yeah.
Where are the diamonds?
I'm looking for diamonds. Hello? Any diamonds in the area? Any single diamonds in my area?
Why did you do that?
Why did I do what? I don't know.
Why did you
not?
make a staircase up in the fucking
What do you mean?
mine?
I didn't make any staircase up.
No, not you.
I did.
Why? Why? Oh my god,
Look, I just needed a way to get down and up easily, and I thought it would be nice to have a way to get to the secret library.
Okay.
Working. Yeah.
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 We. Oh
Why?
shit! Oh god! Oh, there's my dead body.
Guess what?
What?
She
Oh.
said we.
Oh.
Yeah.
I still think the first thing I'm gonna do on Tugboat when I'm back is I'm gonna go and get a go-kart. And as soon as I can, I'm gonna start up a race, and like as soon as like races start up, I'm just gonna appear with Tugboat and the go-kart and try and race.
God damn it!
Do people get like case numbers on the felonies and stuff? Are people gonna rush to try and get the first felony?
Probably not.
I feel like that'd be a dumb as shit race, to be honest.
Ow, bitch.
Oh man, I'm the first one and only one in prison.
Yeah.
Yeah, like.
Hello, Wall. How are you? My name is Harry. I'm a diversity hire.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
I think a better question is how long before the server starts up 1.0 before someone gets banned?
Oh.
By the way, that's
first
one
day.
of the best things about Purple is the wall, and I'm so sad they've stopped posting there.
Have they?
They
Have
haven't
stopped
done
that?
anything.
I thought it was just they didn't have anyone else to ban yet.
Yeah.
Well, not all bans go onto the wall.
Well, yeah, it's
yeah.
only the ones that like where it's just like, hey, there's a lot of people, or we want to provide context for this.
Because a few of them are really funny.
There was one that I just did not get. One from Nicotine saying something about zigzagging.
Yeah, the Eminem thingy.
Yeah. Oh. Oh!
Oh, I don't get it. I wanted to explain. What the fuck? Ow, bitch. I'm gonna die. I don't want to die.
There's a couple of lyrics that are very bad, I think.
Oh wait, was someone like rapping an Eminem song that had lyrics that were not appropriate for roleplay? Okay.
The only one I've done is because I've been having, I had to have a RP reason to give away my masks. So I've been going around telling people I've been listening to that song about spring cleaning. And then what? You know, the one where he tells his mom he's very sorry, but you know he's gonna clean out his closet and do his chores.
Pull the lever, Krunk. Wait,
I'm
wait.
sorry,
What did you do?
Mom.
Don't make a fucking staircase here. I'm gonna destroy it.
Wrong lever.
And then, but tonight I'm cleaning up my closet. So he's doing his chores. I'm doing my chores. That's been my RP reason to give away masks. I love trying to find weird things to hand, like to make Terry do things that are.
You're gonna just collect my dead bodies.
Yeah. Yep.
I like how every single dead body around here is just mine. They're littered everywhere.
Yep. And now it's
Like
fucked up.
Like,
Thank you.
Like the uninspired monkeys going to the moon. That's gonna be a rug pull.
Pull the lever, Krunk. Wait, what are you doing here?
What?
Well, it's fucked up because of the stairs. You gotta pull the lever again. Thank you.
I didn't make the
Yeah.
stairs. Oh! Ah! Oh!
Yep. Yep.
Help! Help! Help!
You got yourself in this situation. You get yourself out of the situation.
Kill me! Kill me!
Yes, the
I did
staircase.
this.
Staircase is not good for the.
I made this.
I still think it was funny how Tugboat really early on managed to meet up with Vinny, who would try to become mayor, and Tiomi
Governor.
Tiff, who became like ADA of all things.
Has Terry met Tugboat yet?
I don't
Probably
think.
not.
I don't think they've met. Although it's kind of hard to tell because I met a lot of people on Tugboat and then I just forgot.
Yeah, well, I have very bad memory, which I do play up.
Crunk.
I will say that I feel like Tugboat's a very hard character to forget when you see him because he's just always in a sailor outfit.
Well, then I haven't met you. I have not met a tugboat captain.
I think that so. I miss Hobo Embassy because I really early on, I like Tugboat was basically just getting absolutely accosted by the hobos. just endlessly like not even kidnap. In fact, they tried to kidnap Tugboat a couple of times, and I kept on getting away. I had a
Bye.
really hard time.
Oh, never mind. Lag.
I think the water's lagging it.
No, it was you. And also me.
What did I do?
No, you
It's all
lagged,
your
not the
fault.
machine. It's always your fault.
Wow.
I'm hungry. And I need to go to the nether to find fucking blazes, but
Blaze
it's
rods.
fucking impossible.
Can we get some chicken nuggies?
No.
Oh, I want chicken nuggets.
We have chicken nuggets at home.
I'm gonna order.
But I want the dinosaur-shaped chicken nugget.
Well, I want a better child, but oh well.
Into the nether portal you go. Go on, llama. Go on, llama.
Another one jumped out, so.
Yeah, pushed him out.
Ugh. Bow, bow, bow.
Oh my god, he gave birth to llamas.
That happens.
We need to add the mod where you can leash other players for no particular reason.
You know what? I'll look for it right now. Why the hell not?
Well, I appreciate y'all letting me join in for a little bit, but I gotta get back to
You are welcome. Get back to work.
Okay.
Gulag will not support
I'll
us,
see.
though.
I'll see you guys later in purple, sometime, potentially.
Yeah.
All right, bye.
Bye.
Leashed players allows you to leash other players. Perfect. Yep.
$18 chicken nuggets and some drinks. $20 to 30 minutes. I got chicken nuggets
Are you getting
delivered
McDonald's?
to my door. What?
Are you getting McDonald's or?
Yeah.
Ooh.
They're the ones with the best.
I have not
nuggets.
had.
And,
I have not had McDonald's nuggets in so long because it's just like price-wise it doesn't make sense.
yeah. With 3 barbecue dips.
Ooh.
People who order anything other than barbecue dip is wrong.
No. I hate barbecue.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, it's
I
the
get
best.
a creamy dip, whatever it's called.
I'm not gonna comment on that one.
You should, and I will absolutely agree, 100%. Furry, stop playing with the light!
What?
You're gonna break it!
Wait, really?
No, I'm just fucking... What do you mean? They're fucking cat. Just fucking found a toy. This is so fucking.
Oh, Lucy never change.
Yeah, never change. You hear that?
Yeah.
Why
Another
do
one
you,
of my dead bodies.
Why do you make such cute noises when you die? Makes me want to kill you over and over again. I don't have issues. I'm fine.
Okay, we can bully this net.
Oh my god, I can hear it in the fucking background. Ah! All right, advancements. What's oh no, I'm starting to get a headache. That's not good. Headache usually means I'm I can't.
I'll stop clicking the light. Okay, no, to be honest, I was getting myself one doing that.
Old Pepsi.
It don't mean a thing if we ain't got.
What the fuck are they talking about in Sam's general chat? I don't understand music.
Huh?
I don't know. Gaga talk. I don't get it. I don't know music or anything. Yeah, uh-huh. Hell yeah. This works.
Way.
It don't mean a thing.
I just loved Brittany's reaction when she saw me in high command chat and was like, what the fuck? What is command doing in high command chat? I was like, whoops, don't mind me, I'm just here, teehee. Oh, I'm gonna open up some snacks. I dug out such a fucking huge space and there's no diamonds. I don't believe in it. God damn it, it's just one motherfucking blaze we need.
Yeah, I'm muted for a while.
Oh, golden carrot, that's something we maybe make. How much gold do we get? Not a lot. Never mind, maybe. I guess it's fine.
What does this do? Eh, eh.
Burns. You have gold back.
Hot.
Yeah, it's lava. What did you think? It's
Oh no.
Why was I pressing push to talk? We are crafting. Hi Ashes, how are we doing? You're playing some Minecraft.
There's so many bodies of mine.
Stop getting hot.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
But to be one more.
What? You know, I'm gonna exhume your dead body.
That's not here. It's like somewhere
Wait, what?
here.
It's around here somewhere.
It's somewhere. You know they disappear after 2 hours if they're empty, right?
I don't think it's been 2 hours.
Well, I guess you're about to find out.
Yeah. Where the fuck is it? Oh, there it is. Found it.
I was hoping you would. Can't get you out of my mind. Aww. Well, as long as you know it won't cost too much, I'll do that. I hope you're gonna enjoy yourself. Hello. Hi, Gav. I'm just looking for a fucking fortress and I cannot find it. We'll find a few bastions, but that's about it. I about to fell in lava. That was fucking idiotic of me. Never do that again, Nico. Thank you.
I will.
Oh, fucking idiot.
Tempted to post a furry gif every day in the Sam's OC
Do it.
chat until someone tells me to shut the fuck up.
They will right off the bat. Do it. I want to remake the nicotine furry poster. The Have You Seen Her poster with Lucy and fucking poster in random places around fucking Los Santos.
Wait, what?
There's this joke of a poster. I'm gonna. See if I can find it. There you go. This. I want to remake this on purple with Lucy and just post it around.
Oh my god.
And I want to fucking see the moment Nicotine sees it fucking live.
Yeah. Fairy GIF of the day has been posted.
Order. Ah. Ah, fuck the nether, right in the ass. I was about to ask, how the fuck do you have even worse connection than I do, Lucy? But I remember you're Welsh, and I felt sorry for you.
I know my connection's fucking ass, because I ain't in Wales. I really should have gone to sleep like 8 hours ago.
Why are you not asleep? What the fuck is wrong with you? Woman!
I should have gone to sleep when
Cat.
Chloe went to sleep.
Yeah, you should have. Instead, you showed up afterwards, few hours. And you're still
Yeah.
fucking awake, you idiot.
Yeah.
Sleep!
Eh.
No, sleep!
Well, I could say the same to you.
No.
See?
I'm at work, excuse you.
Good point.
Yeah. You know what's funny? Whenever I plan to do a 24-hour stream, I never fucking make it like even near 20 hours. And here I am, 21 hours, and I barely even feel it. And I'm fucking playing Minecraft. Of all fucking things. Someone's coming up behind me. Ah!
on the portal.
Ooh, that's fun. Oh, you thought I would go to sleep? No, I said I'm staying up until I'm staying up until 1.0, which means I will be up for the next like 6 hours, and then I'll start playing on the server, and then after playing on the server for a little bit, I'll go to sleep.
Only then. Whew.
I cannot wait to offer to sell people insurance that just lost their fucking houses and cars and everything.
What do you mean you can't afford insurance?
It's just 6,000 a month. What is wrong with you? You just lost everything? That happened a year ago. You make horrible financial decisions. Yeah, I'm assuming like if inflation would be reset, then something like platinum machines would probably cost like around $5,000 to $6,000. Maybe even less.
I'm gathering they'd use the time to lower the inflation.
Well, it doesn't really matter, to be honest, if it was not lowered, because like as long as it's consistent, it's not an inflation. Because the issue is with inflation is that you make money, and then the next week the money you make is worth half as much, right? So as a starting point, inflation being at the point where it is now is not an issue. It's the constant shifting that's the issue.
You know the coordinates of the portal?
Yes. It's,
get 'em?
There we go. Oh.
Oh god, I'm being killed.
Yeah, we could know this.
Whoops. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 dead bodies. Oops.
I guess you're really dead now, cat.
Oh no! All my lives.
Yep. Oh my god, I found a fucking fortress.
Finally!
You wanna know the best part?
What? Oh,
I don't
is
have
it right behind?
No. I don't have what I need to make this stuff that I need to catch a blaze, so I need to go all the way back now.
Hey, at least you can just put a waypoint there and we know exactly where it is.
No.
Dude, what's wrong with these doors?
I don't know.
Actually,
I
so
don't
annoying.
think there's nothing wrong with them.
Before they would close and open properly, but now they take like 2 seconds to open and then they don't close afterwards.
That's weird. I don't think
A creeper almost got into the house.
I don't think they're supposed to do that.
Christmas fairy skins.
Ah, 300 meters. 250 meters. 220 meters. 200 meters. 160 meters. 130 meters.
Why exactly are we counting meters?
90 meters. 80 meters. 70 meters. What the fuck is this? Fuck out of my way. 50 meters. 30 meters. And home. I have cometh to claim my birthright. And also make the stuff I need to do the thingamajig. Vaso. Crank that soldier boy. Boing. 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 Oof.
Why do I hear an Enderman? I hear an angry
Killed
Enderman.
him. He did.
Oh. Alright. Okay, what the fuck me? I just tried to do F8 quest.
Why are you leaving us?
I gotta go sleep.
Yeah, you're fucking better. Don't worry, you'll arrive to estrogen tomorrow.
Oh god.
And whatchamacallit. Probably 1.0 being around.
Probably. I'll probably
Have a
just wake up
good
and
night.
find- Good night.
Don't stay up like that again, idiot. Just go to sleep next time like a normal person, please.
Fully covered with iron.
Nice. I'm going back with 4 Blazers thingamajigs, and I'm leaving with 4 blazers. And that's it. I don't care about anything else. I'm not dying, I'm not doing anything.
Now we have a bunch of Steves everywhere.
Yep.
Well, for some reason, one of them isn't the Steve.